Chapter 21, 86 Young Woody. Chapter 21, 86 Young Woody. Snowy maybe nah, ve and pure, but she was no fool. She knew the state Yang Yi was in. Yang Yi and the others didn't have the strength to fight the God Race too, and she was the only one who could save him. Only she could force the God Race to make a compromise. She was the most important being in the large universe, and everything the God Race did would become meaningless if she died. Ding Xiaoyao gazed at Snowy for a long time, and then she said, "All right, I'll do it." Snowy lowered her claw and gazed at Yang Yi. While Yang Yi had lost his eyes, his heart wasn't blind. He stretched out his hand with the desire to grab Snowy, but his hand soundlessly dropped down as soon as he raised it just a little. And Nanjing wasn't the only one who was exhausted. He was exhausted too. At this moment, he didn't have any strength left in him. Snowy flew over to Yang Yi's ear, rubbed his ear lightly with her face, and then flew over to Ding Xiaoyao. Ding Xiaoyao took Snowy with her and was about to leave when Yang Yi suddenly said, "Xiaoyao." Ding Xiaoyao stopped and closed her eyes slowly. "I'll repay you for what I owe you. I definitely will. Don't harm her." Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "If anything happens to her, then I'll annihilate your God Race, including you." Ding Xiaoyao glanced at Yang Yi, and then she vanished into the distance with Snowy. The surroundings fell silent. Only a few were left on Yang Yi's side. Among the 11 from the Nether Pavilion, Bling Maiden was gone. Sky Maiden and Blood Maiden were heavily injured. As for Yu Jing, Qin Chuan, Mad Saber, Ling, and the monkey, so many were gone. Suddenly, Yang Yi started walking slowly and walked over to Amon. At this moment, Amon was lying in space, and she was so weak that she seemed like she would die at any moment. Yang Yi placed his right hand on her, and his primordial violet energy surged madly into her. Amon gazed at Yang Yi while tears soundlessly flowed down from her eyes. "They're gone. All gone." Yang Yi didn't say a word. 2 streams of blood red just seeped out from his eye sockets. A short while later, Yang Yi stood up slowly. He went 300 m to the right, and he saw a corpse floating there. It wasn't whole anymore, and it was in a terrifying state. Yu Jing. It belonged to Yu Jing. Yang Yi walked over to the corpse, took out a clean white robe, and covered Yu Jing's corpse. His hands were trembling as he did it. Yang Yi patted Yu Jing's shoulders lightly and spoke in a trembling voice, "We'll be brothers again in our next life." He went around Yu Jing to the other side, and a golden rod was floating there. But it was just an afterimage. It was just a shadow of it that remained. The monkey. He was gone. He didn't even leave a corpse behind. Yang Yi spoke softly, "Brother monkey, you and I met by chance, yet we became friends. It is I who have wronged you. I can only repay you for this in your next life." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand lightly, and the golden rod's image vanished silently. Yang Yi turned around and went over to Blood Maiden's group. There was a corpse in front of them. Blind Maiden, their third sister. The third sister had met in Dark Hell Continent, the third sister who didn't like to speak. Yang Yi knelt down slowly. At this moment, he cried like a child. Dead. She was truly dead. Sky Maiden shook her head slightly. Third sister wanted to go accompany him for a long time. She was naturally talking about Blind Maiden's childhood sweetheart. Yang Yi shook his head with force, and his body trembled incessantly. The surroundings were silent. 2 hours later, Yang Yi brought them all into the primordial pagoda, and then number graves appeared in a bamboo forest within the pagoda. They were the graves, Qin Chuan, Blind Maiden, Mad Saber, and the others. Yang Yi just knelt before those graves without moving. Zier and Tianxiu were by his side. Tianxiu's face was emotionless, and her hands were clenched tightly. Zier's eyes were filled with pain. She was in pain because Yang Yi was in pain. She had never seen Yang Yi act like this. All of them had died for Yang Yi, and she truly couldn't imagine what Yang Yi was feeling right now. Just like that, Yang Yi knelt there for 3 days and nights. On the 4th day, Yang Yi stood up slowly. As he gazed at the graves, he said, "Third sister, brother monkey, Yu Jing, Qin Chuan, all of your deaths won't be for nothing." He turned around and left. At the second level of the primordial pagoda, on the bed which Zier used to be using, a Nanjing was there. And Nanjing, The woman had almost died in battle for him, and Nanjing laid there quietly, and Zier, Tianxiu, and Little Sky were by her side. Little Sky spoke softly. She's just in deep sleep. She'll wake up once the primordial violet energy repairs her internal injuries. Little Sky glanced at Tianxiu, who had an icy cold expression on her face, and continued, Xiu, it was you who saved her. How did you do it? Little Sky was really curious about that, because even primordial violet energy couldn't save Nanjing from the injuries Shed suffered, but Tianxiu had forcefully pulled her back from the edge of death. Tianxiu lowered her head slightly and remained silent. And Nanjing was fine. Yang Yi took Nanjing's hand. He knew that he really owed her too much. Too much. Meanwhile, Tianxiu grabbed Yang Yi's arm and spoke softly, Big brother, Snowy will be all right, right? Yang Yi gazed at Tianxiu, and tears had started to seep out from her eyes. She just gazed at Yang Yi. I could have stopped Snowy from leaving. But I couldn't. I couldn't. There are stronger people, and both you and Snowy will die if I do anything now. I don't want you to die. I really don't. Yang Yi rubbed her head. Snowy will be fine. We'll go get her soon. He paused for a moment and continued. You mentioned stronger people. Who is that? Tianxiu shook her head. They are very powerful. My clansmen were killed by them. I can sense them, and many will die. Yang Yi embraced her and spoke softly. Don't be afraid. I'll be fine. Don't be afraid. Tianxiu hugged him tight. Her gaze was icy cold, and without a shred of emotion. Suddenly, Yang Lianshuang appeared by Yang Yi's side. He looked at her, and she passed a rock to him. A senior asked me to give it to you. Yang Yi asked, What is this? She gazed at him. He'll tell you once you finish viewing it. As soon as she finished speaking, she gazed at Tianxiu, Zier, and Little Sky. Let's leave for now. Zier and Little Sky exchanged glances, and then they nodded and left with Tianxiu. Only Yang Yi remained on the second floor. Yang Yi circulated his profound energy, and a strand of it surged into the rock. A moment later, a ray of white light flashed out of it, and then a middle-aged man appeared in front of Yang Yi. The armless man. It was the armless man. Yang Wudi? Yang Wudi gazed at Yang Yi. Kid, when you see this projection of me, it proves that I'm dead. You're no fool, so you should know who I am. He paused for a moment and continued. All those years ago, I had to leave and become entangled with that person in order to turn your destiny around. That departure went on for years. No matter what my reason was, I'm still not a good father or husband. It's an undeniable fact. Especially to your mother. I owe her too much indeed. Because even until death, she still didn't know who I am, and she didn't know anything about all those things that are plaguing you. Of course, I never planned to tell her. I can just take care of it on my own. Haha. Yang Yi remained silent. Meanwhile, Yang Wudi continued. When Profounder Continent was destroyed, I couldn't do anything. All I could do was help you a little, and bring you to a new plane. However, I couldn't help you too much. You have to tread on your own path. You did well, and made it all the way. Now, all I can do is heavily injure those old fellows for you, and make them incapable of acting against you. However, it will only stop them for a while. As for the future, you'll have to face it yourself. He suddenly flew over to Yang Yi at this point and rubbed Yang Yi's head gently. The happiest moment in my entire life was meeting your mother. She was a simple girl, and she was the love of my life. As for you, kid, I like you too. From now on, both your mother and I won't be by your side, and you'll have to take care of the rest. His figure gradually turned ethereal. At the instant he vanished, he stared at Yang Yi with a gaze that was unprecedentedly gentle. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang walked in. The 5 progenitors didn't show themselves because he heavily injured them. However, he paid with his life. Moreover, he was the reason why the Buddhist progenitor and the other progenitors didn't act against you in the past. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Is he really dead? Yang Lianshuang nodded. He was injured before he fought the 5 progenitors, and he ignited his lifespan during the battle with them. He paid that price to heavily injure them before dying, and that was why those 5 progenitors didn't show themselves before you. Yang Yi closed his eyes, and a long time passed before he took a deep breath. Father, they'll make them pay for everything they owe us. They'll make them pay 100-fold. Chapter 2187 The Human Race's Troubles. Chapter 2187 The Human Race's Troubles. Yang Yi arrived in outer space, and the body of a middle-aged man was floating there. It was young Woody's body. There were 3 rays of sword energy coiled around him, causing all things to be kept away. Yang Yi knelt down slowly and just knelt there. After that battle, the entire situation in the large universe had become bleak. Regardless of whether it was the alliance of all or Yang Yi's side, both had suffered severe losses. Especially the alliance of all. Its losses had truly harmed its foundation, and it would take at least 1,000 years for the alliance of all to recover from their losses. As for Yang Yi's side, had suffered severe losses. In short, the God race was the true winner. The alliance of all and the 2 paths had taken precautions against the God race, and they were prepared to deal with the God race after Yang Yi. As far as they were concerned, they could deal with Yang Yi swiftly and then deal with the God race. However, they'd underestimated Yang Wudi and Yang Yi's strengths, so not only had they failed to deal with Yang Yi swiftly, they'd been crippled by him instead. So, the God race was able to reap the final benefits. As for the human race had quite complicated emotions when they heard that Yang Yi was still alive. Obviously, some hoped that Yang Yi would die in the battle. The human race couldn't have been considered to have betrayed Yang Yi, but it could be described as being extremely disloyal. It had abandoned its king for its survival. It had abandoned Yang Yi. It would be fine if Yang Yi died in battle, but Yang Yi just happened to have survived. So, how would they face him? Of course, even more were wondering what the human race would do if Yang Yi sought revenge. Yang Yi didn't take revenge, but Yang Lianshuang and her subordinates who had quite a prominent position in the human race, and even the experts of the Spirit Ape clan had left without making a sound. At this moment, the hearts of all the human sages were heavy. They had no leader, so they'd lost their backbone, and when they tried to select a new leader, they realized that no one was suitable for the task. Who could take up such a responsibility? No one. While the war had stopped, the battles hadn't. Regardless of whether it was the alliance of all or 3 paths, all of them faced an issue. The end times. Spirit energy had vanished and escalated the conflict between the races. At this moment, all the races were in chaos. Especially races like the demon race which had no leader, they were in utter chaos. The demon god had perished in battle, so the demon race had instantly been split apart. Former allies in battle were sworn enemies now, and the clans in the demon race started to fight each other for spirit energy and natural treasures. It wasn't just the demon race. The other races were in a similar situation. The human race. The human dimension was in utter chaos right now. While Yang Yi was still here, Head used brutal methods to suppress many powers and instilled fear in them to dare not cause trouble. However, once Yang Yi left, and coupled with the rapid disappearance of spirit energy throughout the world, the organizations in the human dimension couldn't be bothered about anything else. They started to fight and seize spirit energy and spirit veins. Presently, all the prefectures in the human dimension were in chaos. They were even willing to kill family for spirit energy. Nature's sacred ground was helpless against this. It was impossible to stop. The entire human dimension was covered in battle. Cities started to empty out, and countless suffered horrible deaths. The worst was the sky race. The sovereign of sky himself wasn't really strong enough, so he couldn't suppress all the organizations in the sky dimensions. So, besides Sky City, his own base of operations, the rest of the sky dimension was in chaos. Slaughter and plundering. It wasn't just the sky race. The entire large universe was suffering the same fate. The end of the world. The end times hadn't truly arrived, but the end of the world had appeared in advance. Yang Yi was still kneeling in that expanse of space. Father. It was a word that was extremely unfamiliar to him. When his mother died, he hated that word to the bone. Yet now, the middle-aged man before him and used his life to severely injure 5 progenitors for him. The middle-aged man didn't owe him anything, and it was he who owed the middle-aged man. A long time passed before Yang Yi stood up slowly. I'm sure you've been tired after so many years. Rest well and just leave the rest to me. They'll make all of them pay for what they owe us. Yang Yi turned around and left. Void Spirit Continent. Yang Yi led the others here. It was once the Void Spirit race's territory. Yet now, it was just an expanse of ruins, and the spirit energy here had ceased to exist. Even a mouse wouldn't be willing to live on this planet now. There were no signs of life here at all. Yang Yi brought them to the hall which Nanjing and him had cultivated in previously. Yang Yi spoke softly, and Nanjing and I cultivated here. Cultivating here is especially effective. You can give it a try. Cultivate. Regardless of whether it was Yang Yi, Nether Maiden, or the others, they all needed to cultivate and grow stronger. Nether Maiden and the others nodded, and then they entered the hall. They were quite unaccustomed to it in the beginning, but they were no ordinary people, so it didn't take long for them to get used to cultivating in such high gravity. Yang Yi turned around and walked away. Suddenly, Tingyan followed him and asked, "Where are you going?" Yang Yi stopped. "Just cultivate well." Meanwhile, she appeared in front of Yang Yi. "You want to take revenge?" Yang Yi fell silent. Tingyan said, "Listen to me. It isn't the time. While your strength has grown tremendously, don't forget that the Alliance of All still has the backing of 5 progenitors. Those progenitors may be heavily injured, but it doesn't represent that they don't have the strength to fight. If you go now, they'll risk their lives in battle against you." Yang Yi spoke softly. "Don't worry, I won't act rashly." He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Tingyan wanted to chase after him, but Yang Lianshuang said, "There's no need to chase after him." Tingyan gazed at Yang Lianshuang. "Aren't you going to persuade him?" Yang Lianshuang shook her head. "It won't make a difference. Don't worry, he won't let himself die. At the very least, he won't choose to die until he has annihilated the Alliance of All and those 5 progenitors." Situ Tingyun fell silent for a moment and said, "I didn't expect it to develop to this state." Yang Lianshuang said, "Don't think too much about it. Go cultivate. All of us need to grow stronger. Perhaps the war has only just begun." Situ Tingyun looked at her with a puzzled gaze in her eyes, but Yang Lianshuang didn't say anything and just left. She had too many things to do, like making arrangements for the Spirit Ape clan and her subordinates. They may not be strong, but they were her people. Moreover, she needed them to grasp the movements of the other races at all times. Yang Yi left Void Spirit Continent and went to the god battlefield. Snowy. He had naturally not forgotten Snowy. However, at this moment, the underground area there was completely deserted. There was no sign of the god race. Yang Yi fell silent before the city. The god race. This race which had once been quite close to him. Yet now, it was an enemy of his. Interests. Yang Yi laughed with self-ridicule and left. As soon as he emerged on the surface, he met a middle-aged man. It was none other than Lin Zhen from the human dimension. Yang Yi asked, "Do you need something?" Lin Zhen glanced at Yang Yi, hesitated for a moment, and said, "The human race is in chaos. The organizations throughout the 5 prefectures have started to fight and seize spirit energy. They've gone mad for the sake of spirit energy and spirit veins. Besides that, conflict has started to arise in nature's sacred ground, and it's all because of spirit energy. In short, the human race is in utter chaos." Yang Yi replied indifferently, and a wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of Lin Zhen's mouth. "Young brother Yang, we know that what we did was bad. We hope you'll be magnanimous and forgive us for that, and come back to take control of the human race once more and lead it out of this hopeless situation. I beg you on behalf of the human race." Lin Zhen bowed to Yang Yi as he spoke. They wanted Yang Yi back. It wasn't his own decision, but the decision of all the human sages. Because Yang Yi was the only one capable of convincing everyone to obey him, and only he had the strength to suppress the human race. At the same time, the human race only had hope under Yang Yi's leadership. The latest is our own website. The human race didn't need a benevolent leader now. What it did need was someone who could fight and deter their enemies and the people in their own race. Yang Yi conformed to that requirement completely. Return to the human race? Yang Yi shook his head. "I have no more ties with the human race, and its future has nothing to do with me." Yang Yi turned around and walked away. Suddenly, Lin Zhen obstructed Yang Yi's path and laughed bitterly. "Young brother Yang, The human race is really at its most dangerous moment. If no one steps forward, then the human race will probably destroy itself before the end times even arrive. Now, only you can save us, and only you can reunite the entire human race. So, please consider the overall situation of our entire race and return to the human race. I'm not interested. Yang Yi turned around and walked away. Suddenly, Lin Jun's expression changed drastically, and then he chased up to Yang Yi again. Young brother Yang, I just received news that the Alliance of All launched a surprise attack against us, and they plan to seize our human race's spirit energy. So please. Suddenly, Yang Yi turned around to look at him. What was the human race doing when I fought the Alliance of All? What was the human race doing when my brothers fell one by one? The human race did nothing. Yet now that it's in trouble, you want my help? All right, make all of them come back to life, and it'll save the human race. Go on. Make them come back to life. Yang Yi was practically howling as he finished speaking. Chapter 2188 Leave. Chapter 2188 Leave. The monkey, Qin Chuan, Yu Jing, Mad Saber, Ling, all of them had stepped forward when Yang Yi was in trouble, and they fought to their death. But what was the human race doing then? They were just watching from the sidelines. Since the human race couldn't suffer with him, then why should he suffer with them? They could just deal with their own problems. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Only Lin Jun remained here. Lin Jun had a bitter expression on his face. Actually, he hadn't had much hope when he came this time. Head suggested that the sages of the human race take Yang Yi's side and make a risky bet when the Alliance of All wanted to annihilate Yang Yi. However, they weren't willing to make that bet, because based on the circumstances at the time, Yang Yi really had no chance, not even the slightest chance. Over 100 sages. How terrifying was such a force? But what about Yang Yi? He just had a Nanjing and the monkey. At that time, if the human race took Yang Yi's side, it would be no different than giving their lives away. Since there was no hope, they would definitely not choose to take Yang Yi's side. Thus, they let Yang Yi on his own, and they made Yang Yi have no choice but to leave the human race and draw the line between him and the human race. They succeeded. However, the outcome far surpassed their expectations. Yang Yi survived, and his strength had grown tremendously. At a time like this, they wanted Yang Yi to go back. Were they idiots? Of course not. They had their own pride. However, was it more important than their lives? Was it more important than the human race's future? Of course not. The human race was in chaos, utter chaos. If no one stepped forward, it was very likely to be erased from history. So, they held on to that last bit of hope, and they hoped that the so-called desire to do right by the human race would make Yang Yi return. Unfortunately, Yang Yi wasn't someone like that. As far as he was concerned, if the human race stayed by his side no matter the situation, then he would do the same. He would be willing to lose his life for the human race. Sadly, the human race had chosen to abandon him. Yang Yi left. In his heart, only revenge and getting Snowy back remained. As for the human race, had never given it any thought. Lin Jun shook his head and left. The human dimension. Countless experts from the Alliance of All had entered the human dimension. As for their goal, it was simple. It was to plunder the human race. When their internal conflict couldn't be solved, they decided to move the conflict and let their experts plunder other races. In that way, they could move the conflict away and make those experts become united again. But where to plunder? The first target that came to mind was the human race. The human race had Yang Yi in the past, so they didn't dare to step foot in there. However, Yang Yi wasn't the king of the human race anymore. So, as far as they were concerned, the human race was a sheep waiting to be slaughtered. It was doomsday for the human race. Countless sages and experts surged into the human dimension. Plunder and kill. While the human race had over a dozen sages, they couldn't resist the joint forces of the Alliance of All. At this moment, the human dimension was truly hell on earth. Yang Yi returned to Void Spirit Continent. Nether Maiden and the others were all cultivating. Yang Yi entered the primordial pagoda. There was a shattered sword and a sword covered in damages before him. It was Judgment and the sword precursor. While his heart was one with the sword precursor, her quality was too low. So, she'd been heavily damaged in the previous battle. Fortunately, both Judgment and the sword precursor's spirits were still here. Yang Yi brought them to the pill furnace, and then he placed the sword precursor in it. At the same time, a strand of terrifying slaughter intent and sword intent surged into the furnace. The divining flame, was shocked. Why, your slaughter intent is too strong. If you use it to forge this sword, it will become a true sword of slaughter. Are you sure? Yang Yi replied, the sword is what the master is. Since I want to kill, then she will be a sword of slaughter. The divining flame sighed softly. A sword of slaughter. The sword precursor's quality would definitely rise when forged with his slaughter intent. After all, it was in the progenitor realm. Progenitor realm slaughter intent? There were probably no more than 3 people with it in the entire history of the large universe. So, a sword forged from it would become a true sword of slaughter. Even if Yang Yi wasn't controlling it, it would still be extremely terrifying. The divining flame did as Yang Yi wanted in the end. Yang Yi sat cross-legged before the furnace while the shattered bits of judgment were on his lap. At this moment, he was repairing it with his sword intent. Time trickled by, and Yang Yi's sword intent surged endlessly into it. As for his slaughter intent, it was ceaselessly surging into the pill furnace. In the end, his slaughter intent was so strong that even the divining flame couldn't really endure it. It was truly too strong. Just like that, a month went by. A month later, Judgment suddenly let out a sword howl, and then it floated before Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at it and spoke softly, "Thank you for staying by my side until now. Go and seek out your own path." Even though he was blind now, his heart wasn't blind, and he could still use his heart to see. Judgment trembled slightly. "Take care." As soon as it finished speaking, it vanished on the spot. It was gone. Judgment hadn't acknowledged Yang Yi as its master, and it didn't conform to his sword Dao either. While a sword at Judgment's level was just slightly inferior to the sword precursor, there was something it had in common with the sword precursor. Choice. Sword cultivators weren't the only ones who chose swords. Swords chose their owners too. While Yang Yi was strong, Yang Yi wasn't the person Judgment wanted. Actually, Judgment had wanted to leave some time ago. However, the sword precursor wasn't there, so it chose to stay with Yang Yi for some time. Now that the sword precursor had awakened, it chose to leave. Once Judgment left, the furnace before Yang Yi was covered in slaughter intent. The divining flame had turned blood red like a ball of blood within the furnace. It was extremely shocking. Just like that, time trickled by, and 2 more weeks passed. One day, a sword howl resounded from within the furnace, and then a completely blood-red woman walked out slowly from within it. The sword spirit. The sword spirit used to wear a white dress, and she seemed like a goddess from the 9 heavens. Yet now, she was completely blood-red, and even her jet-black hair was blood-red now. Moreover, the slaughter intent she emanated made her seem like a god of death from the deepest reaches of hell. Yang Yi combed her hair slowly. "Do you regret your decision?" She grabbed Yang Yi's hand. "If you become a god, then I will become a god with you. If you become a devil, then I will become a devil with you." Besides Snowy and Zir, she'd been with him the longest. She'd been with him all this time. Yang Yi spoke softly, "Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword spirit transformed into a blood-red sword that entered his forehead. Or to be more precise, Shed entered his sea of consciousness. Both her quality and strength had been improved tremendously, and she was merely inferior to the Sword Supreme when compared to all the other swords in the large universe. Yang Yi turned around with the intent to leave, but the divining flame suddenly asked, "Will you return to the Tao Path?" The Tao Path? Yang Yi stopped and fell silent. The divining flame was about to say something when Yang Yi suddenly said, "They are free to choose whether to help me or not. I don't blame the Tao Path, and I don't blame the Tao Progenitor. However, I won't go back there. In the future, we'll go our own separate ways. If you want to leave and go to the Tao Progenitor, I won't stop you." The divining flame fell silent for a long time and said, "Farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of flames flashed out from the furnace and vanished from the pagoda. It shot through space and vanished from Void's spirit continent. The divining flame had chosen to leave in the end. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and planned to leave. Suddenly, a golden pagoda appeared before him. The primordial pagoda? Yang Yi asked softly, "Are you leaving too?" The primordial pagoda trembled slightly. It seemed to be conveying something. A short while later, Yang Yi figured out what it meant. He rubbed it gently and said, "Snowy will be fine. Don't worry. We'll go get her back soon." The primordial pagoda trembled and flew above Yang Yi. A moment later, a strand of golden light enveloped Yang Yi, and then the pagoda entered Yang Yi's forehead. Bang! The latest is our own website. A terrifying wave of golden energy swept out from Yang Yi. In an instant, countless strands of primordial violet energy throughout the primordial pagoda surged like torrents toward Yang Yi. In an instant, he was covered in primordial violet energy. Meanwhile, Little Sky and Tianxiu appeared not too far away from him. Tianxiu gazed at Little Sky. "What's happening?" Little Sky replied softly, "It's helping him. Helping him." After the previous incident and after Snowy had been taken away, the primordial pagoda stopped acting like it had in the past. Now, it had realized that Yang Yi was weak and was very likely to be killed. But if Yang Yi died, it would fall unconscious once more. Of course, most importantly, Snowy had been taken, and that had been quite a blow to the primordial pagoda. The primordial pagoda really took Snowy to be its friend. In short, it had realized how important strength was. So, it was helping Yang Yi grow stronger. Countless strands of primordial violet energy surged endlessly toward Yang Yi under the primordial pagoda's command. And Yang Yi's aura gradually started growing stronger and stronger. Chapter 21 89 Sages Aren't Very Strong. Chapter 21 89 Sages Aren't Very Strong. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi's aura was growing stronger and stronger, and a long time passed before it gradually calmed down. However, it only took a moment for it to start rising madly once more. Just like that, his aura kept rising and calming down, over and over again. The human dimension, nature's sacred ground. The sages of the human race were in the hall there, and they were led by Lin Jun. The hall was extremely quiet. A long time passed before Lin Jun asked, "How is it?" An old man near him shook his head. Chaotic. Everyone was already locked in conflict, fighting, and stealing from each other. Now that the experts from the Alliance of All have come, it's even more chaotic now. The old man paused for a moment and continued, "Is he really unwilling to return?" The old man was naturally talking about Yang Yi. Lin Jun shook his head. "He won't return again." Sigh. The old man sighed. "A single mistake cost us everything." Meanwhile, an old man in a luxurious robe stepped forward. "Everyone, the human race is doomed." They gazed at him, and the old man spoke solemnly. "Our strength isn't sufficient to stop the alliance of all. Presently, all we can do is survive on our own. So, farewell." He turned around and left the hall. They were disbanding. It didn't take long for only a few to remain here. Lin Jun sat down slowly in silence. Actually, had expected this. The human race didn't have a leader, and no one was willing to take the position of leader at a time like this. The one who stepped forward at a time like this would definitely be targeted by the Alliance of All. Moreover, even if someone stepped forward, what difference would it make? Disband and leave. That was their choice. It was a choice they had no other choice but to make. If they refused to disband, they still couldn't do anything. If they united the entire human race, then perhaps they could resist the Alliance of All for some time. However, the human race was in chaos right now. So, uniting the entire human race was something only Yang Yi was capable of accomplishing right now. Leaving was their best option right now. A long time passed before Lin Jun spoke softly. "The human race is doomed." Void Spirit Continent. In the primordial pagoda. At this moment, Yang Yi was sitting silently on the ground while a tiny golden pagoda floated above him. Little Sky and Tianxiu were standing not too far away from Yang Yi. Tianxiu's arms were around her knees while she rested her chin against her arm and stared at Yang Yi. Her gaze flickered between one that was icy cold and one that was bewildered. Little Sky had noticed it, so she gently rubbed Tianxiu's head. Xiu, you. Tianxiu gazed at Little Sky. Her gaze was icy cold to the point that Little Sky's entire body felt cold like shed fallen into an abyss of ice. Little Sky was shocked, and she gazed at Tianxiu with astonishment. Meanwhile, Tianxiu suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. Big brother is in pain. As she spoke, she closed her eyes slowly. I can sense it. Losing friends and loved ones is very painful. Little Sky glanced at Tianxiu and spoke softly. Xiu, you're really scary sometimes. Tianxiu looked up at the sky. I won't harm all of you. Little Sky shook her head slightly. I'm not afraid that you'll harm me. I'm afraid that you'll change. I don't think your big brother wouldn't want to see you change. Tianxiu gazed at Yang Yi, and a long time passed before she said, Big brother is a good person. She suddenly gazed at Little Sky and continued, you know, if Big brother chose to give Snowy away in exchange for peace, then I would kill him myself. Little Sky's expression changed. Meanwhile, Tianxiu suddenly stood up and walked slowly to Yang Yi. She gazed at him, and the icy coldness in her eyes eased up slightly, but he didn't. He's still the same big brother I know. As soon as she finished speaking, she placed her right hand on Yang Yi's head. The primordial pagoda trembled violently, and a terrifying wave of energy rippled out, but Tianxiu's hand didn't move at all. Tianxiu glanced at the primordial pagoda. Your energy isn't enough. It isn't enough to help him attain the sage realm. Let me help you. As soon as she finished speaking, a strand of energy seeped out from her palm and entered Yang Yi. In an instant, a terrifying aura swept out from within Yang Yi. But at this moment, Tianxiu suddenly clapped her hand lightly, and the terrifying aura vanished without a trace. After that, Tianxiu returned to where she'd been just now, sat down, and watched Yang Yi in silence. Little Sky was shocked beyond words. Meanwhile, Tianxiu suddenly gazed at Little Sky. Big sister, don't tell him, all right? Little Sky nodded while staring blankly at Tianxiu. Just like that, time trickled by, and Yang Yi's body was soundlessly changing. 3 days later, Yang Lianshuang suddenly entered the primordial pagoda and went to Yang Yi. Yang Yi was still meditating on the spot, so she frowned slightly and gazed at Little Sky and Tianxiu. How much longer will he take? Little Sky shook her head and was about to speak when Tianxiu suddenly said, In a moment. Yang Lianshuang glanced at Tianxiu and was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly stood up slowly. Hiss, 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 hiss. Waves of energy flowed out from him, and a short while passed before Yang Yi waved his right hand lightly. Those waves of energy instantly vanished. Huff. Yang Yi slowly let out a mouthful of foul air. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment. Why, you're a sage now? The sage realm. Yang Yi's strength felt unfathomable to her right now, and she'd never felt that previously. So, she guessed that he was at the sage realm now. Yang Yi nodded slightly. I'm at the sage realm. A sage. Yang Yi took a deep breath. He hadn't expected himself to attain the sage realm so soon. Based on his estimations, it would take countless years for that to happen. Of course, it was all thanks for the primordial pagoda. If the primordial pagoda hadn't done all it could to help him this time, then it would have really taken him countless years to attain the sage realm. Little Sky glanced at Tianxiu and remained silent. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang suddenly asked, How strong are you now? My strength? Yang Yi clenched his fists slowly, and then he gazed at his right fist and said, I can kill sages with ease, even without my sword. At this moment, his strength had improved tremendously in all aspects. It wasn't just his cultivation. Even his physical strength had risen tremendously. Now, he was confident that he could kill sages with ease, even without using his sword. While he could kill sages in an instant in the past, he had to use his full strength then. Yet now, he was confident that he could accomplish that with ease. Suddenly, Tianxiu said, Sages aren't very strong. Everyone gazed at her, and she spoke softly, Big brother, what do you think? Sages aren't very strong. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he asked, Then what do you think is strong? A progenitor? Tianxiu stood up and spoke softly, Progenitors are all right. They have found their own das, and they work hard on it. Big brother, do you know what the Tao is? Yang Yi shook his head, walked over to her, and rubbed her little head. Do you? She spoke softly. There are many explanations. However, the more accurate and accepted explanation is defying the heavens to change your fate. Yang Yi frowned slightly. Defying the heavens to change your fate? Tian Xiu replied softly. The universe has its laws. The four seasons have their laws, and all other things in the world exist according to certain laws. For example, the four seasons, the rising and receding tide, the rising and setting sun. Big brother, don't you think all of these are a type of law? Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. Yes. Tian Xiu asked, then do you know why it's like this? For example, why does the sun rise again after setting? Yang Yi shook his head. Tian Xiu spoke softly. No one knows why. Many will say that it's the planets and continents circulating as nature intended. However, why do they do that? Moreover, why do they do that in such an orderly manner? No one can explain that. Because there is no answer, they call it destiny. They say that it is determined by the heavens. Everything is determined by the heavens. Tian Xiu suddenly looked up at Yang Yi at this point. So, when we say defying the heavens to change your fate, big brother, you can destroy a planet, but can you make the sunrise and sunset go in the opposite direction? Yang Yi shook his head. He couldn't accomplish that. Tian Xiu spoke softly. I don't know if anyone can accomplish that. Even if someone can, that person is definitely extremely powerful. The progenitors you speak of have found their own Tao, or to put it in simpler terms, they've come into contact with the traces of destiny. Destiny is the Tao, and it contains many things like the laws of all things, the laws of yin and yang, and the laws of the universe. They followed along these laws to come into contact with the Tao and the traces of destiny. They are quite amazing to be capable of accomplishing that. Quite amazing. Everyone here had quite a strange expression on their faces. Yang Yi rubbed Tian Xiu's head. Why do you know so much? She looked up at Yang Yi and remained silent. Yang Yi rubbed her head gently again and said, It's fine if you don't want to say. Tell me when you want to, all right? Tian Xiu nodded, and then she lowered her head while the expression in her eyes kept changing. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at Yang Lianshuang, and the latter spoke solemnly, The human race is in severe trouble. Yang Yi shook his head. It has nothing to do with me. Yang Lianshuang spoke solemnly. It has something to do with you this time. Yang Yi was puzzled. Huh? Yang Lianshuang spoke solemnly. Qin Chuan's clan. They are having a very hard time. Qin Chuan has a younger sister, a sister from the same father and mother. I received information that she has been kidnapped. Currently. Damn it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly spoke fiercely. I deserve to die. He transformed into a ray of blood-red light that vanished on the spot. In the sky above Void Spirit Continent, a ray of blood-red light flashed through the sky, and the entire sky instantly turned scarlet red like a horrifying ocean of blood. Chapter 2190, Returning to the Human Dimension. Chapter 2190, Returning to the Human Dimension. At this moment, Yang Yi wished for nothing more than to slap himself. Qin Chuan and the others were dead, but they had clans and families. But had overlooked that. Damn it. Yang Yi raised his speed to his limits, and an ocean of blood was left behind wherever he passed. The human dimension. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive in the human dimension. He frowned as soon as he arrived. The human dimension was covered in blood and slaughter intent. Presently, he was extremely sensitive to blood and slaughter intent, and the blood and slaughter intent here was too thick. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and descended to the ground. A huge city stood before him, and the sounds of fighting resounded incessantly from within it. Yang Yi walked slowly to the city. Suddenly, the slaughter intent in the city shot up into the air and converged to him like rivers converging into the ocean. Yang Yi naturally accepted it all. While this slaughter intent was weak, sand could be piled up into a castle. The endless flow of slaughter intent would strengthen his own slaughter intent. In these times, Yang Ye's slaughter intent was like a fish in water because the times were chaotic now. It was too chaotic, and the more slaughters occurred, the more slaughter intent would be produced, and his slaughter intent would grow stronger. The slaughter Tao. While Yang Yi was on the path of the sword Tao, he was gradually treading on the path of the slaughter Tao as well. In the city, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and it was covered in destruction. Corpses were everywhere, and it was simply like hell on earth. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended near Yang Yi. It was a middle-aged man at the major Zen realm. The middle-aged man sized up Yang Yi. A blind guy? Yang Yi frowned slightly. You're not a human? Human? The middle-aged man chuckled. Humans? From now onward, humans will cease to exist in the large universe. Cut the crap and hand over your spatial ring. They'll let you die a little more comfortably if you do. Of course, the precondition is that your immortal crystals don't disappoint me. Immortal crystals? Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and walked away. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. Looks like you. Hiss. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's voice stopped abruptly, and then his head flew off his neck. Blood sprayed like a pillar. On the ground, the middle-aged man's eyes were opened wide, and he didn't know how Head died even until the moment he was dead. Right when Yang Yi was about to leave the city, a woman appeared before Yang Yi. She seemed to be around the age of 17, and she was holding a sword while over a dozen injuries could be seen on her. There were 7 others by her side. There were old people, youths, and women. All of their cultivations were only barely passable. Yang Yi sensed dense slaughter intent coming from them. They were all human. Yang Yi flicked a spatial ring to her. She glanced at it, and there were over 10,000 immortal crystals in it. Over 10,000. It was sufficient to cause quite a commotion. After all, immortal crystals were the most precious thing in the large universe now. They were comparable to a second life. Yang Yi turned around once he did that and planned to leave. But she suddenly obstructed his path. She looked him in the eyes. You're Yang Yi, right? Yang Yi. The others were stunned when they heard that name. Yang Yi. Did anyone in the human race not know that name? He was once the king of the human race. How powerful was the human race before Yang Yi left? Did anyone dare to attack it? It could be said that the humans could keep their heads held high then, because they had Yang Yi, a powerful king. He dared to declare war against the alliance of all, and he dared to fight the Buddhist path and weapon path. The human race had no internal conflicts under Yang Yi's leadership, and the human race was confident to fight any race at that time. However, Yang Yi left in the end. Why? She walked slowly to Yang Yi while 2 streams of tears slowly seeped out of her eyes. Why did you leave? Why did you abandon the human race? Why? Yang Yi replied, I protected the human race once, but it doesn't represent that I'll do it forever. I don't have such an obligation, right? Then have you noticed? Her voice grew loud. The human race is about to die. It's about to die. Yang Yi asked, what does that have to do with me? New novel chapters are published on LibRead. CM. She was stunned and said, why you're the king of the human race, you? That was in the past. Yang Yi continued, the human race chose to abandon their king when attacked by the alliance of all. They made that king of theirs face everything on his own. Of course, I understand. So, I left. Yet now, when the human race is in trouble, it wants that same king they abandoned to come back and save them? I'm not a savior, nor do I have the ability to do that. Besides that, I made the human race become united. But what happened in the end? The human race starts to fight amongst itself even before the alliance of all attacked or the end times truly arrives. If the human race dies, it brought it upon itself. No one else can be blamed for that. The woman took a deep breath. You can save the human race, you can? But why should I? Yang Yi replied with a question. So that you'll leave again when I fight the alliance of all? He patted her on the shoulder and said, I'm not against you or anything like that, but the human race isn't worthy of me doing anything for it. Moreover, I don't have the ability to save the human race. Yang Yi vanished once he finished speaking, and only blood red remained in the sky. The woman was stunned for a long time, and then she laughed bitterly. Is the human race really finished? Meanwhile, a middle-aged man walked over to her and spoke softly, Little one, don't think too much about it. Actually, He's correct. We chose to draw the line between him and us when the alliance of all attacked, and we made him face their sages on his own. Not to mention him, anyone would probably not return to the human race after that. The woman shook her head and spoke softly, but now, perhaps only he can save the human race. The middle-aged man sighed softly. Why should he come back? We didn't take his side when the alliance of all attacked. Moreover, even if the alliance of all doesn't attack now, we're still engaging in internal strife. We've all gone crazy killing each other for spirit energy, so no one can stop it. He glanced at the surroundings and said, no one can save the human race. It didn't take long for them to leave. Presently, the only thing they could do was flee. Flee as far as they could and avoid encountering any expert from the alliance of all. Of course, they had to be careful of the human race's experts. At most times, enemies from the outside weren't the most terrifying. It was the enemies from within who were most terrifying. They were much more terrifying when they acted ruthlessly. Dawn City. Yang Yi arrived at an ancient city called Dawn City. It was Qin Xuan's home, and the Qin clan was here. Just like the city he came from, it was in chaos too. It was filled with corpses, blood, and slaughter intent. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and went straight to the Qin estate. The door was closed tight, and there was faint light all around it. Obviously, it was a formation. Yang Yi walked to the entrance. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared in front of him, and a spear shot swiftly toward Yang Yi's forehead. However, it was grabbed by 2 fingers. The middle-aged man was visibly astounded. You? Yang Yi released it and said, who's the patriarch of the Qin clan? The middle-aged man gazed vigilantly at Yang Yi. Who are you? Yang Yi replied, take me to the Qin clan's patriarch. Don't make me repeat myself. The middle-aged man spoke solemnly. Why you? Suddenly, Yang Yi stomped his foot down lightly. Bang! The entire estate shook violently, and the formation around it instantly shattered. The entire Qin estate was alarmed. It didn't take long for a middle-aged man in an embroidered robe to appear in front of Yang Yi with a group of old men. When he saw Yang Yi, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Why you? The middle-aged man was the Qin clan's patriarch, one of the human race's sages. So, he naturally recognized Yang Yi. Now that he saw Yang Yi, he was naturally filled with shock. The others clearly recognized Yang Yi too, and they were extremely shocked as well. But it didn't take long for quite an unsightly expression to appear on their faces. Is he here to look for trouble? Yang Yi suddenly asked, who's Qin Xuan's father? The others from the Qin clan exchanged glances, and it didn't take long for a man to walk over to Yang Yi. I am. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Uncle, do you want to stay or leave? You can come with me if you want to leave. Qin Xuan. At this moment, everyone recalled Qin Xuan. Only now did they recall that Qin Xuan was someone Yang Yi called a brother. Obviously, Yang Yi wasn't here to look for trouble, but to help. Qin Xuan's father heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He hesitated for a moment and said, and my daughter, Qin Xuan's younger sister, was kidnapped by an expert of the devil race. He said he's going to make her his furnace. Please. Yang Yi nodded. It'll go to the devil dimension. Qin Xuan's father bowed respectfully to Yang Yi. Thank you. Yang Yi asked, so do you want to stay or leave? The others gazed at Qin Xuan's father, and there was a trace of a pleading expression in their eyes. Qin Xuan's father hesitated for a moment and sighed softly. This is my home. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. Yang Yi flicked a spatial ring to Qin Xuan's father, and then he vanished on the spot. But a strand of blood-red sword energy appeared in the sky above the Qin estate. It just floated there in the air. It didn't take long for news of Yang Yi's arrival in Dawn City to spread. At the same time, when some experts from the Alliance of All came to the Qin estate, they glanced at the blood-red sword energy and left Dawn City. Dawn City suddenly became peaceful. No one dared to cause trouble in Dawn City, and no one dared to cause trouble for the Qin estate. That blood-red sword energy represented that the Qin estate was under Yang Yi's protection. In a room within the Qin estate, Qin Xuan's father gazed at the spatial ring before him. There were 2 streams of tears on his face. Chuaner, you have a good brother, but you'll never come back again. Chapter 2191 Kill. Chapter 2191 Kill. Yang Yi left Dawn City, but even more came here. Because Yang Yi had been here, and that was why the experts from the Alliance of All didn't dare to enter the city. Their fear of Yang Yi had gone deep into their bones. Since the experts from the Alliance of All didn't dare to enter Dawn City, it made the final paradise in the human dimension. No one dared to cause trouble here. Everyone feared the blood-red sword energy in the air above the Qin estate. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had arrived in the Devil Dimension, the Devil Capital. It was quite a famous city in the Devil Dimension. Even at a time like this, it was still bustling. Everywhere else in the Devil Dimension had started to fall into chaos, but not this place. Because the #1 clan of the Devil race resided here, the Gulen clan. The Gulen clan status was merely below the royal family. It was the Gulen clan that was leading the Devil race's invasion in the human dimension, and countless experts of the Devil race had gained tremendously from the human dimension under their lead. That was why the Gulen clan's status in the Devil race was growing greater and greater. At a certain underground prison in the city, there were around 100 people here, and all of them were women. Moreover, they were beautiful human women. They were the women that the Gulen clan's young master, Gulen Han, had taken from the human dimension, and it was to use them as furnaces. All of them had despair on their faces. They were covered in restrictions. So, it was impossible for them to even kill themselves. They had no hope left. Because the human race was on the verge of destruction. The human race would either be annihilated or enslaved in the future. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded in their ears. All of them were stunned by it. A beautiful woman in a green dress among them suddenly stood up. "He's here. Qin Yu." "Who is it?" A woman by her side asked softly. The woman in the green dress was Qin Chuan's younger sister, Qin Yu. She clenched her fists. "Yang Yi! Yang Yi!" All of the others were stunned. Devil Capital. Yang Yi stood before its walls while blood-red light coiled around him. A white-robed old man stood not too far ahead of him, and there were over a dozen around the old man. The old man was a sage, and the weakest among the rest was at the major Zen realm. Besides that, there were countless experts watching from the city walls. As for within the city, many other experts were rushing out incessantly. Unlike the human race, the devil race may be in chaos, but they knew they should stay united. Even though they only stayed united mostly for the sake of plundering others, they were still united at the very least. Now that they knew someone was attacking, countless experts immediately converged here. The old man sized up Yang Yi and asked, "Who are you?" Yang Yi replied, "Where's Gulen Han?" "Gulen Han?" The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. "Why do you want to see?" Hiss. Suddenly, the heads of 3 experts by the old man's side flew up into the air, and blood sprayed out like a fountain from their necks. Everyone here was stunned by this scene. They were all major Zen realm experts, but they'd been instantly annihilated just like that. The white-robed old man's face turned unprecedentedly solemn, and he slowly clenched his fists while his profound energy started to surge madly. Suddenly, a blood-red sword appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then it appeared behind the old man. The old man was shocked. A terrifying aura swept out from him, but as soon as it appeared, it was suppressed by a strand of slaughter and tint. Bang! An instant later, it pierced through the back of the old man's head. Blood sprayed out, and the old man's body stiffened on the spot. Suddenly, the blood-red sword flashed above the city walls. Hiss! 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 A few hundred heads flew up into the air while accompanied by hundreds of fountains of blood. It was an extremely shocking scene. Bam! 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 The heads descended to the ground and formed an extremely neat line. At this moment, the surroundings were extremely quiet. Those who were still alive gazed at Yang Yi like they were looking at a monster. Instant annihilation. Even a sage had been annihilated in an instant. Meanwhile, Yang Yi entered the city, and no one stopped him. Yang Yi stopped once he entered it and said, 3 breaths of time. They'll slaughter this entire city if Gulen Han doesn't show himself by then. Slaughter the city. New novel chapters are published on LibRead. Suddenly someone shouted, "He's Yang Yi! Yang Yi!" clamorous noise resounded as soon as that name was heard. They naturally knew Yang Yi, and it was Yang Yi who had forcefully resisted the alliance of all sages and killed many of them instead. Most importantly, Yang Yi had attained the progenitor realm and slaughter intent. Yet now, Yang Yi was in the devil capital. Meanwhile, 3 breaths of time had passed. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and then a blood-red sword shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Hiss, 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 hiss. Countless heads flew up into the air. A slaughter. Yang Yi had truly started slaughtering. Everyone was horrified and started fleeing in all directions. Suddenly, a few dozen figures appeared near Yang Yi, and they were led by a white-haired old man. He was the master of Devil Capital, the ancestor of the Gulen clan. The old man sized up Yang Yi and asked, "May I know how my Gulen clan offended you?" Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and the old man's pupils constricted. He clenched both his fists and slammed them forward. Bang! Bang! 2 terrifying waves of energy surged out, but they were instantly sliced into bits by the blood-red sword energy. Hiss! Everyone watched as the old man's arms flew off his body, and he was blasted over 10 kilometers away as well. All the experts here turned pale from the sight of this. Yang Yi was actually that strong. Suddenly, Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the blood-red sword returned to his grasp. Right when Yang Yi was about to attack again, the white-haired old man suddenly roared with fury, "Bring Gulen Han here." This time, he was truly afraid. Yang Yi wasn't someone just any ordinary sage could resist. It didn't take long for a young man to be brought over. He was Gulen Han. Gulen Han glanced at Yang Yi and asked, "Why you're looking for me?" The Qin clan. Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of Gulen Han, the Qin clan's Qin Yu. The white-haired old man's face instantly turned extremely unsightly when he heard this. He gazed at Gulen Han while slaughter intent filled his eyes. He naturally knew a little about what Gulen Han was doing, but he chose to close an eye to it. However, he hadn't expected Gulen Han to actually offend Yang Yi. The Qin clan. Gulen Han's face changed for a moment, and then he said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Hiss. Gulen Han's arms flew off into the air. Gulen Han's face instantly turned ghastly pale. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly appeared in front of Gulen Han and kicked him away while roaring with fury, "Hurry up and give her to him." At this moment, Gulen Han realized how serious the situation was. It didn't take long for Qin Yu to be brought to Yang Yi. Yang Yi spoke softly, "Are you all right?" She glanced at him and said, "Is my brother really gone?" Yang Yi felt something stab his heart. He took a step forward and spoke softly, "I'm sorry." Qin Yu shook her head while tears couldn't help but flow down her face. "It's not your fault. It was his own choice, so both my father and I understand it. But we really don't want him to go. We really don't." Yang Yi rubbed her head gently. "I, Yang Yi, am your brother from now on." Qin Yu looked up at Yang Yi for a long time and spoke softly, "There are many others being held down there. Save them too, all right? Otherwise, they'll suffer a horrible end. Let them go now." Suddenly, the white-haired old man howled with fury. At this moment, he was beyond horrified. He was horrified, truly horrified. Yang Yi had attained the progenitor realm and slaughter intent, so Yang Yi was a god of slaughter. Yang Yi was a terrible demon. Yang Yi was even more terrifying than he had been. Now, Yang Yi killed for every little thing. So, at this moment, the old man even had the desire to kill Gulen Han. After all, Gulen Han just had to offend this god of death. As soon as the old man gave the order, it didn't take long for all the human women to be released. At this moment, every one of them and the others from the devil race were looking at Yang Yi. It was especially so for the white-haired old man's group. They just wanted Yang Yi to leave right now. Yang Yi spoke softly, "Let's go." However, Qin Yu shook her head and said, "They frequently visit the human dimension, and countless have been cruelly murdered by them. As for us human women, countless of us have been brutally murdered by them." She gazed at Yang Yi. "If we leave today, it's very likely that they'll go and capture these girls again. Big brother, help me kill them all, all right?" Big brother. Yang Yi couldn't help but give in. He nodded lightly, "All right." As soon as he said that, a sword howl resounded, and then a blood-red sword shot up into the air. An instant later, rays of blood-red sword energy flashed through the city. Hiss, 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 hiss. Head after head flew up into the air, and it didn't take long for the entire ground to be dyed red with blood. It was an absolutely horrifying sight. Chapter 2192, I heard you're very strong. Chapter 2192, I heard you're very strong. As for the white-haired old man and the others, they'd fled as soon as Yang Yi attacked. Flee. As far as they were concerned, all they could do was flee. Fight? Who could fight Yang Yi? The white-haired old man, the ancestor of the Gulen clan, had lost his arms in an instant. So who could fight Yang Yi? Shrill cries resounded incessantly throughout the city. Everywhere the blood-red sword passed, nothing remained. In just a short while, there wasn't a single living soul left in the city. Outside the city, Yang Yi led the girls away. He walked for a while before he seemed to have thought of something and immediately flicked out a ray of sword energy. A sword howl resounded, and it entered the city. Boom! They watched as the entire city exploded apart, and then a ray of light flashed. In an instant, the entire city was obliterated. Yang Yi gazed at Qin Yu. Do you feel better now? Qin Yu gazed at Yang Yi, and her tears surged without end. Yang Yi spoke softly. Are you going to return to the Qin clan or leave with me? She glanced at the other girls, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Can I take them with me and go with you? She could discern that Yang Yi didn't want to interfere in the human race's business. If she chose to return to the Qin clan, the other girls would probably suffer, because the Qin clan couldn't and wouldn't protect them. Yang Yi naturally understood her thoughts, so he nodded lightly, of course. Qin Yu was delighted. Thank you. Just like that, Yang Yi led them all to Void Spirit Continent. After he made arrangements for them, he went into the Primordial Pagoda. In the second level, Yang Yi sat by Nanjing's side and took her hand. He spoke softly, I'll stay with you. On a desolate planet without any spirit energy, a woman suddenly descended on it. She was the god race's Ding Xiaoyao. Other experts from the god race were by her side, a total of 26 sages. Ding Xiaoyao led them toward the distance, and it didn't take long for her to stop. There was a bottomless abyss not too far away from them. Ding Xiaoyao looked down at it in silence. A long time passed before she waved both her hands. In an instant, space here trembled, and then a huge and strange formation of light covered the abyss. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded from far away in the sky. Ding Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed slightly and stopped what she was doing. The other sages behind her were about to act, but she stopped them. A short while later, a sword descended before her. The Sword Supreme. It was the number 1 sword in the large universe, the Sword Supreme. Ding Xiaoyao placed her hands behind her back and asked, What is it? The Sword Supreme spoke solemnly. Is your god race really going to revive him? Ding Xiaoyao nodded. Why? Are you going to stop me? The Sword Supreme fell silent. This abyss was something Emperor Xinyuan had used her to create, and it had buried the mighty patriarch of the god race, Shi Tian. However, only she and Emperor Xinyuan knew that Shi Tian hadn't really been killed by that attack. He was merely heavily injured. A supreme expert at Shi Tian's level wasn't that easy to kill. After that, Emperor Xinyuan had planned to attack Shi Tian every 10 years until Shi Tian was killed. However, the experts of the human race feared Emperor Xinyuan, who had the Sword Supreme in his grasp, so they suddenly attacked him and killed him. Now, the god race was about to revive Shi Tian. However, the Alliance of All didn't have the ability to stop them. Even if she notified the other 2 paths and some other experts, there was still no one who was willing to come here. She felt helpless. After that battle between the 2 paths and Yang Yi, they had truly suffered severe losses. Especially all those 5 progenitors, they had paid a terrible price to kill young Wudi. Now, they were helpless against Ding Xiaoyao and the god race's plans. As for why Ding Xiaoyao had chosen this moment to revive Shi Tian, the reasons above were it. If it was in the past, her actions would definitely be obstructed by the experts of all the races. At that time, it wouldn't be Yang Yi who had to face 5 progenitors and over 100 sages, It would be the god race that faced such a force. So, she'd been waiting for a chance, and she finally got it. The Sword Supreme fell silent for a long time, and then she said, "Your god race won't be the final winner." Ding Xiaoyao glanced at the Sword Supreme. "If I were you, I would leave. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave in a while. After all, you're just a sword now. No matter how strong you are, you're still just a sword when without a master." The Sword Supreme fell silent for a long time, and then she transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. Ding Xiaoyao closed her eyes slowly. "You are just a sword." New novel chapters are published on LibRead. CM. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked over to the side of the abyss. All those years ago, Shi Tian had fought off the experts from all the races and the four paths at this very spot, and it was at this very spot that the god race vanished from the large universe. They either died or fled. How strong was the god race at that time? A long time passed before Ding Xiaoyao shook her head and waved her hands. In an instant, an expanse of the starry sky appeared in the sky above the continent. An instant later, countless rays of starlight surged down from deep within space. In an instant, the entire abyss started to tremble. A strand of aura gradually arose from deep within the bottom of the abyss. It was quite weak, like the breathing of an infant. Meanwhile, Ding Xiaoyao waved her hands lightly, and a ray of white light appeared before her. Snowy glanced at her and remained silent. Ding Xiaoyao said, "Spirit energy, I need spirit energy." Snowy remained silent. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man walked over to her. "Strategist, let's show her who's boss. Otherwise, she won't be obedient." Bam! The middle-aged man suddenly flew off into the distance. Over 3 kilometers away, the middle-aged man slammed against the ground. He gazed at her with bewilderment. "Strategist, Ding Xiaoyao glanced coldly at him. "I don't need you to teach me what to do." The middle-aged man was shocked and hurriedly fell to his knees. "I'm sorry." Ding Xiaoyao's status in the god race was too supreme. Of course, it wasn't just her status. Her strength was extremely formidable too. Besides Zhir, Ding Xiaoyao possessed absolute authority in the god race. Ding Xiaoyao withdrew her gaze and looked at Snowy. She stretched out her hand with the intent to touch Snowy, but the latter avoided her. Ding Xiaoyao's hand stiffened slightly, and then she spoke softly. "Snowy, they'll kill you in Yangyi if you don't help me. You don't want anything to happen to him, right?" Snowy glared angrily at Ding Xiaoyao. Ding Xiaoyao waved her right hand with an indifferent expression on her face. "Kill Yangyi." Those sages behind her turned around and walked away. Suddenly, Snowy obstructed them. She gazed at Ding Xiaoyao, and then a strand of spirit energy appeared here. A short while later, the spirit energy surged incessantly into the abyss. Just like that, countless strands of spirit energy and stellar energy surged madly into the abyss. Ding Xiaoyao looked down into the abyss with her hands behind her back. Her gaze was icy cold, and indifference covered her face. An old man was watching all of this from far away in space. It was the Tao progenitor. The Tao progenitor naturally knew what she was doing, but he still couldn't stop her. That woman over there had thought about everything. The alliance of all, the four paths, Yangyi. Shed used the complicated relationship between Yangyi, the alliance of all, and the four paths to create the best opportunity for the god race, an opportunity for it to rise up once more. Now, the god race's rise was unstoppable. A long time later, the Tao progenitor sighed softly and left. Meanwhile, there was another old man on another side. It was Elder Yuan, or as others called him, Heaven's Secret. Zhongyi was by his side. After he left the weapon path, Zhongyi had been staying with Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan spoke softly. "Shi Tian is about to be revived." Zhongyi asked, "The same invincible Shi Tian from all those years ago?" The old man nodded lightly. "If it wasn't for him, the god race would have been annihilated all those years ago. He's really an extraordinary person." Many progenitors coupled with Emperor Xinyuan who wielded Sword Supreme were barely able to win that battle all those years ago. Unfortunately, they weren't able to annihilate the god race. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't want to, they just couldn't. That little girl's father, the strategist of the god race during Shi Tian's time, was an extraordinary figure too. He paused for a moment and gazed at Ding Xiaoyao. An extraordinary father had no useless children. Zhong Yi shook his head. This large universe won't be able to endure more of these battles. The old man was about to say something when the abyss suddenly started trembling, and then a terrifying aura gradually seeped out from within it. The old man spoke softly. "He's emerging." Boom. Meanwhile, a terrifying aura shot out from the abyss, and then a golden pillar of energy surged out. A short while passed before a middle-aged man appeared within the golden pillar of energy. The sages behind Ding Xiaoyao knelt down in unison. "Patriarch." Ding Xiaoyao closed her eyes slowly. It worked. Ha ha. Suddenly, roaring laughter resounded from within the golden pillar of energy, and it surged through the sky. Or to be more precise, the roaring laughter resounded through countless worlds. The laughter was filled with happiness and a sense of freedom. Large universe. Shi Tian. Embark. Meanwhile, a voice resounded through every corner of the large universe. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a cloud-white robe appeared near the abyss. Ding Xiaoyao and the others gazed at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man ignored Ding Xiaoyao's group, and he just walked slowly toward the golden pillar of light. "I heard you're very strong. I hope it's true." A voice came from within the pillar of golden energy. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man shook his head slightly. "There's a type of feeling in this world. I don't want to continue having that feeling." He stopped at this point and looked straight at the pillar of golden energy. "Do you know what that feeling is? It's the feeling of being invincible." Chapter 2193 Kill Them All. Chapter 2193 Kill Them All. The feeling of being invincible. Ding Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed slightly while an extremely solemn expression appeared on her face. She'd seen the middle-aged man in the past, and he was the most mysterious and unfathomable existence she'd met. At this moment, the middle-aged man walked over to the golden pillar of energy and tapped his finger forward. Hiss! The golden pillar of energy instantly exploded apart and transformed into fragments that rained down from the sky. A middle-aged man in a violet robe was within the pillar of light. His hair hung down loosely to his shoulders, his figure was robust, and there was a dignified expression on his face. He was the god race's Shi Tian. At this moment, Shi Tian was looking at the middle-aged man too. Shi Tian walked slowly to the middle-aged man, and then he tapped his finger at the middle-aged man. The heavens and the earth seemed to fall to deathly silence before this movement. The world dimmed down. Meanwhile, a sword howl resounded. Hiss! At this moment, a ray of sword energy sliced through the world, and then Shi Tian was pushed over 30 kilometers back. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man in cloud-white robes had turned around and started walking away. Stopping before someone got hurt? Not at all. The middle-aged man didn't have the desire to continue fighting, because Shi Tian wasn't at his peak. "Who are you?" Suddenly, Shi Tian spoke in a low voice. His right hand was behind his back, and if someone was behind him, that person would notice that an extremely deep injury was on that arm. The middle-aged man didn't say a single word. "Senior." Suddenly, Ding Xiaoyao appeared before the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man glanced at her, and she spoke solemnly. "The large universe is in danger right now, and you're so strong. So please, what does that have to do with me?" The middle-aged man looked her in the eyes. "Your natural talent isn't bad. Unfortunately, you just love to play with that thing called strategy. Little girl, all strategy is useless before absolute strength." Ding Xiaoyao felt quite uncomfortable. "That's not necessarily the case." "It isn't." The man grinned. "If I wanted to annihilate your god race right now, it would only take a moment. So, tell me, how would you stop me?" Ding Xiaoyao's expression changed. The middle-aged man shook his head. He was about to leave when Ding Xiaoyao suddenly asked, "Senior, what do you think about Yang Yi? He's called the #1 sword cultivator in the large universe right now, but you seem to use the sword too." "Yang Yi." The middle-aged man stopped, fell silent for a long time, and then he spoke softly. "His sword Dao is a little complicated, Both his slaughter Tao and sword Tao aren't pure enough. His slaughter Tao isn't pure enough because emotions still remain in his heart, and he cannot be ruthless. His sword Tao isn't pure enough because he has slaughter intent in his heart. Both his slaughter Tao and sword Tao's source of power comes from emotions. If he can stay true to his heart and never lose sight of that, then he will have his own Tao. Ding Xiaoyao glanced at the middle-aged man and said, "Senior, your sword Tao seems to be the exact opposite of that." The middle-aged man glanced at Ding Xiaoyao with deep meaning in his eyes. "You are very smart." The middle-aged man didn't say another word and just vanished into the distance. Ding Xiaoyao closed her eyes slowly. "It should be as I think." A long time passed before Ding Xiaoyao turned around and went over to Shi Tian. Meanwhile, Shi Tian asked, "You're Seer's daughter?" She nodded. A gentle expression flashed through his eyes. "Your Ding clan has sacrificed too much for my god race. If it wasn't for your father's sacrifice, my god race would have been annihilated in that battle." Ding Xiaoyao remained silent. Shi Tian closed his eyes slowly. "It's fine. They'll make all of them pay 1,000-fold for what they've done." Meanwhile, Ding Xiaoyao suddenly said, "I want to take a rest." "Huh?" Shi Tian gazed at her, and she spoke softly, "Lord Shi Tian, since you've been revived, I'll leave the god race to you. I want to live some time in peace. Please allow me to do so." Shi Tian gazed at her for a long time and said, "All right, but remember that the god race's door and the position of strategist is always open to you." Ding Xiaoyao nodded, and then she released Snowy and said, "There's one more thing. This sprite lord can do many things for our god race, and she helped me on many occasions in the past, so I hope you'll take good care of her." Shi Tian glanced at Snowy and nodded. "All right." Ding Xiaoyao bowed slightly and gazed at Snowy. She spoke softly, "Be obedient. You can't be so willful as you've been in the past." Snowy glared angrily at her and started waving her claws. Yang Yi will come." That was what Snowy was telling her. Ding Xiaoyao grinned and left without saying a word. She arrived at a deathly silent place. It was the former capital of the god race, yet now, it was filled with deathly silence. It was without spirit energy or any signs of life. Deathly silent. Everyone here was dead. Ding Xiaoyao knelt down slowly while 2 streams of tears seeped out from her eyes without end. "Father, I don't want to kill him, and I don't want to harm him. But the other races slaughtered 370 of our cities, killed billions of our people, and practically annihilated us. I have to avenge it. They can't be allowed to die for nothing. My Ding clan's 1,600 people's vengeful souls still remain. So I have no choice." The god race had lost in the battle against the other races. However, very few knew how the other races had treated the ordinary people of the god race. All 370 cities of the god race had been slaughtered. Blood covered the large universe at that time. The winner makes the rules. The god race lost, so that was the consequence of its loss. A debt of blood. A long time passed before she stood up slowly. "I've done everything I can for the god race. He saved my life all those years ago, so I'll give my life back to him." She turned around and left. In the depths of the endless black holes, there was a door of light. Suddenly, it shook, and then a phantom walked out slowly from within it. A short while later, the phantom gradually became material. The phantom was shaped like a human, but was much more robust, and its pupils were gray. It was a woman. She wore dark gold armor, a helmet, and a dark golden spear hung on her back. There was a huge beast beneath her. The beast was like a horse, but it was much larger than an ordinary horse. It was completely pitch black, with crimson-red eyes, and a pair of wings on its back. Its wings were pitch black too and sharp like blades. She glanced at the surroundings, and then she vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, millions of kilometers away on Void Spirit Continent, Tianxiu suddenly looked up within the primordial pagoda, and her eyes narrowed slightly. The aura of death. The undying cavalry. They're here. The undying cavalry? Yang Yi appeared by her side and rubbed her head gently. "What's that?" Tianxiu lowered her head slightly. "An army. A powerful army. A powerful army." Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time before he spoke softly. "Xiu, I'm really curious about who you are. She looked up at Yang Yi. Do you really want to know? Yang Yi shook his head. I don't. All I know is that you're Aisho. She cracked a smile that was extremely brilliant when she heard him. A short while later, she took his hand. Big brother, you want to take revenge, right? Yang Yi nodded. Of course. Tianxiu spoke softly. Can you wait? Yang Yi gazed at her with bewilderment. Huh? She explained softly. They will suffer for their own decisions. You must work hard on improving your strength, because people even more terrifying than them have arrived. I sense their auras, and they'll arrive very soon. Yang Yi frowned. He had a very bad feeling. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time. He was about to speak when Yang Lianshuang suddenly entered the primordial pagoda. She went over to Yang Yi and said, Shi Tian from the god race has been revived. The god race's patriarch. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. What about Snowy? Yang Lianshuang spoke softly. Snowy is with Shi Tian. As for Ding Xiaoyao, she seems to have vanished. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time and said, I understand. Yang Lianshuang suddenly asked, If anything happens to Snowy, then? Yang Yi gazed at her. If anything happens to Snowy, they'll kill every member of the god race, and he'll take every drop of their blood. All the races couldn't annihilate them, so we'll do it instead. Snowy was his reverse scale. Anyone who touched Snowy deserved to die. Yang Lianshuang sighed softly and didn't say another word. I'm heading out. They'll leave the rest to you. Yang Yi transformed into a ray of blood-red light and vanished. The weapon path. A middle-aged man suddenly arrived at the entrance of the weapon dimension. It was Shi Tian. The guardian of the weapon dimension appeared before Shi Tian. He was about to speak when Shi Tian stretched out his hand and made a pinching motion. Bam! The guardian's body exploded into bits. Shi Tian raised his palm and slapped it down. Bang! The entire barrier around the weapon dimension was obliterated, and then Shi Tian and 26 sages of the god race appeared within the weapon dimension. Everyone here was shocked, and countless experts charged up into the sky. Shi Tian glanced at the surroundings and ordered indifferently, Kill them all. Chapter 2194 Battle with a Progenitor. Chapter 2194 Battle with a Progenitor. The weapon dimension. The weapon dimension instantly fell into chaos when the god race's army arrived. But it didn't take long for an invisible wave of pressure to appear in the sky above the weapon dimension. An instant later, an old man appeared not too far away from Shi Tian. It was the weapon progenitor. The weapon progenitor glanced at Shi Tian. We really were careless all those years ago. Careless? A cold smile curled up on the corners of Shi Tian's mouth. All of you really were careless. Now, isn't it time to repay the debt you owe my god race? He waved his right hand once he finished speaking. In an instant, the experts behind him charged into the weapon dimension. Suddenly, countless experts appeared here. Sages. 49 sages. They were led by the Buddhist progenitor and the Tao progenitor. Besides that, the evil progenitor and devil progenitor were there too. For progenitors, once they found out that Shi Tian had been revived, it was impossible for them to have made no preparations. They were allied together. Presently, all three paths and the alliance of all had formed an agreement to become allies that lived and died together. They'd agreed to fight the god race together. Of course, there was Yang Yi too. Yang Yi was a monstrous genius that they didn't have the ability to kill anymore. If they really wanted to kill him, they would have to pay a painful price. It was a price that they could pay if the god race didn't exist. However, the god race did exist. So, even if they knew that they couldn't let Yang Yi continue growing, they were powerless to stop him. Shi Tian's eyes narrowed. Your reaction is really quick. After he was revived, had planned to take them by surprise and annihilate the weapon path first. But he hadn't expected them to have taken precautions. Meanwhile, the Buddhist progenitor pressed his palms together and praised Buddha before he said, Shi Tian, everything that happened in the past. Why not look to the future? The large universe and all the races can live in harmony. You, in the past? Shi Tian had a ferocious expression on his face. You old baldy. All of you annihilated hundreds of our cities and practically annihilated my god race. Yet you're saying it's all in the past now. Tian slammed a punch forward. Bang! A powerful wave of pressure rippled out, and the entire weapon dimension almost collapsed before it. Meanwhile, the Buddhist progenitor suddenly released a ray of golden light, and it flashed and obstructed Tian's attack. Meanwhile, Tian suddenly laughed coldly. So all of you are injured, aren't you too? The Buddhist progenitor replied indifferently, you were heavily injured all those years ago and almost died. How much have you recovered now? Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he seemed to be considering something. The Buddhist progenitor spoke indifferently. All those years ago, you were unmatched in the world. But after falling into deep sleep until now, you're still the same person from back then, but all of us aren't the same anymore. Even if we're heavily injured, our joint forces can annihilate you. However, we'll have to pay a price. If your god race really wants to die with us, then we'll accompany you at any time. Die together. Tian slowly clenched his fists. If he attacked now, he really could bring them down with him. However, the god race would probably face annihilation. In the end, Tian glanced coldly at them and left with the experts from the god race. You won't have to wait too long. Tian's voice resounded through the sky. The surroundings fell silent. Presently, the Alliance of All and the Three Paths were in an extremely bad situation. They'd suffered a terrible price while trying to kill Yang Yi, but Yang Yi was still alive. Now, Yang Yi was growing stronger. The worst part was that the god race was back, and there was the end times too. Now, the internal conflict between their forces was growing worse too. They had no spirit energy. Everyone wanted spirit energy. Presently, it was a dog-eat-dog world, and only the strong survived. The weak had no ability to survive, and they could only be robbed and killed. Stop it? It was impossible to stop it. If they were stopped from plundering others, then how would they survive? Meanwhile, someone suddenly asked, the Sprite Lord is in the god race's hands? The weapon progenitor nodded slightly. Indeed, the Buddhist progenitor spoke softly. We can't seize that Sprite Lord for now, but it's fine. That madman will definitely look for trouble with the god race, and the opportunity he creates for us while he keeps the god race busy will be beneficial for our recuperation. The others nodded. Everyone knew how important the Sprite Lord was to Yang Yi. Since the god race had taken it, Yang Yi would definitely not let the matter rest. Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi was in the starry sky. The starry sky was boundless. Yang Yi traveled through it on his own. A long time passed before he stopped, and a palace stood not too far ahead of him. Nether Palace. It was the headquarters of the Nether Pavilion. Yang Yi walked slowly to it. Meanwhile, a black-robed man appeared not too far away from him. The black-robed man shouted fiercely, "Who are you?" Hiss. A ray of blood-red sword energy flashed. In an instant, a layer of blood-red mist covered the area, and the black-robed man's head flew up into the air. It only took a moment for over a dozen terrifying auras to sweep toward Yang Yi. Yang Yi took a step forward, and then a strand of slaughter and tint surged out from him. Boom! The terrifying auras were instantly obliterated. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had entered Nether Palace, and there were 13 mysterious black-robed figures in front of him. They were about to attack when a voice resounded, "Let him pass." They turned around and moved to the side. Meanwhile, a woman appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. It was Xiao Xiyo. She sized up Yang Yi and smiled. "What? Want to take revenge?" Meanwhile, a blood-red sword suddenly appeared before her forehead, but it stopped when it just touched her forehead. Xiao Xiyo was holding his sword with a mysterious energy, causing it to be unable to move an inch forward. She gazed at him. "You are much stronger than before. However, you think you can kill a progenitor? You're still too young." Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Yi and his sword were blasted over 1 kilometer away. But it only took an instant for him to appear behind her, and then a sword stabbed into her back. However, it hadn't really stabbed into anything. Xiao Xiyo was over 1 kilometer away, where Yang Yi had been standing an instant ago. Meanwhile, she stretched out her right hand. In an instant, strands of dark energy converged like a storm. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart. A sword howl resounded, and then rays of blood-red sword energy appeared here. Boom, 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 boom. The entire area was filled with explosions. The strength they revealed blasted both of them over 10 kilometers away. However, as soon as he stopped himself, Yang Yi appeared in front of Xiao Xiao again. A blood-red sword suddenly descended from above her. Xiao Xiao's expression remained unchanged as she slapped her palm up. Bang! Yang Yi was pushed back again, but at the same time, Xiao Xiao suddenly vanished. She was in front of Yang Yi when she appeared again, and then a ray of cold light shot toward Yang Yi's throat. Yang Yi's reaction was extremely swift. However, he didn't choose to block the attack. He just stabbed his sword forward. A life for a life. Xiao Xiao didn't dodge it, and the cold light sped up instead. Because she was confident that her dagger would slice Yang Yi's throat first. Just as she had expected, it struck Yang Yi's throat. Hiss. However, a thin layer of armor appeared there. The primordial armor. It fully stopped her dagger while Yang Yi's sword stabbed against her chest. Bam! Xiao Xiao was blasted away. Yang Yi was about to follow up with another attack when a black palm suddenly slammed down at him. Yang Yi raised his sword and swung it. Bang! The black palm was instantly blasted apart while Yang Yi was pushed back again. At the instant that happened, Yang Yi waved his right palm, and a ray of blood-red light slammed down at Xiao Xiao like a bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, an afterimage suddenly slammed against the blood-red sword energy. Boom! The sword energy exploded apart. An instant later, Xiao Xiao appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then a ferocious smile curled up on the corners of her mouth. At the same time, a pitch-black palm slammed down at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was about to counterattack when it suddenly grew stronger, and an invisible wave of pressure appeared on Yang Yi. It almost crushed him. It was extremely terrifying. Suddenly, a mysterious force appeared here. The sword domain. As soon as it appeared, Xiao Xiao's expression changed slightly. A moment later, countless rays of blood-red sword energy sliced the mysterious energy into bits, and then the sword energy enveloped her. Boom! A moment of silence ensued before Yang Yi's sword energy exploded apart. At this moment, Xiao Xiao was already 30 kilometers away. She looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Interesting. I'll fight you again once I've recuperated. She vanished on the spot with the other experts of the Nether Pavilion. She was temporarily avoiding him. After fighting him for a while, she noticed that she really couldn't do anything to Yang Yi right now. Even if they continued and she won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. She was heavily injured, and she couldn't allow Yang Yi to make it worsen. So, she chose to leave. Yang Yi's face was extremely ferocious at this point, and he swung his blood-red sword forward. Boom! The Nether Palace ahead of him was instantly obliterated. Helpless. He felt extremely helpless. He couldn't stop her from leaving at all. A long time passed before Yang Yi took a deep breath and spoke softly. Second sister. Qin Xuan, Yu Jing, brother monkey, give me a little more time, just a little. I'll use the blood of the alliance of all and the two paths as an offering to all of you. Chapter 2195. I'll protect them. This battle allowed Yang Yi to realize a problem. His strength wasn't sufficient. Presently, it was quite difficult for him to kill a progenitor. Moreover, Xiao Xiao was even injured. If she wasn't injured, then not to mention killing her, even surviving would be a problem for him. Strength. A long time passed before Yang Yi turned around and left. Not long after Yang Yi left, a woman appeared where had been standing. It was Xiao Xiao. Her face was absolutely gloomy as she gazed in the direction Yang Yi had left toward. There was an extremely deep injury on her palm. Yang Yi's strength had far surpassed her expectations. While Yang Yi couldn't kill her now, she couldn't do anything to him either. A progenitor was helpless against a sage. It was quite laughable, but that was the truth. A long time passed before she spoke softly. He can't be allowed to continue growing. He had a sense of terror this time. After the god race left, the large universe welcomed a trace of peace. However, the negative influence of the end times was still present. The worst among all the races was the human race. Presently, the human race was the target of all the other races when it came to plundering. Countless experts traveled to the human race to plunder, and the human race didn't fight back. So, the human dimension had fallen completely. At this time, someone revealed that Yang Yi was in Void Spirit Continent, so countless humans started to flee there. Hope. As far as the humans were concerned, it was their final hope. Yang Yi had shown himself in Dawn City, and just a single strand of his sword energy made no expert dare to step foot into the city. So, the only person in the human race who could instill fear or even terror in the alliance of all was Yang Yi. Void Spirit Continent. Regardless of whether there was spirit energy there, all that mattered was survival. Just like that, countless human cultivators fled incessantly to Void Spirit Continent. Void Spirit Continent, in the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground while forming a seal with his hands, and his entire body emanated a red glow. Slaughter intent. After his slaughter intent attained the progenitor realm, it was actually quite unstable. It was unstable because of his cultivation. He was just at the sage realm, but his slaughter intent was in the progenitor realm. Their realms didn't match. Because of that, it made him frequently affected by his slaughter intent to the point of only wanting to kill. While he really wanted to kill, he didn't want to be enslaved by that desire to kill. Now, he was fortifying his sword heart, because a strong sword heart would make him impossible to be enslaved by slaughter intent. Moreover, he would be able to gain better control over his slaughter intent. If he could truly control it, its might would rise a level higher. Outside the primordial pagoda, more and more were arriving on Void Spirit Continent, and all of them traveled to Void Spirit City. Void Spirit City was the city Yang Yi and the others resided in. While it was in a state of ruin now, countless people treated it as their final hope. However, they faced a problem. Would Yang Yi let them stay? When compared with the alliance of all, they feared Yang Yi even more. Yang Yi had attained the progenitor realm and slaughter intent, so he was like a god of slaughter to them. A person like that would kill for the slightest dissatisfaction. However, they had no other choice. If they stayed in the human dimension, they would either be killed by their fellow humans or the alliance of all, but they may have a chance to survive here. Before the damaged entrance of Void Spirit City, Yang Lianshuang couldn't help but frown as she looked at the human cultivators. Qin Yu and Situ Tingyun were by her side. There weren't many humans before them, just a little over 1,000. All of those humans were looking at the three of them. Yang Lianshuang remained silent. She was facing quite a dilemma right now. Let them stay? If she allowed it, more and more would come here. If she was being honest, she didn't want to let them stay, because they would have more and more problems if she allowed these people to stay. But she knew that they wouldn't survive for long if she made them leave. So, to let them stay or make them leave? Let them stay. Suddenly, a voice resounded. Yang Lianshuang looked over and saw a young girl walking over slowly. It was Tianxiu. Yang Lianshuang glanced at the mysterious young girl before her and asked, "Why?" Tianxiu walked over to Yang Lianshuang's side and replied softly, "Do you really want the human race to be annihilated?" Yang Lianshuang fell silent. Tianxiu looked up at the sky. There is a form of energy. It's called the energy of the living, and it's strong beyond your imagination. She gazed at the city and continued, "If the human race is annihilated and only all of you are left, you'll feel unprecedentedly lonely." Yang Lianshuang glanced at the human before them and fell silent. Meanwhile, Tianxiu continued, "The sages of the human race betrayed him, but these people in the lower levels of society didn't. They don't have the right to make any decisions, so it isn't fair to make them suffer the consequences that the sages of the human race brought about." Tianxiu turned around and walked off to the side. Yang Lianshuang fell silent for a long time, and then she gazed at the humans before her. "Go inside." At this moment, countless people started crying. Despair. People who weren't living in the human dimension couldn't understand how they felt right now. In the human dimension, enemies were everywhere, and it was even to the extent that their loved ones may become their enemies too. Coupled with the experts from the alliance of all plundering throughout the dimension, it could be said that the human dimension had truly become hell on earth. Void Spirit Continent was their final hope. If even this place wouldn't take them in, then only despair was left for them. That was why they came here, even if this place may not have spirit energy. They just wanted to live and escape the human dimension. Yang Lianshuang had quite the complicated emotions in her heart as she gazed at them. Indeed, many people in the human race were selfish, extremely selfish. But not everyone was like that. No matter what, Yang Lianshuang couldn't help but feel quite sad from the sight of them. The human race had been reduced to such a state. After they obtained Yang Lianshuang's permission, more and more humans rushed to Void Spirit Continent. Yang Lianshuang didn't refuse them and accepted all those who arrived here. She didn't tell Yang Yi about what she was doing, not because she didn't respect him, but because she felt it wasn't necessary. She had this amount of authority, at the very least. Moreover, she believed that Yang Yi wouldn't really mind either. Tian Xiu left Void Spirit Continent and arrived at the cemetery from that day. The surroundings were deathly silent and a little gloomy, and it grew even gloomier upon her arrival. An instant later, an ethereal figure appeared above every single grave here. Spirits of the dead. Over 10,000 of them. They gradually knelt down before her. Tian Xiu closed her eyes, and a long time passed before she pressed both her palms down. In an instant, all the spirits slowly descended into their respective graves. The area fell silent once more. Tian Xiu spoke softly. "Wait for me." She turned around and left once she finished speaking. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi was still cultivating, and he practically paid no attention to the outside world. Slaughter intent. He was trying to fully take control of his slaughter intent. Otherwise, he would leave an expanse of blood red wherever he went. He wasn't doing it on purpose, and it was only because he hadn't truly mastered his slaughter intent. The ability to fully control it, both in terms of releasing it and withdrawing it. Yet now, he could only release but not withdraw. Just like that, time trickled by. More and more humans were arriving in Void Spirit Continent. From just 1,000, there were tens of thousands now. While there was no spirit energy here, there was no fighting either. Ordinary people. Since there was no spirit energy here, practically all the humans here had become ordinary people. However, no one left because of that. Because this place was safe. Amon suddenly entered the primordial pagoda one day. She glanced at Yang Yi, who was still cultivating. At this moment, while there was faint red light around Yang Yi, it was much lesser than it had previously been. Obviously, Yang Yi was gradually taking control of his progenitor realm slaughter intent. Amon seemed to want to say something, but she hesitated for a while and didn't say anything in the end. She turned around and was about to leave the pagoda when Yang Yi suddenly asked, "Amon, do you need something?" She stopped, glanced at him, and said, "I want to return to the barbaric dimension." Yang Yi stood up. "What's wrong?" She replied softly, "The barbaric dimension has fallen into chaos too. My clan has quite a high position in the barbaric race, but not to mention my clan. Even the royals can barely take care of themselves, especially when the barbaric king is injured. Even though I chose to leave my clan needs me now. So, I'm here to bid farewell to you." Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, "I'll go there with you." She glanced at him and shook her head. "It isn't necessary." Yang Yi spoke softly, "I've been thinking about some things lately. You Jing, Qin Chuan, Mad Saber, Ling, and you, all of you have loved ones and clans. Now that all the races are in chaos, your loved ones are probably suffering. So, I've decided that I'll bring all of your loved ones here. While there's no spirit energy here, it's peaceful. I believe that they won't refuse that." He paused for a moment and continued, "From today onward, I'll protect all of your loved ones. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." Chapter 2196, To Slaughter. Yang Yi had planned to bring Yu Jing and the others' loved ones to Void Spirit Continent since the very beginning. The large universe was in chaos, so their loved ones were definitely in extreme danger. As for him, he had the responsibility to protect their loved ones. Amon gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and spoke softly, "You don't have to constantly feel guilt for it." Guilt. Amon was very well aware that Yang Yi would undoubtedly feel guilty for his entire life. Amon continued, they definitely don't want to see you live in guilt. Live well and live for them, all right? Yang Yi fell silent for a long time before he said, all right. She grinned. Then let's go. Just like that, they left Void Spirit Continent, the barbaric dimension. At this moment, the barbaric dimension was in utter chaos. Especially after the barbaric king was injured, he couldn't control the barbaric race anymore. So, it was truly without a leader. Gumin Estate. As soon as Amon arrived here with Yang Yi, an old man appeared before them. The old man frowned. Amon? She nodded. I want to see the patriarch. The patriarch won't see you. Suddenly, an icy cold voice came from the side. Yang Yi looked over and saw a young man walking over slowly. Amon couldn't help but frown from the sight of him. Meanwhile, the young man walked over to Amon. He glanced coldly at her and ridiculed. Didn't you announce your departure from the clan? What? You're back now? TSK. When did your words become useless like farts? Amon glanced at him, and then she gazed at the old man. I want to see the patriarch. The old man was put in quite a difficult position. Meanwhile, the young man said, the patriarch? Amon, do you know that the patriarch is dead? He's dead. Dead? Her expression changed. Gumin-ku. What are you talking about? What am I talking about? The young man had ferocity covering his face at this point. You traitor! Do you know the patriarch died because of you? You ignored the opinion of the entire clan and betrayed the clan to help the enemy of the alliance of all, Yang Yi. Because of that, our clan was targeted by our entire race, and the barbaric king used that as an excuse to kill our patriarch. As for the 13 spirit veins we had, all of them were taken by the barbaric king, the Ceylon clan, and the Nanxio clan. Now that we have no spirit energy, we can't even be considered as a third-rate clan. Now, anyone with a little strength in the barbaric race comes to our clan to plunder us. It's all because of you. The young man, Gumin-ku, was quite agitated at this point, and he stretched out his hand to grab her. However, his hand was grabbed before it could touch Amon. Yang Yi appeared in front of Amon, and he said, Calm down. Calm down? Gumin-ku glared angrily at Yang Yi. Who do you think you are? Just fuck, bang. An explosion resounded. Gumin-ku was blasted away and slammed against the city walls. The old man's expression changed. He was about to attack when Yang Yi suddenly gazed at him, and then a blood-red sword pressed against the old man's forehead, causing his body to stiffen on the spot. Yang Yi turned around and gazed at Amon. The latter spoke softly, Let's go inside. They entered Gumin Estate. Once she finished speaking, in a hall, Yang Yi and Amon were at its center, and her clansmen were around them. A white-haired old man stood before them, and he was an elder of the clan who was managing the clan now. Amon spoke softly, Third uncle. The old man glanced at her and sighed softly. Don't blame Gumin-ku. His father was killed by the experts of the Nanxi clan while protecting our spirit veins. It was quite a blow to him. Amon nodded. She was about to speak when a wave of terrifying aura appeared here. Yang Yi frowned slightly and looked outside. There were over a dozen people who descended outside the hall. They were led by a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe. It was a sage, and the people beside him were at the major Zen realm, the Nanxi clan. The old man's face fell, and he led the others out of the hall. The old man stared at the middle-aged man. Nanxi, you. Are you really planning to kill us all? Killing you all? The middle-aged man, Nanxi, you, chuckled. Of course now. I'm merely here to buy some treasures from your clan. Yes, I'm here to buy, not steal. The white-haired old man was about to speak when Nanxi Yu continued, the barbaric emperor armor. According to my knowledge, your clan has an armor like that. I'm really interested in it, so please part with it for me. The barbaric emperor armor. The expressions of everyone here turned unsightly. The barbaric emperor armor was the #1 precious treasure of the Gumin clan. While it wasn't a progenitor realm treasure, it was ranked high amongst sage rank treasures. Most importantly, it was the symbol of the Gumin clan. The symbol of the clan. The old man was livid. Nanxi Yu, if your clan really plans to go too far, then I go too far? Nanxi Yu laughed coldly. What can you do about it? Let me tell you that there's no place for your clan in the barbaric dimension now. The white-haired old man was about to say something when Amon suddenly said, "Third uncle, there's no need to say anything." The old man gazed at her, and she spoke softly. "As far as the barbaric king and those other two clans are concerned, it's the best time to annihilate our clan. They won't let such an opportunity slip by. I'm sure you know that weeds must be pulled out by the roots." The old man's face instantly turned ghastly pale. It was the same for everyone else from the Guman clan. "You understand things well, young girl." Nancy Yu laughed coldly. "It's your Guman clan's fault for taking the wrong side. All right, let's cut the crap and just hand it over. Amon, it's all your fault." Suddenly, Guman glared angrily at her. "See? It's all your fault that our clan has fallen to such a state. You traitor. You're a sinner of our clan." Suddenly, a voice resounded. "Say another word and it'll make your head fall off your body." Guman was horrified and gazed at Yang Yi. But Yang Yi ignored him and gazed at Amon. "Sorry." Amon shook her head slightly and remained silent. Yang Yi gazed at Nancy Yu, and the latter frowned. "Have we met?" Yang Yi walked slowly in Nancy Yu's direction. Suddenly, Amon said, "Forget it." Yang Yi gazed at her, and she spoke softly. "If they die, my clan will probably be unable to leave the barbaric dimension with ease." Yang Yi fell silent. She said, "Let's just leave quietly." Yang Yi nodded. "Tell them to leave with me." She was about to speak when Nancy Yu suddenly said, "Leave? You think you can leave? How laughable. Your clan's actually thinking about leaving at a time like this?" Suddenly, a sword howl resounded, and then over a dozen blood-red rays of sword energy flashed. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Besides Nancy Yu, the heads of everyone else flew up just like that. This shocked everyone here. All of them were major Zen realm experts, yet they'd been killed just like that? Nancy Yu was stunned, and then his eyes opened wide. "Why, you're Yang Yi." Yang Yi. Everyone was shocked when they heard that name. Who didn't know Yang Yi's name right now? He was the most ruthless existence in the large universe. Guman gulped while cold sweat rolled down his face. As for the others from the Guman clan, they were extremely shocked too. At this moment, they finally recalled who Amon had left their clan to help. It was Yang Yi. As soon as they thought up to this point, they couldn't help but heave sighs of relief in their hearts. Yang Yi walked slowly in Nancy Yu's direction. The latter's expression was extremely unsightly. Flee? While he was a sage, he was facing Yang Yi. The man before him made him unable to even arouse the thought of fleeing. Yang Yi stopped and said, after giving it some thought, "I decided to kill you." Yang Yi waved his right hand, and a blood-red sword shot forward. At the instant Yang Yi said that, Nancy Yu's expression had changed drastically, and a terrifying aura swept out from him. At the same time, he transformed into a ray of light that fled toward the sky. Suddenly, a ray of blood-red sword energy tore through the sky and shot deep into the clouds. A shrill cry resounded, and then a blood-red sword shot back down and stabbed into the ground. There was a bloody head by its side. It was Nancy Yu's head. The surroundings fell extremely silent. This scene had exceeded everyone's expectations. 2 attacks. Head killed a sage with just 2 attacks, and that sage didn't even have the strength to fight back. Yang Yi stretched out his right hand, and the blood-red sword flew into his grasp. Yang Yi turned around and gazed at Amon. "Tell them to get ready. We'll be back in a while." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of blood-red light and shot up into the sky. Amon hurriedly asked, "Where are you going?" A moment of silence ensued before a voice came from the side. "To slaughter." Amon was at a loss for words. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2197. No Sages for the Barbaric Race. The Nancy clan. After he left Guman Estate, Yang Yi went to the Nancy clan. The Nancy clan was in a city called Colossal Sky City, and it was one of the few peaceful cities in the barbaric dimension. It was mainly because of the Nancy clan. The Nancy clan could rank in the top 5 within the barbaric race. A ray of blood-red light descended before the city's entrance, and then it dispersed to reveal Yang Yi's figure. Yang Yi looked up at the city, and then a ray of blood-red sword energy shot forward. Hiss! Bang! The city exploded apart, and all the experts in the city were stunned. Meanwhile, a sword howl resounded, and then Yang Yi arrived in the sky above the city. He looked down while countless rays of blood-red light flickered incessantly around him. At the same time, all the experts in the city sensed bone-piercing slaughter intent. Bang! An aura charged up into the sky from within the city, and then a middle-aged man appeared before Yang Yi. The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi. "May I know who you are?" Yang Yi asked. "Where's the Nancy clan?" The middle-aged man frowned. "Why do you seek my Nancy clan?" Yang Yi asked. "You're from the Nancy clan?" The middle-aged man nodded. "I'm an elder of the Nancy clan." Nancy? Suddenly, a ray of light flashed, and then the middle-aged man's voice stopped abruptly. A moment of silence ensued before his head fell off his neck. Countless experts in the city below were shocked by this. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings from above the city. "Where's the Nancy clan?" It was extremely silent as no one answered him. Hiss! Meanwhile, a ray of sword energy descended. Bang! The entire city shook violently while dust and dirt shot up into the air. "I'll ask one last time." Yang Yi's voice resounded. "I'll slaughter the entire city if I can't find the Nancy clan." Countless experts in the city were shocked when they heard this, and they started fleeing from the city. Right when Yang Yi was about to swing his sword again, an old man suddenly appeared in front of him. A sage. The old man was a sage. The old man stared at Yang Yi. "May I know how my Nancy clan has offended you?" Yang Yi walked slowly in the old man's direction. "I can't stand the sight of your clan. Is that a good enough reason?" The old man's face instantly became extremely unsightly. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was behind the old man when he appeared again. Bang! A terrifying aura swept out from the old man, and Yang Yi was pushed over 300 m away. However, a sword was in the old man's head. Instant annihilation. A sage had been instantly annihilated. The old man stared blankly into the distance as he muttered, "Why, you're Yang Yi." Yang Yi waved his right hand. Hiss! The blood-red sword instantly flashed over to Yang Yi's grasp. A moment later, he descended into the city, and then countless shrill cries resounded. 30 breaths of time later, Yang Yi walked out of the city with his blood-red sword in hand. As for the Nancy clan, it had been wiped out from this world. After he left the city, Yang Yi flew to the Nanxio clan. As soon as he entered the city, over a dozen sages surrounded him. It was none other than the barbaric king who was leading the group. The same barbaric king who had besieged him that day. The barbaric king stared at Yang Yi. "Yang Yi, the barbaric dimension isn't a place you should have come to." Regardless of whether it was the barbaric king or the sages here, all of them were extremely vigilant. Yang Yi was too monstrous. Yang Yi nodded slightly. "I plan to go look for all of you, but now it seems like I don't have to." He was about to attack when the barbaric king suddenly said, "Yang Yi, the sages of the other races are rushing over here as we speak. It'll take just a few dozen breaths of time for them to get here. If you leave now, you can still make it. Otherwise, you think I'm afraid?" Yang Yi suddenly spoke ferociously. "Did I fear 100 sages?" As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of blood-red sword energy flashed. At the same time, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. In an instant, the sky turned blood-red like it was covered in an ocean of blood. The barbaric king's expression changed when he saw Yang Yi attack, and he hurriedly ordered, "Buy time." Hiss! As soon as he said that, the head of a nearby sage flew up into the air. The barbaric king's expression changed drastically from the sight of this. Meanwhile, another ray of light shot down at him. The barbaric king didn't dare to act carelessly, and a huge hammer appeared in his grasp before he slammed it down. Boom! In an instant, the entire sky cracked open. As for the city below, it was blasted apart. Suddenly, a sword stabbed against the tip of the hammer. Boom! A moment of silence ensued before the hammer exploded apart. An instant later, the blood-red sword shot forward while a strand of terrifying sword energy and slaughter intent rippled out. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then the barbaric king was blasted far away. At the instant that happened, Yang Yi didn't follow up with another attack. He just flicked his sword forward, and then the head of a sage over 3 kilometers away flew up into the air. Suppression. Progenitor realm slaughter intent suppressed all the sages here. Coupled with the fact that Yang Yi was a sage himself, it could be said that ordinary sages were nothing before him. The barbaric king had realized that too. Unless a few dozen sages converged their strength, Yang Yi was invincible below the progenitor realm. The only known existence capable of fighting Yang Yi while below the progenitor realm was in Nanjing. However, in Nanjing was on Yang Yi's side. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As sword energy surged incessantly, heads flew incessantly as well. He was slaughtering sages like they were ants. Sages couldn't resist him at all. The barbaric king was horrified by the sight of this, and had aroused the desire to retreat. Fear. Presently, he wasn't just afraid of Yang Yi. He was terrified of Yang Yi. Truly terrified. Yang Yi was much more terrifying than had imagined. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared behind one of the sages here. At the same time, his blood-red sword appeared before that sage's throat. The latter's body stiffened, and then his head flew up into the air. At this moment, only the barbaric king remained here. Yang Yi looked up at the barbaric king. 30 breaths of time? 30 breaths have passed. Where's your reinforcements? Reinforcements. The barbaric king looked up at the sky, but there was no movement there. At this moment, he seemed to have realized something and laughed miserably. Ha ha! What happened to my barbaric race today will happen to all of you soon. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura suddenly rose madly. Boom! The barbaric king's body exploded apart. At the instant that happened, a terrifying storm of energy swept toward Yang Yi. Self-detonation. The barbaric king had decisively chosen to detonate himself. Flee? He couldn't. Yang Yi was entirely capable of chasing him down now, so he chose to detonate himself. How terrifying was the explosion created by the detonation of an extraordinary sage. The instant the explosion occurred, Yang Yi was blasted extremely far away. However, Yang Yi was completely unharmed because armor had appeared around him. The primordial armor. Yang Yi hadn't been overconfident just now, and had used the primordial armor. The primordial armor had been able to completely resist the energy from the explosion. Yang Yi sheathed his sword and was about to leave when he seemed to have thought of something, and he waved his right hand. In an instant, the heads of the dead sages flew toward him, and then he casually waved his hand to make them descend in an orderly manner. All of those heads were just hanging there on the ruins of the city. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. From today onward, he'll kill every sage that appears in the barbaric race. So long as I'm alive, the barbaric race is prohibited from having a sage. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of blood-red light that vanished into the sky. Not long after he left, the space there trembled, and then a group of sages appeared there. They were the experts from the Alliance of All. They were led by the Shaman Emperor. As he gazed at the heads on the ground below, the Shaman Emperor fell silent, and so did the other sages. Yang Yi had fully grown, had truly matured. Now, no one but progenitors could do anything to him, but Yang Yi's father had heavily injured all the progenitors who had enmity with him. So, even if they came to the barbaric race's aid, they would probably be unable to do anything to Yang Yi. Even if they could kill Yang Yi, they would have to pay a terrible price. But it was a price that those progenitors were definitely unwilling to pay. So, who could stop that god of death? Meanwhile, a sage suddenly asked, "What did he mean by that?" The Shaman Emperor looked down at the city below and said, "Revenge? He's taking revenge." The barbaric king took part in the attack against him. Now, he's taking revenge on the entire barbaric race. He paused for a moment and took a deep breath. The barbaric race is finished. Absolutely finished. From now onward, so long as he's alive, the barbaric race won't have another sage. As for us, If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2198. I really want to. The Shaman Emperor stopped when he spoke up to this point. Yang Yi clearly had the intention to destroy the entire barbaric race. Revenge. It was Yang Yi's revenge on them, and the barbaric race wasn't the only race that had attacked Yang Yi that day. If Yang Yi was allowed to remain alive, all the races wouldn't be able to escape a similar fate. Something worth mentioning was that the sages from the Alliance of All had arrived while Yang Yi was still slaughtering the sages here. However, they didn't show themselves when they saw Yang Yi slaughter sages like sheep. It utterly deterred them. Even sages couldn't stop Yang Yi now. A long time passed before they left with heavy hearts. Once the barbaric race lost its barbaric king, it was instantly left without a leader and grew even more chaotic. Besides that, it had lost its status in the Alliance of All, causing many experts from other races to plunder the barbaric dimension. Simply speaking, the barbaric race had become the next human race. Guman Estate. After he returned to the Guman Estate, he saw Amon and the others waiting for him. All of them gazed at him with quite a weird expression on their faces. Or perhaps their expressions should be described as fear. They knew what Yang Yi had just done. Had destroyed the barbaric race on his own. Hate? They didn't have the right to hate him. If it wasn't for Amon, the young man before them would probably not spare them a single glance. Yang Yi asked, "Are you ready?" Amon replied, "Everything is ready. We can go any time." Yang Yi nodded slightly. "Let's go." Just like that, Yang Yi took Amon's clansmen with him to Void Spirit Continent. After that, he went for Ling's clansmen, and then he went for Mad Saber and the others' clansmen. They naturally didn't refuse Yang Yi's invitation, because all their races were in chaos, and they could wish for nothing more than to receive Yang Yi's protection. On this day, Yang Yi arrived in the Sky Dimension. The Sky Race had gotten everyone but Yu Jing's clan, and he was here in the Sky Dimension to get the Yu clan. The Yu estate was in a state of desolation. Once a top clan of the Sky Race was extremely desolate now. Yang Yi entered Yu estate, and there were only a few people left here. Yang Yi couldn't help but frown from the sight of this. Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice resounded. "Who are you?" Yang Yi turned around, and he saw a pretty girl there. Yang Yi asked, "Where's the people of this estate?" She glanced at him and said, "They've either left or died." Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of her, and her expression changed drastically. She moved backward repeatedly. "Why you? I don't have any immortal crystals." Yang Yi shook his head slightly. "I'm a friend of Yu Jing's. Has his loved ones left or?" She sized up Yang Yi and asked, "Are you really a friend of the young master?" Yang Yi nodded. She lowered her head slightly. The patriarch and the others were captured by the Sovereign of Sky after the young master left. The Sovereign of Sky. Yang Yi frowned. "Why?" She spoke softly. "Because he helped the human races, Yang Yi. And so our Yu clan was treated as a traitor. Besides that, our enemies chose to beat us when we were down because of that, and then, traitors." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "Didn't Yu Jing leave the Yu clan?" The woman ridiculed. "The Sovereign of Sky and the others merely wanted an excuse to plunder our clan. All our spirit veins and immortal stones were taken by them. That was their true objective." Yang Yi fell silent for a long time before he asked, "Aren't you planning on leaving?" She shook her head. "Where can I do? It's absolutely chaotic out there, so we'll probably die really quickly." Yang Yi said, "Then leave with me." She looked up at Yang Yi with bewilderment in her eyes. Yang Yi flicked a spatial ring to her. "There are immortal crystals in there. Tell the remaining people in here that if they're willing to leave with me, then get ready. We'll be leaving in a moment. If they aren't willing to leave, just give this spatial ring to them." She glanced at the spatial ring, and then gazed at Yang Yi. "You." Yang Yi said, "Go do as I said." She hesitated for a moment, took the spatial ring, and left. It didn't take long for her to bring a group to him, and there were a few hundred of them. Yang Yi said, "All of you wait here for me. They'll be back in a moment." Yang Yi had vanished. Meanwhile, a man by her side asked, Qinger, who was that? She replied softly, young master's friend. She glanced at the spatial ring, and she noticed tens of thousands of immortal crystals in there. It was a huge amount of wealth. Young master's friend? The man frowned. Why have I never seen him before? Suddenly, a sword howl resounded in the sky, and it resounded through the entire sky dimension. At the same time, a ray of blood-red light shot up into the sky of Sky City. Tears suddenly flowed out of her eyes when she witnessed this. Young master, is he your brother? At this moment, she recalled a scene from the past. At that time, Yu Jing had walked out of his father's house. An old man suddenly cursed from within, "You unfilial son! You unfilial son! I don't have a son like you." Yu Jing just stood there silently at the entrance. A long time passed before he turned around and knelt down. "Father, over 100 sages are bullying my brother. He'll die if I don't go." The old man howled with fury. "You'll die too if you go." Yu Jing replied, "I know." The old man was on the verge of going mad. "Then what the hell are you going for?" Yu Jing smiled. "It can't be helped. He's a brother of mine." As he spoke, he slowly dropped to his knees. "Father, I'll repay you for bringing me up in my next lifetime. No, perhaps he'll come back alive. Ha ha ha." He turned around and left once he finished speaking. In the house, the renowned patriarch of the Yu clan was covered in tears. A woman watched Yu Jing leave from far away, and she watched until his figure vanished. Sky City. Yang Yi's sudden arrival shocked everyone here. Yang Yi. Yang Yi was naturally not an unfamiliar face to the sky race. After all, had been here on many occasions. Now, he was back again. Blood-red light was coiled around Yang Yi, and there was slaughter intent and viciousness on his face. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then a ray of sword energy shot through the sky. Meanwhile, a huge golden barrier of light enveloped the city. Bang! The sword energy slammed against the barrier of light, causing it to tremble violently while some cracks appeared on it. As for the energy that bounced back from the barrier, it cracked open Yang Yi's sword energy. However, another ray of sword energy descended. Bang! Countless people of the sky race watched as the barrier of light exploded apart. The entire city shook violently like it was an earthquake. In the sky above the city, Yang Yi pointed his sword down at the city. "Sovereign of Sky, I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If I don't see you, I'll bury the entire city with you." A moment of silence ensued, and then a middle-aged man appeared before Yang Yi. It was the Sovereign of Sky. Hiss. Meanwhile, a ray of sword energy flashed, and then a sword stabbed into the Sovereign of Sky's left chest. The blood-red sword pushed him back until finally nailing him on Sky Hall. Yang Yi hadn't struck a lethal point, and the Sovereign of Sky hadn't tried to dodge. He couldn't dodge at all. Presently, Yang Yi was in existence that he couldn't fight at all. Meanwhile, over a dozen old men appeared not too far away from the Sovereign of Sky. They were the remaining sages of the sky race. Yang Yi was about to attack when a clear and melodious voice resounded. "Step down." Those sages hesitated for a moment and moved aside. Yang Yi looked over and saw a woman walking over slowly. It was none other than Shao Qi. The Shao Qi Yang Yi knew. She walked over to Yang Yi, gazed at him, and then lowered her head slightly. "I'm sorry." Yang Yi walked over to her, rubbed her head gently, and said, "You've never done anything to me that you need to be sorry for. I should be the one who says sorry." Shao Qi had fallen into deep sleep for countless years just to save him. He had naturally not forgotten that. Besides that, he would have died on many occasions if it wasn't for her. Even though the Sovereign of Sky wanted to kill him on many occasions, Yang Yi never considered Shao Qi and the Sovereign of Sky to be one. She looked up at Yang Yi, fell silent for a long time, and said, "I'm the leader of the sky race now. The people of the Yu clan are all fine. I didn't harm them, but the other powers refused to let them live. So, I kept them in Sky City. In that way, I could keep them alive for now." She was the leader of the sky race. Yang Yi turned to gaze at the Sovereign of Sky. Obviously, it was the Sovereign of Sky's tricks. Others may not be aware of the relationship between Yang Yi and Shao Qi, but the Sovereign of Sky did. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi spoke softly. She seemed to want to say something, but she didn't say anything in the end. Yang Yi suddenly waved his right hand. Hiss! The blood-red sword stabbed into the sovereign of Sky's body. His eyes opened wide, and then they gradually lost all color. He was dead. The sovereign of Sky had fallen. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the blood-red sword flew back into his grasp. Yang Yi patted Xiaoqi's trembling shoulder lightly. You are you, and the sovereign of Sky is the sovereign of Sky. He tried to kill me on many occasions, so I have to avenge that. As for you, you saved me on many occasions, so the sages of the Sky Race and everyone in Sky City can live. As he spoke, he turned around, but he suddenly added, Xiaoqi, I actually really want to slaughter everyone in this entire city and bury the entire Sky Race with my brothers. I really want to. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2199, Undying Cavalry. Chapter 2199, Undying Cavalry. Actually, Yang Yi had never considered sparing the sages of the Sky Race when he came to Sky City. However, he hadn't expected that Xiaoqi would be the new leader of the Sky Race. What would she do if he killed all the sages of the Sky Race and the residents of Sky City? Yang Yi couldn't just ignore her. After all, she was someone who had fallen into deep sleep because of him. In the sky above the city, a woman in a white dress appeared by Xiaoqi's side. It was her older sister. The woman took Xiaoqi's trembling hand. It's a pretty good outcome. Xiaoqi gazed at the woman, and the latter spoke softly. He isn't wrong. He did want to kill everyone, and we could all sense it. However, he gave up that thought because of you. Xiaoqi fell silent. She knew Yang Ye's temper very well. Since the Sky Race had treated him like that, then based on Yang Ye's temper, the Sky Race would have fallen to a similar fate as the Barbaric Race. What happened to the Barbaric Race? All of its sages had been slaughtered, so it couldn't even be considered a third-rate race now. It could be said that any sage could reign supreme over the Barbaric Race, so it was the most miserable race after the human race. Countless experts were plundering them incessantly, and if this continued, the Barbaric Race's annihilation would be just a matter of time, just like the human race. If Yang Yi slaughtered all the sages of the Sky Race, then the Sky Race would follow in their footsteps. But Yang Yi hadn't done that. The woman in a white dress glanced at the sovereign of Sky's corpse. Father, he expected this. So, he made you the leader of our Sky Race so that Yang Yi would spare the Sky Race. She continued, Xiaoqi, don't think too much about it, and don't hate him. Let's just lead the Sky Race well, and lead it through this difficult situation. Xiaoqi nodded, and then she glanced at the direction Yang Yi had left toward. After that, she left with the woman. The news of Yang Ye's arrival in Sky City spread quickly through the Sky Dimension, and the sovereign of Sky's death spread quickly too. Yang Yi had come to the Sky Dimension and left. This allowed countless people of the Sky Race to heave sighs of relief. Now, every race was terrified of Yang Yi. It was a name that instilled terror in them. Yang Yi returned to Yu Estate, and the experts of the Yu clan were behind him. Yu Jing's father was among them. Yang Yi gazed at Yu Jing's father and said, Uncle, come with me to Void Spirit Continent. While there isn't any spirit energy there, it's safe. Yu Jing's father hesitated for a moment and replied, What's Xiaoqi's relationship to you? She's a friend. Yang Yi continued, She helped me a lot in the lower universe, and she saved my life. I see. Yu Jing's father nodded. Then I want to stay here. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Yu Jing's father sighed softly. The Sky Race is in a terrible situation. Perhaps he'll be able to help her if I stay. If the Sovereign of Sky was still in charge, then he would definitely not stay. Because that represented that the Sky Race would be enemies with Yang Yi, and it would have no chance. Now that Xiaoqi was their leader, Yang Yi may become an ally of the Sky Race. Simply speaking, he saw hope in the Sky Race's future, so he decided to stay. Yang Yi nodded. I respect your decision. If you want to leave or need my help, just let me know. Yu Jing's father glanced at Yang Yi with complicated emotions in his eyes. Thank you. Yang Yi shook his head and flicked a spatial ring to Yu Jing's father. Yu Jing and I are brothers. Now that he's gone, I treat the Yu clan as him. So long as I'm alive, the Yu clan's business is my business. The others were overjoyed when they heard this promise. From now onward, the Yu clan had a barrier of protection. Not to mention the sky race, even the other races and the three paths wouldn't look for trouble with the Yu clan. After all, it had Yang Yi's protection. Yang Yi left. The Yu clan stayed behind, and the spatial ring he gave Yu Jing's father was sufficient for them to live on for a long time. Besides that, Shaoqi sent a group to get the Yu clan when she found out that they had stayed, and Yu Jing's father became a higher-up in the sky race. Yang Yi didn't leave the sky dimension immediately, and he went to the sky stairs instead. The sky stairs. It was where the Sky Emperor had given him the Sky Dragon. Yang Yi walked slowly toward its end, and a figure appeared there. The Sky Emperor. The Sky Emperor sized up Yang Yi and said, "The Sage Realm." Yang Yi nodded. A wisp of complicated emotions flashed through his eyes because this speed of growth was too swift. Yang Yi spoke softly. "I came here because I want to help you with something." The Sky Emperor asked, "You want to save me?" Yang Yi nodded. "If you want, I can do my best." The Sky Emperor fell silent for a long time before he said, "I could have left a long time ago." Yang Yi gazed at the Sky Emperor with bewilderment. The Sky Emperor glanced at the surroundings. After the God race's defeat, some people died. Emperor Xianyuan, the Devil Exalt Ren Tianqing, and the Spirit race's Patriarch Huan Xianling. Do you know why they died? Yang Yi asked. They were a threat to the Four Paths? The Sky Emperor smiled. Actually, it isn't entirely the Four Paths' fault. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? The Sky Emperor replied softly. Once the God race was annihilated, a new problem appeared. How will the large universe be reorganized? Emperor Xianyuan, Ren Tianqing, and Huan Xianling wanted to destroy the Four Paths so such extraordinary powers ceased to exist. However, they failed. Do you know why they failed? Yang Yi shook his head. The Sky Emperor smiled. Because I betrayed them. Actually, they weren't the only ones. I participated in it too. Yang Yi frowned. Oh. The Sky Emperor continued. Actually, nobody knows that the Dao progenitor is my senior brother. Senior brother? Yang Yi's frown deepened. Surprised? The Sky Emperor grinned. We are from the same line, but we took different paths. He inherited the Dao path, and I chose my own path. Of course, my senior brother wasn't the true reason I betrayed them. It was because Emperor Xuanyuan's group underestimated my senior brother and the others. They really underestimated them. He paused for a moment and continued. At that time, the primordial pagoda was still in my senior brother's possession. He was so powerful with it in his hands. Most importantly, Emperor Xianyuan overlooked something, the Sword Supreme. It's a righteous and benevolent sword, and his choice to annihilate the Four Paths was far from that. So, the moment he really acted against them would be the moment that sword betrayed him. However, they were killed before the Sword Supreme could even turn against him. Yang Yi fell silent. He hadn't expected history to be like this. You came here. Meanwhile, he continued, I actually gave you the Sky Dragon because we're from the same line, and the other reason is your own natural talent. Yang Yi asked, then why are you imprisoned here? The Sky Emperor spoke softly. The other races aren't aware of my betrayal, but if I openly show myself, then what would they think of my sky race? All the races would target my sky race. He glanced at the surroundings and continued, it was my own choice to stay here. The sky race doesn't have a formidable enemy anymore, so staying wouldn't make a difference anyway. Thus, I remained here with the intent to take that final step. That final step, the progenitor realm. Yang Yi glanced at the Sky Emperor. You're not at the progenitor realm? The Sky Emperor smiled. I meant surpassing it. Surpassing the progenitor realm. Yang Yi glanced at the Sky Emperor. I guess coming here wasn't necessary. Since you don't need my help, then he'll be leaving. The Sky Emperor suddenly asked, if that little girl wasn't the leader of the sky race, then would you have really slaughtered all the sages of the sky race? Yang Yi nodded, yes. Yang Yi suddenly paused at this moment and asked, Senior, I'd like to know if you participated in the attack on the armless man? The Sky Emperor smiled. No. However, I did participate in the battle against the Confucianist progenitor. The reason I didn't join the battle against the armless man was mainly because my senior brother didn't. My senior brother and I chose to be neutral at that time. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. Yang Yi vanished on the spot. The Sky Emperor fell silent. Actually, the biggest winner wasn't just the God race. The Tao path was one too. After all, only the Tao progenitor and him, the two progenitors from the Tao path, were still completely fine and well. So, the Tao path could be considered as ranked at the top amongst the other paths. Obviously, it was because the progenitors of the Tao path were completely unharmed. No matter what, the Tao path had perfectly preserved its strength, so it could be considered as one of the biggest winners. The Sky Emperor watched Yang Yi leave and shook his head slightly. In the end, that kid rose up in the world. Presently, Yang Yi was so strong that even progenitors had to fear him. Yang Yi left the sky dimension and entered the boundless reaches of space. He was about to travel to the human dimension, but he suddenly frowned when he was passing by the prehistoric ruins and looked down. The prehistoric ruins. He naturally hadn't forgotten this place. Right when he was hesitating if he should go down there, he sensed a strand of gloomy energy. Suddenly, a ray of black light shot up into the air, and then a woman with a spear on her back appeared near Yang Yi. She had extremely long and pretty hair that hung down to her waist, and her entire body was covered in black armor while her pupils were deathly gray. Their gazes met for a few moments, and then Tianxiu suddenly looked up from within the primordial pagoda. Big brother, leave now. That's an undying cavalry. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman's spear shot up into the air and stabbed at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's sword flew off as well. Bang! A strand of terrifying energy suddenly erupted with them at its center, and it caused the space in a huge area to crack open. A few breaths of time later, everything here returned to normal. There was a spear in Yang Yi's chest, and blood was ceaselessly seeping out of him. Chapter 2200 He died for me. Chapter 2200 He died for me. Hiss. Yang Yi suddenly pulled out the spear. It was icy cold to the bone, and Yang Yi couldn't discern what it was made of. It only took a moment for primordial violet energy to heal the hole in Yang Yi's chest. Yang Yi looked up at the woman, and then he vanished on the spot. He was above her when he appeared once more, and then he stabbed her spear down at her. The powerful force it carries caused the space around her to twist into a vortex. Suddenly, she formed a strange seal with both hands, and then a strand of black light appeared on Yang Yi's blood-red sword, and then it emanated a black and red glow as it stabbed at Yang Yi. Bang! As soon as sword and spear collided, the space around them exploded apart. The powerful force of the collision blasted them over 30 kilometers away. As soon as they stopped themselves, the spear in Yang Yi's grasp transformed into a ray of blood-red light that surged forward. Meanwhile, the blood-red sword in her hand shot forward like a bolt of lightning too. A spear and sword were between both of them. Boom! As soon as they collided, space was obliterated. Countless waves of terrifying energy rippled out into the surroundings, causing the entire area to be enveloped by them. Just like that, around 10 breaths of time passed before the space here calmed down. Blood-red light coiled around Yang Yi, and the slaughter intent he emanated seemed like he wanted to slaughter the world. Meanwhile, the woman stood there with her spear in hand, and strands of dark light coiled around her. She gazed coldly at him, and then she whistled. Bang! A terrifying wave of energy surged up into the air, and then a demon beast that was shaped like a horse appeared in front of her. It was completely pitch black, shaped like a horse, and had a pair of wings. Nefarious! Suddenly, Tianxiu's voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. It's from the Undying race, and it's an extremely powerful demon beast of theirs. An adult Nefarious can tear a sage apart. Big brother, retreat for now. When an Undying cavalry and Nefarious join forces, they are called an Undying war god. They are really strong, and your current strength. Undying war god. Yang Yi frowned. Suddenly, The woman sat on the nefarious, and then Yang Yes' expression changed. Bang! An explosion resounded, and he was blasted far away. Yang Yi hadn't even been able to stop himself when a spear arrived before his forehead, and its tip was only half an inch away from him. Boom! A terrifying wave of slaughter intent swept out from him, and it pushed the woman back. Around 1 kilometer away, the woman waved her spear on the nefarious back, and then spear images shot forward. They instantly pushed Yang Yes' slaughter intent back, but a blood-red sword suddenly shot out from within the slaughter intent. A sword howl resounded, and the sword arrived before the woman. She pulled back her right hand, and her spear immediately appeared in the path of Yang Yes' sword. However, she was blasted over 3 kilometers away. As soon as she stopped herself, a sword stabbed through her back. Backstab. Her body turned slightly ethereal, and then it instantly became material once more. At this moment, Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face. His sword had stabbed through her heart, but she was completely unharmed. Undying war god. Meanwhile, Tianxiu's voice resounded. To a certain extent, they cannot die. Big brother, you can't kill them with your current strength. The woman was about to attack again, but she suddenly frowned and looked down. A moment later, she vanished on the spot with the nefarious. Yang Yi put his sword away, looked down at the prehistoric ruins in silence for a short while, and then left. Once the woman descended to the ground, the nefarious by her side gradually turned ethereal and vanished. She went into the hall, gazed at the phantom before her, and frowned. Why? I can kill him. It isn't necessary. The phantom suddenly said, his status in the large universe isn't low. If he dies now, it will alarm the entire large universe, and that'll badly influence our plans. She spoke indifferently. Who can stop us now? That's what our undying race thought all those years ago. The phantom continued. What was the outcome of that? A single mistake caused how many of our race to die? Moreover, we even have to retreat from here for countless years. A strand of ghastly coldness flashed through the woman's eyes. The void spirit maiden. Her army of undying war gods could be said to absolutely hate the void spirit maiden. She had almost annihilated the entire army of undying war gods all those years ago. But the army of undying war gods had only lost once in the past before they met the void spirit maiden. They lost that time, but no one had died. So, the void spirit maiden was a true nightmare for the entire undying race. A long time passed before the woman spoke in a low voice. The void spirit maiden is dead. So, who else can possibly stop us? Don't underestimate the living beings here. The phantom spoke solemnly. Not too long ago, I saw a middle-aged man in a cloud-white robe. His strength surpasses my imagination. Is that so? The woman spoke indifferently. I'd like to see for myself. Enough. The phantom spoke solemnly. Once all of them have awakened, we can start taking action. Don't cause trouble until then. Let the other organizations in this large universe kill each other, and then we'll reap the rewards. She glanced at the phantom and asked, Who was that? Yang Yi. The phantom continued, I've come into contact with him. His potential is huge, but he's nothing to worry about right now. Let's go. As soon as the phantom finished speaking, both of them vanished from the hall. Yang Yi left the prehistoric ruins and went to an expanse of space before entering the primordial pagoda. Tianxiu was in front of him. Yang Yi asked, You know where that person is from? She nodded. The undying race, a powerful race. The undying race. Yang Yi frowned. The large universe was already in chaos, but now an undying race had appeared. So, it was definitely like adding fuel to the flame in the large universe. Tianxiu asked softly, Are you all right? Yang Yi shook his head. That woman was very strong, but she wasn't strong enough to cause lethal harm to him. Suddenly, Tianxiu said, According to my knowledge, the undying race once had around 1,000 undying cavalry like that. Every single one of them was an elite amongst elites from the undying race. Coupled with the fostering they received and the wars they went on all year long, their strength, mentality, and combat instinct are the best. Around 1,000. Yang Ye's expression changed slightly. There were actually around 1,000 experts like that. Just one was so formidable. So how formidable would 1,000 be? If 1,000 undying cavalry appeared in the large universe, who could stop them? Perhaps the Alliance of All, the Four Paths, and all the other mysterious organizations would have the strength to fight back if they joined forces in the past. Yet now, their combined strength wasn't sufficient at all. Most importantly, they couldn't be killed. Yang Yi gazed at Tianxiu. Are they really impossible to kill? Tianxiu replied softly, no one is truly invincible. Instead of saying they are impossible to kill, it's better to say that they are very difficult to kill. The only way to kill them is to use absolute strength to sever all the vitality within them and annihilate them from their roots. However, perhaps only those progenitors are barely capable of that. As for the other sages, unless they arrive at in Nanjing or your levels, it's impossible. Even at your level of strength, you'll only have a 50% chance to win unless you use your full strength. 50%. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time and said, forget them. As far as I'm concerned, destroying the two paths and the Alliance of All is my first objective. He left the pagoda once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, Tianxiu lowered her head slightly, and no one knew what she was thinking. Outside the pagoda, a ray of light flashed below Yang Yi's feet, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the depths of space. Yang Yi returned to Void's spirit continent, and he instantly frowned when he arrived here. There were many humans gathered outside the city. Yang Yi descended before the city entrance, and those humans immediately gazed at him. All of them felt nervous when facing Yang Yi. Even though Yang Lianshuang let them stay, a single word from him could send them back to the human dimension. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang appeared by Yang Yi's side, and he asked, you let them come here? She nodded. Yang Yi said, this isn't a shelter. She said, this is the last sanctuary of the human race, and it's the human race's last hope. Yang Yi remained silent. She continued, let them stay. They don't need anything from us. They just want to live, and this is the only place without strife. Yang Yi said, do as you like. Yang Yi was about to leave once he finished speaking, but a young man suddenly stepped forward. He pointed a finger at Yang Yi and shouted angrily, Yang Yi, are you a human or not? As a human, you're hiding like a coward when the human race is in danger. You coward. I fucking looked down on you. Hiss. A ray of light flashed. The young man's head flew up into the air. The surroundings fell silent. Yang Yi walked slowly over to the young man's corpse and said, only one person has the right to speak like that to me. Unfortunately, he died for me. Yang Yi walked into the city once he finished speaking. Chapter 2201 I'm willing to accept you as my master. Chapter 2201 I'm willing to accept you as my master. Everyone here fell extremely silent as they gazed at Yang Yi's figure. Yang Lianshuang glanced at the young man's corpse. At this moment, she really got to witness what it was like to court death. Yang Lianshuang shook her head and gazed at the others here. Remember that he doesn't have any responsibility to save all of you. Nor does he have any responsibility for your futures. If any of you still think that he should save the human race, then allow me to be honest, that person who just died won't be the last one. They still hadn't realized what Yang Yi's attitude toward the human race was. Did Yang Yi care about the human race? Obviously, he didn't. Perhaps Yang Yi had thought about saving the human race in the past, but he didn't have such a thought anymore. Could anyone save the human race as it was now? The human race's enemies didn't just come from the outside, it came from the inside too. But that young man had blamed Yang Yi for the current state that the human race was in. It wasn't just the young man, many others here had similar thoughts. They felt that Yang Yi's lack of action was one of the main reasons that the human race had fallen into its current state. Everyone was selfish. It was like how when a poor person suddenly became a millionaire, and then that person's relatives would come asking for money. As for their reason, it would be extremely weird, like you're rich, so why can't you lend me some? Or you're so rich, so why can't you give me some? Moreover, if they were asked to repay the money they borrowed, they would talk bad about the person and complain about that person's request for the money to be repaid because that person was so rich already. Now, these people felt that since Yang Yi was strong, He should save the human race, help the human race, and fight for the human race. Yang Lianshuang turned around and was about to leave. But a young girl suddenly walked over to her, causing Yang Lianshuang to stop. The young girl looked up at Yang Lianshuang. Yesterday, I had a very, very good friend, Xiao Mei. But she was dead when I woke up today. Her entire family was dead. Yang Lianshuang fell silent. The young girl continued, Xiao Mei wouldn't have died if Big Brother was there, right? Yang Lianshuang rubbed the young girl's head. Do you know that he lost many friends? The young girl suddenly grabbed Yang Lianshuang's dress. Big sis. But if this continues, even more will die. So, please persuade him to help the human race, alright? Maybe just one word from him can save so many people. Yang Lianshuang fell silent. Meanwhile, the young girl withdrew 2 immortal crystals from her pocket and raised them before Yang Lianshuang. See, this is what mother gave me when she died. I can give it all to Big Brother. Yang Lianshuang's eyes were slightly moist as she gazed at the young girl. Yang Lianshuang turned around, and Yang Yi had suddenly appeared there. The young girl gazed at Yang Yi. Obviously, she was quite afraid, so she moved closer to Yang Lianshuang. But it didn't take long for her to muster up the courage to go to Yang Yi, and then she raised those 2 immortal crystals before him. Big Brother. This is everything I have. The other humans here suddenly went closer to Yang Yi, and it didn't take long for all of them to place their immortal crystals before Yang Yi. Meanwhile, an old man walked over to Yang Yi and knelt down slowly. Once the old man did that, countless others did the same, begging. Perhaps it was because of the young girl's actions that moved them, but all of them had a single thought right now, and it was a desire for the human race to be safe. People died with their countries. If the human race was annihilated, even if they did survive, they would be refugees. Refugees. They hadn't experienced it for themselves, but they'd seen how it was. No one wanted to become a refugee. Yet now, only Yang Yi could save the human race. Yang Yi fell silent. Yang Lianshuang stood by his side, and she gazed at him in silence. Yang Yi didn't take the young girl's immortal crystals. He gazed at Yang Lianshuang and said, Come with me, I have something to discuss with you. He turned around and left once he finished speaking. Everyone here had bitter expressions on their faces when they witnessed this. Yang Lianshuang sighed softly and followed Yang Yi. At an empty place, Yang Yi stopped and said, A new force called the Undying Race has shown themselves. Their location is the prehistoric ruins. You can investigate their background, but don't send anyone to the prehistoric ruins. It's dangerous. The Undying Race? She frowned. You've come into contact with them? Yang Yi nodded. Yes. Be careful. But don't offend them for now. They are mysterious and very strong. Yang Lianshuang nodded. I will. She paused for a moment at this point and continued, Are you really not going to help the human race? Yang Yi gazed at her. What are you trying to say? Yang Lianshuang laughed bitterly. Do you know how many people have died? At least 40% of the human race. 40%. Even though many of them died due to fighting amongst themselves, most of them were killed by outsiders. The human race is in a very miserable state right now. Yang Yi shook his head slightly and was about to leave. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang was about to say something, but Yang Yi suddenly stopped and said, Do you still not understand? I'm not suitable to lead the human race. I'm plagued by too many personal enmities, and if I lead the human race, that enmity will fall on them too. For example, I want to destroy the alliance of all and the 2 paths, but do you think I can accomplish that if I'm burdened with the human race? It's impossible. Yang Yi shook his head. The one who leads the human race cannot have any personal enmities or act impetuously, but I, Yang Yi, can never let go of that enmity. Yang Yi walked off once he finished speaking. Yang Lianshuang fell silent for a long time, and then she sighed softly. Just as Yang Yi had said, he had too much enmity around him, and his own character really wasn't suited for being a leader. Big Brother. Suddenly, Tianxiu appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at her. Yes? Tianxiu looked up at Yang Yi. Perhaps you should go there and have a look at the human dimension. Yang Yi shook his head. I don't want to. Tianxiu took Yang Yi's hand. Just treat it as going there with me, all right? Yang Yi fell silent for a long time and asked, Why? Tianxiu spoke softly. Just go with me, all right? Yang Yi rubbed her head gently. All right. While she was acting a little strangely, Head decided to do as she wished. Tian Xiu cracked a smile. Just like that, Yang Yi and Tian Xiu left Void Spirit Continent for the human dimension. As soon as he entered the human dimension, Yang Yi frowned. Slaughter intent. After he arrived here, Yang Yi sensed a dense strand of slaughter intent, and it filled the entire dimension. It was undoubtedly a good thing for someone like him. However, it may not be a good thing for the human race. Come with me. She took Yang Ye's hand and floated off into the distance, and Yang Lianshuang followed them. It didn't take long for her to bring him to an ancient city. It wasn't that huge, and it could only accommodate around 100,000. But at this moment, it was empty. There were only corpses and blood here. Especially blood. They seemed to flow into rivers that seeped out incessantly from the city. Besides that, a huge amount of slaughter intent still remained in the city. However, as soon as Yang Yi arrived here, the remaining slaughter intent converged toward him. Suddenly, Yang Lianshuang looked to the right. Show yourself. A moment of silence ensued, and then a young boy suddenly crawled out of a corner there. The young boy was in rags, and his hands tightly clenched together. Behind him was a young girl who was shorter than him, and her countenance was pale while she held tightly onto the young boy's hand. A group of dead rats were near the pair, and some rat bones. They were eating rats. They were eating rats until now. Yang Lianshuang turned away from the sight of this, and her eyes instantly became moist. Yang Lianshuang was no emotional person, but anyone who witnessed this couldn't stay indifferent. There was no spirit energy left here. Besides some lowly creatures, anyone else with the ability would have left in search of spirit energy by now. As for those without that ability, they had no choice but to stay. Without spirit energy and food, they could only use anything and everything to fill their bellies. Meanwhile, Tian Xiu suddenly walked over to them. The young boy immediately stood before the young girl. However, his eyes were filled with fear, or it should be described as a pleading expression. When she arrived before them, the young boy suddenly knelt down. We don't have stones, no stones. He kowtowed as he spoke. Stones. He was naturally talking about immortal stones. Tian Xiu gazed at the young girl behind the boy, and she timidly gazed at Tian Xiu. However, perhaps it was because of their similar ages. The young girl wasn't that vigilant toward Tian Xiu. Tian Xiu raised her hands slightly, and the young boy was immediately supported up by an invisible vase of force. After that, a roasted lamb leg appeared before them. Their gazes were instantly glued to it, and it was like their gazes were frozen on it and couldn't be moved away. Tian Xiu suddenly said, Eat. The young boy gulped and gazed at Tian Xiu. See, can we? Tian Xiu nodded. Once he got her approval, the young boy picked up the lamb leg and was about to eat. However, he seemed to have thought of something, and he hurriedly turned around and passed it to the young girl. Nan, you eat? The young girl gulped and took a small bite. A moment later, her eyes lit up, and then she took a big bite. However, she didn't forget the young boy. As soon as she took a bite, she passed it to the young boy. The leg was huge, so the young boy didn't refuse it. However, he just took a small bite. A short while later, the young girl suddenly started coughing. She was choking. The young boy started crying from anxiousness when he witnessed this, and then he knelt before Yang Yi before kowtowing. Obviously, he thought it was poisoned. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he flicked a strand of violet energy into the young girl. A moment later, she returned to normal. Yang Yi turned around and walked away. He took a few steps before suddenly stopping, and he said, Lianshuang, tell them that if anyone besides humans are in the human dimension in 2 hours from now, they'll kill every single one of them. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded through the large universe. At this moment, countless experts looked up, and they gazed toward the source of it. Countless people watched as a ray of golden sword energy tore through the starry sky before descending into the human dimension. Yang Yi turned around, and a ray of light flashed down from the sky before a woman in a violet dress appeared before him. She walked slowly in Yang Yi's direction and dropped down to one knee. I, the Sword Supreme, am willing to take you as my master. Chapter 2202 Surrender or Die. Chapter 2202 Surrender or Die. The woman in a violet dress just knelt silently before Yang Yi, the Sword Supreme. She was the number one sword of the large universe. At this moment, it seemed like the world had frozen. Far away in the Tao dimension, in a palace deep within its depths, the Tao progenitor who sat cross-legged on a cushion suddenly opened his eyes. It's acknowledging him, the Buddhist dimension. On the golden lotus, the Buddhist progenitor pressed his palms together. He can kill progenitors now. The weapon dimension. The weapon progenitor gazed at Yang Yi from afar. It still acknowledged him in the end. There was a trace of bewilderment and solemnness in his eyes. The number one sword of the large universe. It could even instill fear in progenitor realm experts. The human dimension. The woman was still kneeling there before Yang Yi. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he asked, "Why?" She looked up at him. "Must there be a reason?" He shook his head. "No matter what it is, I don't accept this." The woman replied with a question, "Why?" Yang Yi spoke softly, "You stubbornly adhere to your own views. If you become my sword, you'll change me to the person you want, but I am who I am. I won't become a person that someone else wants." Yang Yi turned around and left. The Sword Supreme was the number one sword of the large universe, so he was naturally tempted. However, it wasn't that great of a temptation. It had surpassed the scope of a sword, and it had its own thoughts and soul. So, anyone who wields her was very likely to have to follow her rules. Yang Yi wasn't willing to do that. Suddenly, the Sword Supreme appeared in front of Yang Yi. She looked him in the eyes and asked, "Why?" Yang Yi replied softly, "You saw me save the human race, so you decided to submit to me. But what if I want to slaughter the world one day?" The Sword Supreme fell silent. Yang Yi continued, "I don't want a benevolent sword. I want a sword of slaughter. Sorry, you're not qualified." Yang Yi left with Tianxiu and Yang Lianshuang. Only the Sword Supreme remained there. She just stood there in silence. A sword of slaughter. Yang Yi didn't want a benevolent sword because he was no savior. He wanted a sword that would kill with him, and it was naturally the sword spirit who was willing to become a sword of blood for him. The sword spirit was the most ideal sword to Yang Yi. The Sword Supreme wasn't. If he wanted to save the world, the sword spirit would save it with him. If he wanted to slaughter the world, the sword spirit wouldn't hesitate to slaughter the world with him. Could the Sword Supreme accomplish that? As far as Yang Yi was concerned, the Sword Supreme couldn't. After Yang Yi's group left, a woman in a white dress suddenly appeared here. It was Ding Xiaoyao. She walked over to the Sword Supreme. Surprised? The Sword Supreme remained silent. Ding Xiaoyao said, "You thought he would be overjoyed when you submitted to him, but you never expected him to refuse. Moreover, he did it so decisively." The Sword Supreme gazed at her. "Why?" "Because he's Yang Yi." Ding Xiaoyao replied softly, "He's a person with a terrible temper. If he likes something, even if it's a piece of scrap, he will treat it like a treasure. But if he dislikes something, then he won't spare it a glance, even if it's a precious treasure of the entire universe. Besides that, he's very sentimental." The Sword Supreme asked, "What do you mean?" She grinned. "Forget that. Sword Supreme, let me ask you something. Do you really think benevolence can save the world now? Or perhaps I should ask if you think this world can be saved." The Sword Supreme remained silent. Ding Xiaoyao continued, "This world is probably beyond saving, and no one can help it. Besides that, you should understand your position. He's still Yang Yi even without you, and he's still the same person that all the experts in the large universe fear. As for you, you're just a sword. So make your choice." Ding Xiaoyao left once she finished speaking. The Sword Supreme remained silent on the spot. Yang Yi, Yang Lianshuang, and Tianxiu didn't leave the human dimension. After he made arrangements for the young boy and girl, Tianxiu led Yang Yi to Nature's sacred ground. There was a city below Nature's sacred ground. It was called Nature City. Tianxiu led Yang Yi to the city. At this moment, its doors were opened wide, and the sounds of fighting and shrill cries resounded from time to time. Tianxiu gazed at Yang Yi. "Big brother, do you know why your slaughter intent attained the progenitor realm?" Yang Yi asked, "Why?" She grinned. Because your slaughter intent is from this large universe. It had been able to improve because your desire to kill was at its limits. However, there was a greater reason for that, and it's because the slaughter intent floating through the large universe sensed your desire to kill, so it came to you. It converged into a torrent that ultimately allowed your slaughter intent to attain the progenitor realm. Yang Yi asked softly, "What are you trying to say?" Tianxiu explained, "The energy of all living beings. A large reason why you were able to attain the progenitor realm and slaughter intent was because you gathered the slaughter intent of all living beings, the energy of all living beings." She gazed at the city and continued, "Big brother, you're a sword cultivator, so you follow your heart. But your heart is good in the end. However, your kindness is limited. It does make sense because no one is born to be a kind or good person. You don't see many things, so you're naturally unable to feel any compassion for it, but you take action once you do see it. Just like what you did earlier. Cultivation isn't just meditating behind closed doors, it's to see, experience, and comprehend life." Comprehend life? Yang Yi looked up at the city and remained silent. Meanwhile, Tianxiu continued, "I'm not asking you to save the human race. I'm just telling you that you must not run away from this. You must truly follow your heart." Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he nodded, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around. But he only took a few steps before he flicked with his finger. A ray of blood-red sword energy flashed, and then it appeared in the sky above the city. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang walked into the sky. She glanced at the surroundings. Everyone who isn't from the human race must leave the human dimension in an hour. Who do you think you are? Suddenly, a voice resounded from her right, and then a middle-aged man appeared near her. An expert from the demon race. Suddenly, a ray of blood-red sword energy flashed, and then his head flew off his neck. At this moment, the city fell silent. Yang Yi, did anyone in the large universe not recognize that blood-red sword energy? Yang Yi was here. At this moment, the city fell silent. Yang Lianshuang glanced coldly at the surroundings. "Are you still not going to fuck off?" She received no reply. Hiss, 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 hiss. Meanwhile, rays of blood-red sword energy rained down like a storm. In an instant, countless shrill cries resounded through the city. At the same time, heads flew up incessantly. It was truly quite a horrifying sight. At this moment, all the non-humans in the city reacted to what was going on, and they fled the city. In just a few breaths of time, only humans remained in the city. As for the countless experts in the city, they came outside, and they saw three figures moving off into the distance. They were led by Yang Yi, who was covered in blood-red light. Countless people knelt down slowly. It didn't take long for Yang Yi's words to spread throughout the human dimension. At this instant, the entire human race was overjoyed. Yang Yi had finally taken action. Yang Yi had taken action. It could be described as news that overjoyed the entire human race. Presently, it was really in a hopeless situation, and Yang Yi's actions had lit a flame of hope for them. Moreover, because of how ruthless Yang Yi was, the countless experts from the other races left the human dimension. However, there were some who refused to give up, but they never saw another sunrise. Just like that, the human dimension gradually became peaceful again, but it didn't take long for another problem to arise. The internal strife between humans itself. Since they had no external enemies, some organizations started having thoughts about seizing spirit energy and immortal stones. However, a mysterious organization suddenly appeared in the human dimension at this time. The Sword Alliance. Once it showed itself, anyone who dared to steal would be annihilated overnight. Moreover, it started to recruit the experts of the human race, so countless experts joined it. Moreover, it started reorganizing the entire human race. Receiving, distributing, recruiting, fostering. The string of actions it carried out allowed the human dimension to truly attain peace in a short while. The Sword Alliance's headquarters was in Nature City. However, it was called Sword Alliance City now. There was a statue outside the city. It was a statue of a young man. He held a sword in his hands, his eyes were closed, and his hair hung down to his shoulders. Besides that, His entire body emanated faint red light. Yang Yi. It was Yang Yi. The reason the Sword Alliance had been able to swiftly reorganize the human race and make countless experts join it was mainly because of that statue. Yang Yi stood behind the Sword Alliance. As for the other races, they didn't cause more trouble. So, the large universe greeted a short period of peace. However, everyone knew it was the calm before the storm. Void Spirit Continent. In the Primordial Pagoda, Yang Yi sat cross-legged while the Primordial Pagoda floated before him. Tianxiu was beside Yang Yi. She spoke solemnly, "Big brother, you're not at the progenitor realm, so if you allow it into your sea of consciousness now, and truly merge with it and take control of it, it'll be risky for you. Are you sure you want to do this?" Yang Yi nodded, "Yes." Tianxiu gazed at the Primordial Pagoda. The latter trembled and transformed into a ray of light that entered Yang Yi's forehead. Bang! A ray of golden light suddenly erupted from Yang Yi's forehead, and then violet energy enveloped Yang Yi. Suddenly, Tianxiu looked up, and then her eyes narrowed slightly, Dugu Juetyan. At the door of light far within the endless black holes. Bang! A terrifying aura suddenly swept out from the door of light, and then black shadows flashed out from there. In just a short while, almost 600 women appeared there. 600 undying cavalries. A moment later, they fell down to one knee in unison. A woman in a black mask walked out slowly from within the door. Behind her were 3 spears, and 2 short swords hung by her waist. Besides that, she was dragging a cape behind her. She glanced slowly at the surroundings, and a short while passed before she slowly closed her eyes. The living beings of this large universe are so weak now. Meanwhile, the 600 undying cavalries behind her remained on their knees in silence, and they kept their heads lowered. Meanwhile, the masked woman suddenly said, "Give my order. All the living beings of the large universe can either surrender or die." Chapter 2203 Quite Outstanding. Chapter 2203 Quite Outstanding. Surrender or die. Meanwhile, one of the undying cavalry behind the masked woman asked, "Lord Exalt, why are we taking prisoners?" The masked woman replied indifferently, "Now that my undying race has returned here, we naturally have to reorganize this world, and we need some slaves to do that." Understood. The undying cavalry nodded and left. The news of the undying race's return didn't take long to spread throughout the large universe. However, many were bewildered, especially the Alliance of All. They knew nothing about the undying race. As far as the Alliance of All was concerned, it was just a mysterious organization. So, they ignored the order given out by the undying race. As for the 3 paths, their reaction was completely different. As soon as the undying race returned, the 3 progenitors had converged together, and no one knew what they were discussing. The prehistoric ruins. In the hall, the masked woman sat at the seat of the host, and 600 undying cavalries were below, standing on both sides. As for by her side, there was a phantom there. This phantom was the same mysterious expert who Yang Yi had come into contact with on many occasions. A long period of silence went on in the hall before the masked woman suddenly stood up. "Looks like we'll have to make an example. Which are the strongest powers in the large universe right now?" The 3 paths. The phantom continued, the Tao path, Buddhist path, and weapon path. If you want to make a show of strength, you can destroy the Buddhist path and weapon path. The masked woman gazed at the phantom. "What about the Tao path?" The phantom replied, "The Tao path's ancestor wasn't injured, but the Buddhist path and weapon path's ancestors are. So, it'll be easier to destroy them. Of course, with your strength, even their joint forces are nothing to you. However, you've just awakened from your slumber, and your body hasn't fully recovered. Even your undying energy isn't at its peak yet. So, we should be careful." "Careful?" The masked woman spoke indifferently. "What?" After so many years of laying low in the large universe, the dignified Grand Protector is so cowardly now. The phantom denied that, "Lord Exalt, the void spirit race may be gone, but the living beings here aren't that ordinary. I personally suggest we act carefully and avoid making the same mistake again." The same mistake. No one knew what kind of memories those words awakened within her, but a gloomy aura swept out from her, and the entire prehistoric ruins instantly became cold. Void Spirit Maiden. The masked woman closed her eyes slowly. While we were enemies, she really was outstanding. But how many people like her can exist in this entire universe? She started walking slowly out of the hall. 600 undying cavalries were behind her. Meanwhile, her voice came from outside the hall. Just 100 is enough. It didn't take long for 100 to leave and 500 to stay. In the hall, the phantom shook their head and remained silent. Even now, the phantom still couldn't forget two people. One was the armless man, and the other was the middle-aged man in a cloud-white robe. Especially the latter's strength was simply capable of being described as unfathomable. The Buddhist path. On this day, the clear sky suddenly darkened, and then 100 women with spears on their backs and ferocious beasts below them appeared in the sky above the Buddhist dimension. They were led by the masked woman. Bang! A terrifying aura surged up from within the Buddhist dimension, and then a huge golden holy statue appeared before them. It was in the image of the Buddhist progenitor. It wasn't his real body. The Buddhist progenitor glanced at them and was about to speak when a spear shot up from behind the masked woman. Hiss! An instant later, the Buddhist progenitor's figure collapsed. The masked woman waved her head slightly. Leave none alive. Leave none alive. The undying cavalries behind her immediately charged down, and then spear images descended like a meteor shower toward every inch of the Buddhist dimension. After that, shrill cries resounded incessantly. Suddenly, a huge golden palm stretched out from the clouds, and it slammed down at the masked woman down below. She looked up, and then a spear shot up from behind her. An instant later, she was behind the spear and stabbed it forward. Bang! The golden palm instantly exploded apart. An instant later, she hurled her spear to the right. Hiss! 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 For sages from the Buddhist path were instantly skewered and killed over 10 kilometers away. Shed killed 4 sages with a single hurl of the spear. Suddenly, a ray of golden holy light suddenly shot up from underground, and then countless rays of holy light slammed at the masked woman and the undying cavalries. The powerful holy light swept toward them in waves, and the powerful energy it carried caused the entire Buddhist dimension to turn ethereal. A cold smile curled up on the corners of the masked woman's mouth. She placed her hands on the swords by her waist, and then she drew them and threw them forward. Hiss! Hiss! 2 rays of light flashed like a shooting star and entered the holy light. Boom! Boom! A moment of silence ensued before they sliced open the holy light and took just an instant to stab into the ground. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions resounded from deep underground, and then the entire Buddhist dimension started to tremble. It was collapsing. The entire Buddhist dimension was collapsing like a porcelain jar struck by a hammer. Suddenly, almost 1,000 disciples of the Buddhist path shot up into outer space. Flee! The masked woman glanced indifferently at them and was about to attack when an old man in a Taoist's robes suddenly appeared in front of her. The Tao progenitor. The Tao progenitor didn't say a word, and he just tapped his finger forward. The space before him rippled, and then 3 rays of green energy appeared before the masked woman. Bang! 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 They exploded apart, and the powerful force of the explosion pushed the woman over 10 kilometers away. Suddenly, the Tao progenitor took a step forward and waved the horsetail whisk in his grasp. Hiss! In an instant, the entire surroundings turned ethereal. Bang! The masked woman was instantly blasted over 3 kilometers away. However, the Tao progenitor didn't stop there. He took another step forward, and a white lotus bloomed beneath his foot. Once the first lotus bloomed, the entire Buddhist dimension was suddenly covered in white lotuses. Or to be more precise, the entire Buddhist dimension was like a pool with countless lotuses in it. Meanwhile, the Tao progenitor formed a seal. Lotus world. Boom. As soon as he said that, all the lotuses bloomed, and then the entire Buddhist dimension exploded apart. The masked woman and the undying cavalries behind her were blasted out into outer space. However, a ray of dark light suddenly shot down from space. An instant later, a spear appeared in front of the Tao progenitor. The Tao progenitor tapped his horsetail whisk at it, and it tapped against the tip of the spear. Bang! As soon as they came into contact, an explosion resounded. A terrifying wave of energy swept out and obliterated the space before it. The Tao progenitor was blasted over 10 kilometers away. An instant later, the masked woman appeared above the Tao progenitor, and then she grabbed a spear with both hands and stabbed it down. Hiss! The ground below cracked open, and then dust and smoke shot up into the air. Suddenly, the Tao progenitor closed his eyes. The Tao is natural. Hiss! As soon as he finished speaking, the spear pierced through the Tao progenitor's head, but he was completely unharmed. At the same time, the surroundings shook violently like an earthquake. After that, strange energy which was invisible to the eye surged madly at the masked woman. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded incessantly while the woman was blasted away. Suddenly, she stopped herself, and then she stabbed her spear forward. Destruction! Bang! A huge black circle of light suddenly swept out with her at the center, and everything was devoured before it. Rumble! Explosions resounded incessantly. The Tao progenitor suddenly formed a seal. Return of all. As soon as he said that, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. The black circle of light the woman emanated stopped as well. Moreover, the destroyed space in the surroundings had returned to normal again. Even more terrifying than that was that the destroyed ground below had actually been restored as well. Suddenly, the Tao progenitor spoke softly, "Destruction of all." Boom. As soon as he said that, everything here exploded apart and turned in an expanse of pitch black. Around 15 minutes later, only the masked woman remained here, and the undying cavalries were behind her. The Tao progenitor was gone. She glanced at her hand and looked up at the sky. Who was that? The Tao progenitor. Meanwhile, a phantom appeared by her side, the ancestor of the Tao path, the only progenitor amongst the 3 paths who wasn't injured. The masked woman waved her hands, and 2 swords flew to her waist. She glanced at the direction that the Tao progenitor had left toward. Interesting. I'll kill him once my origin soul is fully recovered. She turned around and left once she finished speaking. However, she stopped after taking a few steps. I heard there was an armless man who was attacked by 5 progenitors? The phantom nodded. The masked woman asked, "He heavily injured them on his own?" The phantom said, "Yes." The masked woman spoke indifferently, "But he merely heavily injured them. So he isn't anything great." She started walking swiftly into the distance. Suddenly, the phantom said, "He was injured at the time, and he only had around 50% of his strength left. Moreover, he had the desire to die. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to kill him." The masked woman stopped, fell silent for a moment and said, "He's quite outstanding then." She vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. Chapter 2204, Who Does He Think He Is? Chapter 2204, Who Does He Think He Is? The Buddhist path was gone. While the Buddhist progenitor was still alive and had taken some core disciples of the Buddhist path with him, the Buddhist dimension had been destroyed and its followers had been annihilated. The news of the incident there spread throughout the large universe. At this moment, all the living beings throughout the large universe knew of a race. The Undying Race. After the Undying Race destroyed the Buddhist path, it didn't stop and went to the weapon path. However, the weapon dimension was empty. After the Buddhist dimension was attacked, the weapon progenitor had left the weapon dimension with the core disciples of the weapon path and gone to the Tao dimension. However, there were still some ordinary people left in the weapon dimension. All of them were killed. The weapon dimension and Buddhist dimension had vanished from the world, just like that. At this moment, the entire large universe started to fall into terror. The prehistoric ruins. The masked woman, or to be more precise, Dugu Juetyin, walked to a square, and 5 sprites were in front of her. The fire sprite, water sprite, wood sprite, metal sprite, and earth sprite. Dugu Juetyin waved her hands. In an instant, they started to revolve rapidly. As they revolved, a huge amount of spirit energy suddenly surged out of the endless black holes. The spirit energy converged into a torrent that surged toward the prehistoric ruins. In just a short while, the prehistoric ruins was filled with spirit energy. Moreover, it was unprecedentedly abundant here. Suddenly, a mysterious black-robed figure appeared not too far away from Dugu Juetyin. There was a small character embroidered on the black-robed figure's chest. It was the same mysterious person who Snowy had felt really close to. The mysterious black-robed figure walked slowly to Dugu Juetyin. I see. So the end times doesn't really exist. The spirit energy in the large universe was forcefully extracted by your undying race. Dugu Juetyin sized up the figure before her and said, "Interesting. So it's the universe sprite?" The black-robed figure said, "Answer me." Dugu Juetyin grinned. "You're wrong. The end time does exist. However, the large universe's end times will only arrive in one more era from now. The spirit energy and living beings here will be sufficient to help my race survive until that era arrives. Of course, for the sake of reviving my people, we had no choice but to extract some of the spirit energy in the large universe. But don't worry, we have no intention to destroy this universe for now." Meanwhile, the black-robed figure suddenly vanished on the spot. In an instant, the world turned pitch black. At the same instant, a spear shot up into the air from Dugu Juetyen's back, and it seemed to have torn through something, causing a sharp tearing sound to resound. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then the surroundings returned to normal. At this moment, the black-robed figure was over 10 kilometers away. A spear was stabbed into the ground at an angle by Dugu Juetyen's side. She glanced indifferently at the black-robed figure. "Not bad. You're slightly stronger than some of the universe sprites I've met in the past. However, you're just slightly stronger." Once she finished speaking, she waved her right hand. In an instant, the spear by her side rose up from the ground and transformed into a ray of dark light that shot forward. Suddenly, the universe sprite vanished into thin air. Dugu Juetyin looked up at the sky, and the undying cavalries behind her were about to pursue the universe sprite, but she shook her head. "That isn't necessary." She turned around and left once she finished speaking. She took a few steps before she stopped again. "I know what all of you are thinking. Go on. However, you're prohibited from killing sprites and the Sprite Lord." "Thank you, Lord Exalt." The undying cavalries behind her were overjoyed and vanished into the sky. The undying race's source of strength wasn't just spirit energy, it was death energy too. They could absorb death energy. The more they absorbed, the stronger they grew. How was death energy formed? From death, of course. So, as far as the undying race was concerned, the living beings of the large universe were their prey. Void Spirit Continent. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yes aura was growing more and more unstable, or to be more precise, it was quite violent. There was a golden pagoda that flickered on his forehead. Yang Lianshuang gazed at Tian Xiu, who was standing not too far away from Yang Yi. Will he be all right? Yang Lianshuang was curious about Tian Xiu. Of course, she was fearful too. The young girl felt really special to her. Tian Xiu replied, "I don't know." Yang Lianshuang glanced at Tian Xiu. "Can you help him?" Tian Xiu replied softly, "It's best if he does this himself." Yang Lianshuang was puzzled. "Why?" Tian Xiu replied softly, "If he can conquer that pagoda on his own, it'll be very helpful to him when he uses it in the future. If he relied on someone else's help, then there would be flaws in his control of it." Yang Lianshuang nodded slightly. "I see." Just like that, time trickled by, and Yang Yes' aura grew more and more violent. It was so violent that Yang Lianshuang and the others started to feel even more uneasy. It was like he was succumbing to inner demons. However, Tian Xiu wasn't very worried. There was no problem with Yang Yes' mental state, so even if he became a demon, it would be because he was staying true to his heart. Yang Yes' heart was quite insane itself, and he had the enlightened sword heart too. 3 days later, the golden pagoda on Yang Yes' forehead suddenly froze on the spot and didn't vanish anymore. Bang! A terrifying aura swept out from within him, and it was so strong it could destroy everything before it. Suddenly, Tian Xiu waved her hand while roasting a lamb leg. Just that made Yang Yi's aura vanish without a trace, like it had never been there. Yang Yi stood up, took a deep breath, and walked over to Tian Xiu. She passed the lamb leg to him. "Eat this, big brother." Yang Yi took it and swiftly cleaned it down to the bone. Tian Xiu asked, "How do you feel?" Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he issued a command in his heart. In an instant, a small golden pagoda appeared above him. The pagoda just floated above him. But in just a short while, Yang Yi's face turned pale, forcing him to put it away. "It's not bad at all." Meanwhile, Tian Xiu suddenly said, "It can be ranked in the top 5 throughout this large universe's history. Based on your current strength, it's quite difficult for you to fully control it. However, it can be considered as a life-saving talisman for yourself, so keep it for a critical moment." Yang Yi nodded. The primordial pagoda had merged into one with him, truly and fully. He could control it now. However, the consumption was shocking. So, he wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. Meanwhile, Tian Xiu stood up abruptly, patted her hands together, and said, "Big brother, I have to go." "Go?" Yang Yi gazed at her. "Tian Xiu, what's going on?" He felt that something was really off. She replied softly, "I'm going somewhere to reclaim something that used to be mine." Yang Yi said, "I'll go with you." She shook her head. "Big brother, you can't leave this place for now." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" She replied, "Big brother, this place was once my home, and the souls of countless of my loved ones still remain here. I can't awaken them yet, so help me take care of this place and their souls, all right?" Home. Void Spirit Continent. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time and said, "Ashio, you're getting more and more mysterious." Tian Xiu grinned. "I'm still the same Ashio." Yang Yi stood up, walked over to her, and rubbed her head gently. "All right, I'll wait for you to return." She nodded. "Take care." She left the primordial pagoda once she finished speaking. Outside the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi escorted her out of the city, and then she glanced at the continent and said, "Wait a while longer for me." She vanished into the sky once she finished speaking. She was so fast that Yang Yi couldn't see her movements clearly. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang walked over to Yang Yi's side. "She's really strong." Yang Yi nodded. Indeed. Tian Xiu felt unfathomable to him, truly unfathomable. Even a progenitor didn't give him such a feeling. She was too mysterious. Yang Yi shook his head and was about to leave, but Yang Lianshuang suddenly said, "The Buddhist path and weapon path have been destroyed. Their progenitors led their core disciples to the Tao path. It was the undying race's doing." The undying race. Yang Yi gazed at her. Even the Buddhist path and weapon path couldn't stop them? Yang Lianshuang shook her head. "They couldn't." Yang Yi frowned. Yang Lianshuang added, "Besides that, some other mysterious experts have started to slaughter throughout the large universe. They only kill but do not take anything. They are from the undying race too. Moreover, they are extremely strong to the point even sages can't resist them." She paused for a moment and asked, "What do you think about this?" "What do I think?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I just want the weapon path and Buddhist path to be annihilated. I'm going to the God race, so be careful." Yang Yi turned around with the intent to leave. Meanwhile, Yang Lianshuang suddenly asked, "What if the God race refuses to give Snowy back?" Yang Yi stopped. "What the other races couldn't accomplish all those years ago, I will. I guarantee that it'll annihilate the entire God race without leaving even one behind." Yang Lianshuang suddenly said, "Sure, Tian. Who does he think he is?" Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists. "I'll bury the entire God race if anything happens to Snowy." Yang Yi vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Chapter 2205, I'll Do It Myself. Chapter 2205, I'll Do It Myself. At the instant Yang Yi was about to leave Void Spirit Continent, a black shadow suddenly shot down from deep within outer space. Yang Yi frowned when he sensed this and stopped in the clouds. It didn't take long for a black figure to appear over 1 kilometer above him. Yang Yi frowned at the sight of the person before him. An undying cavalry. It was the same undying cavalry head met that day. Yang Yi didn't say a word and just shook his hand slightly. A sword howl resounded, and a ray of light shot up into the air. It instantly stopped the undying cavalry in midair. As soon as she stopped, the undying cavalry drew her spear and swung it. Bang! An explosion resounded, and Yang Yi's blood-red sword was blasted away. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared behind it, and then he grabbed it and flashed. A ray of sword energy formed a strange arc as it shot toward the undying cavalry. Boom! The undying cavalry was blasted over 10 kilometers away. Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was behind the undying cavalry. An instant later, his sword pressed against the undying cavalry's back. As expected, it stabbed into the latter's back, right through the heart. Meanwhile, the undying cavalry swung a backhand stab at Yang Yi with her spear. Bang! Yang Yi stopped it with his sword, and the powerful force it carried pushed him backward repeatedly. His face grew even more solemn when he stopped himself, because the undying cavalry was completely fine. The undying cavalry was alive, and the hole in her back had vanished. Are they really impossible to kill? Yang Yi frowned, and then he stomped his right foot down. A blood-red ray of sword energy flashed forward. Meanwhile, the undying cavalry's eyes narrowed slightly. She grabbed her spear with both hands and swung it straight against Yang Yi's blood-red sword energy. Bang! The blood-red sword energy exploded apart, and the undying cavalry was blasted away. Right when Yang Yi was about to attack again, the undying cavalry whistled, and then the space before her trembled. After that, a demon beast tore through the space there and emerged before her. The Nefarious. The undying cavalry leaped onto the Nefarious, and then her aura instantly changed. If she was like a tiger earlier, she was like a dragon now. It was a qualitative transformation. Kill. Meanwhile, the undying cavalry roared with fury, and then a ray of dark light flashed. Bam! Yang Yi was blasted away. However, at the instant that happened, rays of blood-red sword energy flickered incessantly and instantly covered the sky. Break! The undying cavalry's voice resounded from within the blood-red sword energy, and then a spear tore through the air. Suddenly, Yang Yi took a step forward, and then he transformed into a ray of blood-red light that stabbed against the spear. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the undying cavalry was blasted away with the Nefarious. Suddenly, Yang Yi grabbed his blood-red sword and hurled it. Hiss! A ray of light that was thin as an ox's hair flashed through the air, and then it stabbed into the woman's chest. The powerful force it carried blasted her away, and she flew over 10 kilometers away before it nailed her to the ground. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stomped his right foot down and shot forward. However, the Nefarious suddenly leaped up and slammed itself at Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't dodge and just swung a punch. Bang! His fist slammed straight against the Nefarious head, and then it was blasted away. Meanwhile, the undying cavalry suddenly stood up, and the injury on her chest had vanished. Yang Yi frowned once more from the sight of this. Is she really impossible to kill? Yang Yi refused to believe this and intended to attack again. However, she leaped up onto the Nefarious, and then it carried her on its back and instantly vanished into the distance. Just you wait. The undying cavalry's voice resounded from far away. Meanwhile, Yang Yi frowned. The undying cavalry was truly quite mysterious and terrifying. Those two attacks of his were lethal attacks, yet she had been completely unharmed. He naturally didn't believe she was impossible to kill, because if that was so, wouldn't all of them be invincible? The undying physique. Suddenly, a voice came from Yang Yi's side. Yang Yi turned and saw that it was none other than the Tao progenitor. The Tao progenitor walked slowly to Yang Yi's side. All of those women possess a unique physique, the undying physique. It's a very rare physique, and it's unique because it makes its possessor difficult to kill, and it gets even more terrifying if it's nurtured further. Besides absolute strength that can instantly obliterate all vitality within them, they can recover from any other injury. Moreover, no matter how great the injury is, they can swiftly recover with death energy so long as their souls remain. Yang Yi said, "Senior, you seem to know a lot about it." The Tao progenitor replied softly, "I've investigated them." Yang Yi asked, Senior, are you here for a reason? The Tao progenitor gazed at Yang Yi. Do you resent me? Yang Yi shook his head. If I resent you just because you refuse to help me, then what kind of person would I be? While there's deep enmity between me and the other two paths, the Tao path doesn't owe me anything. A wisp of complicated emotions flashed through the Tao progenitor's eyes, and then he shook his head slightly and said, I came because I want to discuss something with you. It's about the undying race. I'm sure you're aware that the Buddhist path and weapon path have formed an alliance with my Tao path. We plan to bring you and the alliance of all to our side to jointly resist the undying race. Yang Yi shook his head. I refuse. The Tao progenitor asked solemnly, why? Yang Yi gazed at the Tao progenitor. If the undying race cannot annihilate the alliance of all in those two paths, then I will. Even if they can, they'll still do it. There isn't much enmity between me and the undying race, and even if there is enmity that will lead to our mutual demise, they'll annihilate the Buddhist path, weapon path, and alliance of all before that happens. Besides killing, I don't want to do anything else in the remainder of my life. I'm going to kill until my eyes recover. Yang Yi turned around and left. Form an alliance with the alliance of all and the two paths? As far as Yang Yi was concerned, the Tao progenitor's suggestion was a joke, a huge joke. The safety of the universe? The future of the universe? What did that have to do with him? As far as he was concerned, his most important task for the remainder of his life wasn't to attain the Tao and ascend to the progenitor realm, it was to kill. It was to avenge his father and friends. Even if the large universe perished, he would still choose revenge. The Tao progenitor sighed softly. Actually, had expected this. He knew quite a bit about Yang Yi's temper, and he knew that it was impossible for Yang Yi to take the three paths and the alliance of all side. Just as had expected, Yang Yi had refused. Yang Yi hadn't even hesitated. The Tao progenitor shook his head again and left. If Yang Yi was willing to take their side, they would have a very good chance against the undying race. After all, every single expert on Yang Yi's side was no weakling. Unfortunately, Yang Yi couldn't put down the enmity he carried. The Tao progenitor was helpless against that. After he left the Tao progenitor, Yang Yi entered the boundless reaches of space and traveled through it until he arrived at a continent. It was a continent called the God Realm. The God Realm? It was the God race's new territory. After Shirtion had been revived, the entire God race had moved here. As far as the God race was concerned, it needed a new home to develop and rise back to its former glory. Suddenly, a ray of blood-red light appeared in the sky above the God Realm, and then it entered the ancient city below. Sky Realm City. It was the current capital of the God race. Yang Yi looked up at it. At this moment, countless experts had leaped out of the city, and it only took a short while for around 20 people to appear in front of Yang Yi. All of them were sages. Many of them had even met Yang Yi in the past. Their faces fell when they saw him. It wasn't just the alliance of all and the three paths that feared Yang Yi. The God race feared him too. He was too insane. Suddenly, a woman appeared in front of Yang Yi. It was Jir. Complicated emotions flashed through her eyes as she gazed at him, but it didn't take long to vanish. She spoke softly, "Leave, all right?" She naturally knew what Yang Yi was here for. However, she knew that the God race would never give up Snowy. Yang Yi stretched out his hand. "Give me Snowy and he'll leave." Snowy. Jir gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she shook her head. "The Sprite Lord is too useful to my God race, so I can't give it to you." Suddenly, a ray of sword energy flashed. A shrill cry resounded, and then the head of a sage near Jir instantly flew up into the air while accompanied by a fountain of blood. It was an extremely bloody sight. A sage had been killed in an instant. Jir and the others' expressions instantly turned unsightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi started walking slowly in their direction. The alliance of all the races wasn't able to annihilate your God race all those years ago. That's fine. I'll do it myself. Chapter 2206 Let's Die Together. Chapter 2206 Let's Die Together. Yang Yi's words were undoubtedly like a spear that stabbed into their hearts. The annihilation of the god race was a thorn in their hearts which could never be removed. Including Jir, her face had instantly turned cold when she heard him. However, they didn't know how Yang Yi felt right now. Yang Yi suddenly released his right grip, and his sword shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Jir's expression changed drastically from the sight of this. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared in front of her, and he stretched his right hand forward. Bang! Yang Yi's blood-red sword was blasted back to him. It was the patriarch of the god race, Shirtian. Shirtian glanced indifferently at Yang Yi. Annihilate my god race? Who do you think you are? Yang Yi grinned. Then let's give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's sword trembled, and as it trembled, strands of monstrous slaughter intent surged out from him. In an instant, the entire sky above the god realm was turned blood-red. Slaughter intent. Boundless slaughter intent filled the surroundings. Progenitor realm slaughter intent? Shirtian frowned. Suddenly, Yang Yi took a step forward, and a mysterious wave of energy instantly enveloped the city. The sword domain. The slaughter intent grew even more terrifying beneath his sword domain. Shatter. Meanwhile, Yang Yi took a step forward. Bang! Shirtian and the others watched as the city exploded apart. An instant later, countless rays of sword energy rained down like a storm. How dare you! Shirtian roared with fury and slammed his right hand forward. The sword energy Yang Yi emanated was instantly obliterated, while Yang Yi's sword domain shattered. That was how powerful a single punch of his was. Yang Yi didn't attack the city again and gazed at Shirtian instead. Obviously, if he wanted to annihilate the god race, he had to deal with Shirtian first. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath and just transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot at Shirtian. Just a moment later, he was in front of Shirtian. A wisp of disdain flashed through the latter's eyes as he slammed his fist forward again. However, a small golden pagoda suddenly appeared above Yang Yi. A moment later, it transformed into a ray of golden light that entered Yang Yi's body. In an instant, a faint layer of golden light surrounded Yang Yi, and even his blood-red sword was covered in a layer of faint golden light. Shirtian's expression changed when he sensed this. Bang! The others watched as Yang Yi's sword descended. Bang! Shirtian was blasted over 30 kilometers away, and space was torn open in his wake. It was extremely shocking. Jir and the others' expressions changed drastically from the sight of this. As far as they were concerned, no matter how monstrous Yang Yi was, he couldn't compare to Shirtian. When Shirtian reigned supreme over the world all those years ago, even Yang Yi's ancestors may have not been born. However, they hadn't expected him to be so strong. If Shirtian couldn't defeat Yang Yi, just thinking about it made their expressions grow even more unsightly. Everyone in the large universe knew about Yang Yi's temper. He was a madman who was capable of anything. After he pushed Shirtian back, Yang Yi didn't stop. He grabbed his blood-red sword with both hands and stabbed it into the ground. Bang! In an instant, a terrifying wave of energy surged into the ground, and it spread toward the surroundings. In just a short while, the ground beneath the city collapsed. Countless members of the god race were horrified and fled to the surroundings. Jir clenched her fists when she witnessed this. Yang Yi was serious. He really planned to take the god race down with him. You're courting death. Shirtian howled with fury and charged at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, the small pagoda appeared above Yang Yi again. An instant later, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that slammed against Shirtian. A head-on collision. Bang! As soon as they collided, an explosion resounded, and the space around them collapsed and it spread swiftly to the surroundings. In just a short while, the entire god realm was in pieces. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at the sages of the god race, and then he flicked his sword, causing it to instantly vanish. The sages were horrified by the sight of this. Yang Yi planned to annihilate them first. Shirtian naturally realized that too. So, the blood-red sword hadn't even arrived in front of the sages before Shirtian stopped it. Shirtian stopped it with his right hand. Even Shirtian didn't dare to underestimate the force carried within the sword. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of him, while the primordial pagoda floated above his head. Yang Yi grabbed the blood-red sword and twisted it. Bang! Yang Yi relied on the primordial pagoda to blast Shi Tian over 30 m away. But he didn't attack Shi Tian again. He just turned around and swung his sword. Hiss! It instantly annihilated one of the nearby sages. However, when Yang Yi was about to launch another attack, a terrifying aura swept over. So Yang Yi turned around and swung his sword. Bang! As soon as his sword descended, Yang Yi felt a wave of powerful energy enter his body. So he immediately used the primordial armor, but he was still blasted over 30 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped himself, the space below him cracked open. Meanwhile, Shi Tian started walking slowly in Yang Yi's direction. I underestimated you, but suddenly, Yang Yi appeared behind Shi Tian. Backstab. The sword domain combined with backstab. It was swift to the limit, and with the enhancement provided by the primordial pagoda, it was unprecedentedly strong too. However, Shi Tian's reaction was extremely quick. Head turned around as soon as Yang Yi appeared behind him, and he slammed his fist forward. A black glove soundlessly appeared on his fist, and a wave of powerful force rippled forth from his fist, causing space in a huge area to crack open. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's sword descended. Bang! As soon as they came into contact, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from the point of collision. Both Yang Yi and Shi Tian were blasted backward. Bang! As soon as he stopped himself, a ferocious expression flashed on his face, and then he grabbed his sword with both hands and stabbed it into the ground. He took a step forward, and the sword domain appeared. At the same time, a dense expanse of blood-red sword energy appeared around him. They formed a dense rainstorm that shot toward the surroundings. At this moment, it was like a meteor shower was raining down on the god realm. How dare you? Shi Tian roared with anger, and he emanated a terrifying aura as he charged at Yang Yi. Suddenly, the golden pagoda above Yang Yi transformed into a ray of golden light that slammed against Shi Tian. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and Shi Tian was blasted away. However, the primordial pagoda was blasted back to Yang Yi as well. At the same time, Yang Yi's countenance turned extremely pale. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he grabbed the primordial pagoda and slammed it forward. Bang! The remains of the city were smashed into an expanse of ruins, and countless experts of the god race were obliterated. You're courting death. Ferocity instantly covered Shi Tian's face. Suddenly, Yang Yi started walking slowly in Shi Tian's direction. I'm courting death? Who the fuck do you think you are? Everyone from the god race, hear me now. If I don't see Snowy, he'll kill all of you. All of you. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his right foot down and charged at Shi Tian. In his grasp was the blood-red sword, and the primordial pagoda was above him. Meanwhile, an old man and a middle-aged man were watching from afar. It was Heaven's Secret and Zhong Yi. I really pity him. Heaven's Secret shook his head. He just re-emerged into the world. Yet he encountered such a madman. Zhong Yi spoke softly. Yang Yi is actually so strong now. Heaven's Secret shook his head. It's not Yang Yi who's strong. It's Shi Tian who has grown weak. He was just revived, so his strength hasn't recovered to its peak. But Yang Yi is at his peak. Moreover, that kid doesn't just have the primordial pagoda. He has the primordial pagoda and the sword domain. So, even if he can't kill an injured progenitor right now, a progenitor can't do anything to him either. He paused for a moment and continued. But that fellow doesn't just possess the strength of a progenitor. The most terrifying part is that he's such a madman. Have you noticed? He came here to take the god race down with him. Truly take them down with him. He's able to ignore everything, but the god race can't afford to do the same. No one can afford to do the same. The Buddhist progenitor and weapon progenitor's current attitude toward Yang Yi is one where they want to avoid offending him if possible. But Shi Tian offended him. Zhong Yi suddenly asked, will Shi Tian make a compromise? The old man looked up and asked, what do you think? Bang! Suddenly, Shi Tian was blasted away, and Yang Yi charged at him. Meanwhile, Shi Tian said, Yang Yi, do you want me to annihilate everyone in Void Spirit Continent right now? Yang Yi stopped. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and gazed at Shi Tian. He raised his sword slowly at Shi Tian and said, "Go. Go if you dare." Shi Tian's eyes instantly narrowed while slaughter intent surged in his eyes. Meanwhile, Yang Yi started walking slowly in Shi Tian's direction. Nothing ever goes perfectly in the world. I, Yang Yi, would rather die than succumb to threats. If worse comes to worse, you die, I die, and everyone dies. I'm not afraid of you. Chapter 2207 Let's fight one-on-one if you dare. Chapter 2207 Let's fight one-on-one if you dare. Shi Tian and the others' expressions became extremely unsightly when they heard Yang Yi. Mutual destruction. The god race did have the ability to do that. It didn't even need the entire god race. Just Shi Tian alone could annihilate everyone on Void Spirit Continent. However, Yang Yi could annihilate everyone in the god race besides Shi Tian as well. The only way to avoid that was for Shi Tian to annihilate Yang Yi. However, they noticed that based on the current situation, that was impossible. Not to mention Yang Yi's own strength. He had numerous treasures too, especially the primordial pagoda. It was something that even Shi Tian had to fear. So, if he chose to kill Yang Yi, then the best outcome would be successfully killing Yang Yi at the cost of suffering serious injuries. But once that happened, the three paths, the alliance of all, and the undying race would never allow such an opportunity to escape them. So, after weighing the pros and cons, Shi Tian made his decision. Shi Tian gazed at Yang Yi, and then he waved his right hand. A ray of white light flashed, and it descended before Yang Yi. The white light dispersed to reveal Snowy. As soon as she saw Yang Yi, Snowy started crying and holding on tight to Yang Yi's neck while ceaselessly rubbing her head against his chin. She had never left Yang Yi for this long, so this period could be described as the darkest days for Snowy. Yang Yi rubbed her head gently. At this moment, his slaughter intent dispersed. Yang Yi spoke softly, "It's all right now. Let's go home." He took Snowy in his arms and turned around. Yang Yi. Suddenly, Shi Tian called out to him. Yang Yi stopped. Shi Tian spoke coldly. "They'll remember this." Yang Yi turned around, gave Shi Tian the middle finger, and then vanished on the spot with Snowy. Shi Tian's face instantly turned gloomy. At this moment, the slaughter intent he emanated wasn't much weaker than Yang Yi's. He, Shi Tian, had never suffered something like this. Meanwhile, Heaven's Secret shook his head. "He's so difficult to deal with." Zhong Yi nodded. "His temper is terrible." Heaven's Secret shook his head. "Do you know what I like the most about him?" Zhong Yi gazed at Heaven's Secret. "His sincere heart." The old man spoke softly. "He's very loyal. His sword Dao may seem like it's a sword Dao of slaughter, but it's actually one with emotion. The reason he could attain the progenitor realm and slaughter intent was because his emotions were so strong. He couldn't endure the pain from losing his friends, so it turned into slaughter intent. Otherwise, just killing alone would be incapable of allowing him to attain the progenitor realm and slaughter intent. If killing was sufficient to attain that, the world would be in chaos by now. Zhong Yi glanced at Yang Yi's leaving figure. "He's a pitiable person too." Heaven's Secret nodded. "Have you noticed?" "To be honest, as far as I know, I've never heard of a Sprite Lord that relies on a person and trusts a person that much. Sprite Lords are one of the most intelligent beings in the world. So how could someone she chose be an absolutely evil person?" He looked up at the direction Yang Yi had left toward and continued. "Now that the large universe is in such chaos, it's time for us to choose sides." Zhong Yi laughed bitterly. "He doesn't need us now." The old man grinned. "He will, very soon. Come on, let's go do one last thing, and then we'll go side with him." The old man turned around and left. They returned to the weapon dimension, but it had collapsed now. Zhong Yi had quite complicated emotions in his eyes as he gazed at the ruins of the weapon dimension. It was once his home, but it was gone now. The old man suddenly said, "You don't own the weapon path anything." It was the weapon progenitor's own choices which led to the weapon path's current state. Zhong Yi nodded and remained silent. The old man walked down slowly, and then he flicked. In an instant, the scene here changed, and then a huge go board appeared before them. Zhongyi gazed at heaven's secret. What's that? The old man replied softly. The heaven inn go board. The heaven inn go board? Zhongyi frowned. I've never heard of it. The old man grinned. It's my life's work. Zhongyi glanced at heaven's secret. Senior, you stayed in the weapon path for this? The old man nodded. Zhongyi asked, why did you choose the weapon path? The old man smiled. The energy of slaughter. Among the 4 paths, the weapon path has the strongest aura of slaughter, and this treasure needs the aura of slaughter. The more, the better. Zhongyi spoke softly. Senior, you made this yourself? The old man shook his head. I obtained it by chance. As he spoke, he gazed at the heaven inn go board. In order to repair it, I gave up heaven's secret hall and came here. But this process, even I've forgotten how long it took. No matter what, it has finally been repaired. Zhongyi spoke softly. Senior, do you really plan to go to Yangyi? The old man walked over to Zhongyi's side and patted Zhongyi on the shoulder. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, I don't have any ill intent toward him, nor do I seek anything from him. The undying race is back, and besides that person, no one else can survive alone. I can't, and neither can you. We're going to Yangyi because I hope hell be able to create a path to survival for us. Zhongyi asked, is the undying race really that strong? Strong? The old man shook his head. They aren't just strong. Just wait and see. The apocalypse is here. It's truly here. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand and put the go board away. Meanwhile, Zhongyi suddenly asked, Senior, you spoke about a certain person who could survive on his own. Who is that person? Heaven's Secret's footsteps stopped momentarily, and he replied, a sword cultivator who doesn't use a sword. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. A sword cultivator who doesn't use a sword. Zhongyi was bewildered. Yangyi took Snowy back to Void's spirit continent, and the news of his actions on God Realm had spread throughout the large universe. Yang Yi's name reverberated through the large universe once more. Was there a power in the large universe that Yang Yi didn't dare to offend? The answer was no. As far as the alliance of all was concerned, their fear for Yang Yi grew, including the weapon path and Buddhist path. Both of them were living in the Tao dimension now, and they felt even stronger fear of Yang Yi. Now, they would rather offend the god race than offend Yang Yi. That madman dared to do just about anything now. Void Spirit Continent. Yang Yi descended to the ground with Snowy. Snowy frowned because there was no spirit energy here. She waved her paw lightly. Yang Yi understood what she meant. He hesitated for a moment and nodded before speaking softly, just in the city. Snowy cracked a smile and waved her paws. In an instant, countless strands of spirit energy swept out of her, and it only took a short while for spirit energy to actually appear in the city. The humans in the city were stunned when they sensed it. Spirit energy? Where did it come from? However, it didn't take long for them to understand why spirit energy had appeared here. Snowy. The Sprite Lord was back. Thus, Snowy's status in Void Spirit City instantly rose. It could be said that as far as everyone here was concerned, Snowy's status was much higher than Yang Yi. Everyone adored Snowy. That was how they treated Snowy now. In the Primordial Pagoda, Snowy's return filled the Primordial Pagoda with spirit energy, causing the pagoda to be overjoyed and fly circles around Snowy. Yang Yi saw on the ground with Snowy, and before him was a fire. There was a goat on the fire, roasting a whole goat. Snowy and Tian Shio's favorite. Snowy stared at it, and she even started to drool. As he watched Snowy act like that, Yang Yi had a rare smile on his face. The little fellow before him was a loved one of his closest loved ones. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and rubbed Snowy's little head. Will the spirit energy vanish? Snowy gazed at Yang Yi, shook her head lightly, and then started waving her paws. It wouldn't vanish. Or to be more precise, so long as she was here, the spirit energy wouldn't vanish, but it would vanish if she left. The spirit energy hadn't come from the world. It had come from her, and she couldn't create an endless supply of it. Of course, it wasn't a problem to provide spirit energy for the city for a few dozen years. Moreover, so long as there was spirit energy somewhere else, she could move it over here. Yang Yi rubbed her head. Is it very tiring? Snowy shook her head, but it didn't take long for her to swiftly nod. After that, she pointed at the roasting goat and indicated that it was very, very tiring to maintain the spirit energy, so she needed to have roasted goat every day. Yang Yi grinned, rubbed her head, and said, "I'll roast it every day for you." Snowy's eyes lit up, and then she hugged Yang Yi and kept kissing him. Suddenly, Yang Yi frowned and looked up. He fell silent for an instant, and then he rubbed Snowy's head and said, "I'm going to take care of some business. I'll be back soon. Be good." Snowy nodded. Yang Yi grinned and left the pagoda. Once he arrived outside, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that shot up into the sky above the city. He looked up, and he saw a few dozen specks of black light shooting over in his direction. Undying cavalries. A few dozen of them. Yang Yi frowned slightly, and then he grabbed his sword and swung it. In an instant, a ray of blood-red sword energy slashed up into the air. Yang Yi glanced coldly at the specks of black light, and it didn't take long for a few dozen undying cavalries to descend before Yang Yi. There were a total of 40 of them. They were led by that same undying cavalry whom Yang Yi had fought the other day. Yang Yi shook his head. Is this how the undying race acts? You're no match for me, so you gang up on me? As he spoke, he pointed his sword at them. I, Yang Yi, hate people who gang up on others. Let's fight one-on-one if you dare. Chapter 2208 I Can Still Fight. Chapter 2208 I Can Still Fight. One-on-one. The woman who led the group revealed a ridiculing smile. One-on-one? What? You're afraid? Afraid? Yang Yi spoke indifferently. I do know a little about the undying race, and you were once matchless in the universe. Nothing was left in your wake. However, now that I've met you, I'm quite disappointed. Is this the legendary matchless undying race? You lose in a one-on-one battle, so you gang up on me? TSK, TSK. I'm disappointed, too disappointed. The undying cavalry in the lead instantly revealed quite an unsightly expression. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, I understand now. So, you're afraid, and that's why you brought so many with you. Afraid of you? A ridiculing smile curled up on her face. Who do you think you are? Then fight me one-on-one? Yang Yi gazed at her. Let's fight one-on-one. Right now? I challenge you. Do you dare to accept? She slowly clenched her fists. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, if you dare not, that's fine too. All of you can gang up on me. You think you're very strong? Meanwhile, an undying cavalry walked over to Yang Yi. You're very strong? Yang Yi replied indifferently, not that strong. But if it's a one-on-one battle, then I can fight as many of you as there are. How laughable. The undying cavalry laughed coldly. Come, let me see it for myself. As soon as she finished speaking, she stabbed her spear at Yang Yi, and the powerful force it carried caused the space around Yang Yi to form a strange vortex. However, along with a blood-red flash of light, that undying cavalry was blasted over 10 kilometers away. The others frowned when they witnessed this. When Yang Yi met an undying cavalry for the first time, they'd been equally matched. Yet now, after he obtained the primordial pagoda's acknowledgement, his strength was much stronger than it had been. While he still couldn't instantly kill one of them, if it was just a one-on-one battle, then not to mention undying cavalries, he even had some confidence in being able to defeat a progenitor. However, if all of them ganged up on him, then he would have no choice but to flee. It was all right if he was just against one or two, but he couldn't fight against many. Meanwhile, that undying cavalry glanced at her own hand. At this moment, it had cracked open. She looked up at Yang Yi and was about to attack when she suddenly looked to the side. A woman was walking slowly in their direction. It was another undying cavalry. However, this undying cavalry was slightly different from the rest. Her spear wasn't black but gold. All of them immediately bowed at the sight of her. Commander! Commander! In the undying army, the Exalted Lord was the strongest, and she commanded the entire army. Below her were the commanders. There were only a few commanders in the entire army, and they were elites the Exalted Lord selected herself. They were in charge of the Undying Army while the Exalted Lord wasn't present. Every single one of these commanders possessed top-rate strength, and they were outstanding in every other aspect as well. The commander nodded slightly and walked slowly to Yang Yi. You are that Yang Yi hood renowned throughout the large universe right now? Yang Yi lowered his sword and gazed at her. I don't think there's another one. She looked at him for a long time, and then she said, My undying race cherishes talent, so are you willing to join us? Based on your natural talent and potential, I'll ask the Exalted Lord to bestow the undying physique upon you. Join the undying race? Yang Yi shook his head, sorry, am not interested in the undying physique. The commander nodded slightly. I see. As she spoke, she looked down at Void Spirit Continent. Do you know about this continent's history? Yang Yi was just about to speak when she continued. This continent is called Void Spirit Continent. All those years ago, there was an extremely powerful race that lived here. Amongst them was a person, Void Spirit Maiden. Void Spirit Maiden. The Undying Cavalries here looked down at the continent below. Presently, Void Spirit Continent wasn't quite similar to how it had been, and all of them revealed various emotions as they gazed at it. Void Spirit Maiden. Someone the Undying race would never forget. Meanwhile, the commander continued, You should thank her. Out of respect for someone strong like her, my Undying race isn't willing to step foot on this continent. She turned around and walked away once she finished speaking. The other Undying Cavalries followed behind her. They were unwilling to step foot on the continent. Respect. Even though Void Spirit Maiden had heavily injured the Undying race all those years ago, Shed won their respect. Presently, no one knew how horrifying that battle had been. It was the worst battle the Undying race had ever experienced. It was that woman with netherworld destiny in her hand who'd practically crushed the entire Undying race. The Undying Cavalries had left, but Yang Ye's heart felt heavy. An impossible dilemma. If the Undying Cavalries really did attack, then he wouldn't be able to stop them at all. If a Nanjing was with him, then perhaps he could stop them by joining forces with her. But in Nanjing, suddenly, Yang Ye's figure stiffened, and then he vanished on the spot. In the Primordial Pagoda, Yang Yi appeared in the second level of the Primordial Pagoda. There were quite a few people here, like Little Sky, Zier, and Snowy. At this moment, all of them were looking at a Nanjing who was lying there on the bed. Yang Yi walked over to the side of her bed, and he sensed a faint strand of energy fluctuating around her. Yang Yi gazed at Little Sky while his voice trembled slightly. Is she? Little Sky spoke softly. She's about to wake up. About to wake up. Yang Yi turned around and looked at a Nanjing. With the primordial violet energy there to incessantly restore her body, a Nanjing was finally on the verge of fully recovering. In Nanjing, Yang Yi sat by her bed and held her hand. Just like that, he sat there for almost 3 days. Suddenly, a Nanjing's eyelids twitched, and Yang Ye's heart instantly tightened. A moment later, her eyes gradually opened. A Nanjing seemed a little lost, but it didn't take long for her gaze to gradually clear up. A short while later, she gazed at Yang Yi, and Yang Yi spoke softly, You're awake? A Nanjing nodded slightly, Yes. Yang Yi asked, How do you feel? She stood up slowly and said, I can still fight. I can still fight. Just a few words made 2 strings of blood red silently flow down from Yang Ye's eyes. Shed almost died for him in battle that day, and it was she who had forcefully kept so many sages busy for him. What he owed her was practically impossible to repay in a few lifetimes. A Nanjing stretched out her hand and wiped off his tears of blood. You'll lose face if anyone else sees that. Yang Yi took her hand. Men don't cry easily. I didn't cry, I bled. And Nanjing shook her head slightly and took his hand. In the past, I feared nothing, not even death. Yet now, I'm afraid. I'm afraid no one will fight with you once I'm gone. Yang Yi spoke softly. Then don't die and stay with me all the way. She nodded slightly, all right. And Nanjing was awake. Cultivate. Once she regained consciousness, a Nanjing started cultivating. Besides Yang Yi, a Nanjing was another cultivation addict, just like him. In her world, Yang Yi was number 1, and the martial Dao was number 2. Besides that, She didn't care about anything else. Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda and went to Void Spirit Hall. Void Spirit Hall. At this moment, Situ Tingyun, Nethermaiden, and the others were cultivating here. The gravity here was able to greatly improve their strength. Chaotic times were upon them, so regardless of whether it was Yang Yi or them, they had to improve their strength as soon as possible. Besides Void Spirit Continent, the entire large universe was in chaos now. It was a slaughter. The undying cavalry of the undying race was madly slaughtering throughout all the races, and the entire large universe was covered in howls of sorrow. Meanwhile, the Tao Path stepped forward and formed an alliance with the other two paths and the Alliance of All, the World Alliance. It was an alliance led by the Tao Path. However, the World Alliance didn't fight the undying cavalries, but chose to shrink back into a defensive position. Even then, the undying cavalries were still rampaging through the entire large universe. But they didn't attack the World Alliance as well. The other race had countless worlds. In order to defend themselves against the undying race, they had no choice but to shrink their lines of defense and abandon some of those worlds. As for the people in those worlds, it was impossible to take those people with them. Simply speaking, the experts left and the weak remained. Now, the World Alliance only took in the elites. While it was quite cruel, they had no other choice. They needed the elites to fight against the undying race. As for the weak, they became food for the undying cavalries. Slaughter Intent 1. Meanwhile, Yang Yi snuck out of Void Spirit Continent. He started traveling the world. Slaughter Intent. Countless had died miserably throughout the large universe, and blood had been spilt incessantly. This made Yang Yi sense unprecedented levels of slaughter intent and blood. Both of them were things that he really hoped to obtain right now. Absorb the slaughter intent and blood. However, Yang Yi overlooked something, and it was the most important thing. He wasn't just absorbing slaughter intent and blood. There was resentment and hatred too. Countless weak people had died. So how strong was their resentment and hatred toward the world? After he absorbed an innumerable amount of hatred and resentment that was accompanied by slaughter intent and blood, Yang Yi's slaughter intent, and even himself, had started to soundlessly undergo some kind of change. Somewhere in the world, Yang Yi stood on the ground while countless strands of blood and slaughter intent converged toward him. It was like rivers converging into the ocean. Chapter 2209 Shut Up. Chapter 2209 Shut Up. It was a continent with a name that was unknown to him. He was only here because the undying race had slaughtered the entire continent. Blood had formed rivers throughout the continent. It was hell on earth. Even though it was truly hell on earth here, it was quite helpful to Yang Yi. Absorb. He stood on the ground like an old monk in meditation. The endless slaughter intent, hatred, blood, and resentment in the surroundings surged toward him like a torrent. The blood-red glow around Yang Yi gradually became darker and darker. In the beginning, the glow around him was blood-red. Now, it was dark red. 2 weeks later, at this moment, Yang Yi had absorbed all the slaughter intent, blood, hatred, and resentment on the entire continent. Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes. Hiss, hiss. 2 rays of blood-red light surged out from his eyes. Everywhere they passed, space was torn open, and 2 extremely long spatial rifts appeared before him until the end of his vision. Yang Yi's eyes were blood-red like an ocean of blood. He had no eyes, just blood there. Eyes of blood. Meanwhile, a sword howl resounded, and then a blood-red sword appeared by his side. The sword spirit. At this moment, the sword spirit had undergone a transformation too. Her entire body was dark red like she was made entirely of blood. Besides that, there was a small black on Yang Yi's forehead. Resentment and hatred. Head sealed the hatred and resentment he absorbed in his forehead. It was too strong, so it may be considered as a side effect to him, because the resentment and hatred had come along with the slaughter intent and blood. If he absorbed the slaughter intent and blood, then he had to absorb the hatred and resentment. But if the hatred and resentment were allowed to enter his mind, it would absolutely be capable of collapsing his mind. So, He used the primordial pagoda to seal them. Meanwhile, the sword spirit appeared before Yang Yi. Are you sure it's all right? She was naturally talking about the black dot on his forehead. Yang Yi grinned. In the beginning, I was a little worried. But now, if I were to release it in battle, then coupled with my slaughter intent, it would definitely be a beautiful sight to behold. She asked softly, can you endure it? Yang Yi nodded lightly. I can while I have the primordial pagoda. The primordial pagoda. It was considered the #1 treasure of the large universe, so its abilities were definitely unrivaled. It was exactly why he could resist the hatred and resentment while he had it to protect his mind and heart. Meanwhile, the sword spirit asked, are you still going to continue? Of course. Yang Yi nodded as he glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, there were no living beings left on the continent. First, it had lost all spirit energy, then the undying cavalries arrived, so the continent had been utterly transformed into a dead planet. Yang Yi spoke softly. The undying race is truly ruthless. He was a ruthless person too, but he hadn't done something like slaughtering an entire continent. But the undying race had, and they'd been so thorough about it. Moreover, it wasn't just one continent. This had occurred to many continents. The sword spirit spoke softly. Perhaps killing to them is like how humans kill animals for food. After all, they live on death energy. Yang Yi nodded. Forget them. Let's go to the next continent. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi transformed into a ray of blood-red light that vanished on the spot. As for the sword spirit, she shot up into the air and followed close behind him. The demon dimension. Yang Yi and the sword spirit arrived at a continent in the demon dimension. As soon as he descended there, a strong stench of blood assaulted his nose. Blood had formed rivers here. The entire continent was covered in corpses and blood. Yang Yi shook his head and waved his hands. In an instant, an endless stream of blood and slaughter intent converged toward him from the entire continent. Just like that, 5 days passed before Yang Yi left and traveled to the next continent. A month later. Throughout this month, Yang Yi had absorbed an innumerable amount of slaughter intent and blood. All of them had allowed Yang Yi's slaughter intent to undergo another qualitative transformation. It was still progenitor realm slaughter intent, but it wasn't something his old slaughter intent could compare to anymore. It could be said that if he faced a sage now, he wouldn't even need to use his sword. Just his slaughter intent would be sufficient to kill the sage in an instant. His current slaughter intent was so strong that even he found it difficult to control. Even when he had the primordial pagoda to help suppress it, he still found it quite difficult to control. It could be said that his current slaughter intent was at his limit. However, the most terrifying part was the black on his forehead. Too much hatred and resentment was condensed there. So, if it wasn't for the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi would be dead by now. The hatred and resentment was something that even Yang Yi didn't dare rashly touch. It was too terrifying. It could be said that if he released all of it, and if he didn't have the primordial pagoda to help him, he would be obliterated in an instant. Moreover, he wasn't very confident even if he had the primordial pagoda's help right now. It was his greatest trump card right now. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly, and then the red glow around him dispersed. Yang Yi spoke softly, "Let's go." The sword spirit asked, "Where?" He looked up at the sky. To get even. He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking, and the sword spirit followed behind him. Far away in the sky, Yang Yi flew swiftly on his sword, and it didn't take long for him to enter outer space. A short while later, he arrived at the Tao dimension, the Tao path. On this day, the space above the Tao dimension turned blood red, and boundless blood enveloped the Tao dimension. Everyone within it was shocked. A moment later, an old man appeared before Yang Yi. Dao Qing. The same Dao Qing who had welcomed Yang Yi in the past, the Tao progenitor's eldest disciple. Dao Qing spoke solemnly, "Yang Yi, what do you want?" "What do I want?" Yang Yi gazed at Dao Qing. Dao Qing's expression changed slightly when he saw the ocean of blood in Yang Yi's eyes, and he couldn't help but take a step back. Terror. Dao Qing saw a force that horrified him within those eyes. Meanwhile, Yang Yi closed his eyes. He ignored Dao Qing and looked down at the Dao dimension below. The ancestors of the Buddhist path and weapon path. Are you going to show yourselves? Or should I bring you outside myself? He was naturally here for them. There were debts that he naturally had to retake for himself. Meanwhile, Dao Qing suddenly said, Yang Yi, they are part of the World Alliance now. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded, and then a sword pressed against Dao Qing's forehead. Dao Qing's voice stopped abruptly. Yang Yi gazed at Dao Qing. Just shut up. You have no right to speak here. Dao Qing's face instantly turned unsightly. However, he didn't dare to say anything. The strength of the person before him was far beyond anything he could resist. Most importantly, this fellow before him was a god of death. Yang Yi gazed at the Dao dimension. So you refuse to show yourselves? As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hands slightly. In an instant, a wave of invisible slaughter intent enveloped the Dao dimension. If it descended upon the Dao dimension, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the Dao dimension. Because not to mention ordinary cultivators, even a sage couldn't endure Yang Yi's slaughter intent now. Suddenly, a ray of gold light appeared near Yang Yi, and it dispersed to reveal a golden lotus. The Buddhist progenitor was on the lotus. The Buddhist progenitor had quite a complicated expression on his face as he gazed at Yang Yi. This young man before him had grown to a level that made even him incapable of doing anything to the young man. The Buddhist progenitor pressed his palms together. Young Master Yang, it's been a while. Yang Yi raised his sword and swung it. A sword howl resounded, and a ray of blood-red sword energy tore through space toward the Buddhist progenitor. The latter's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he pushed his right palm forward. Bang! Yang Yi's sword energy was stopped by the Buddhist progenitor's palm. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly appeared above the Buddhist progenitor, and then he grabbed his sword with both hands and slammed it down. The Buddhist progenitor looked up and slammed his palm upward. Boom! Yang Yi was blasted away with his sword, but it only took a moment for him to suddenly appear behind the Buddhist progenitor. A moment later, a sword pressed down against the Buddhist progenitor's back, but a ray of golden light suddenly surged out from the latter. Bang! The golden light pushed Yang Yi back while the Buddhist progenitor was pushed over 3 kilometers back with his lotus. As soon as he stopped himself, a sword had arrived just half an inch from his forehead. The Buddhist progenitor pressed his palms together to stop Yang Yi's sword. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared behind it, and he kicked its hilt. Bang! The sword stabbed forward. However, the Buddhist progenitor had vanished. At the same time, a huge palm suddenly appeared above Yang Yi, and a powerful wave of pressure pushed Yang Yi down incessantly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stomped his right foot down and shot up into the air. Hiss! His blood-red sword sliced open the golden palm. At the same time, countless rays of blood-red sword energy shot toward the Buddhist progenitor. The Buddhist progenitor closed his eyes and pressed his palms together. Bang! A ray of golden light swept forward, and it obstructed Yang Yi's sword energy. Meanwhile, the Buddhist progenitor opened his eyes. Your strength isn't bad, but you're lacking in experience. Yang Yi took a step forward and suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, 2 rays of blood-red sword energy shot out from his eye sockets. As soon as they appeared, the space around Yang Yi was minced into bits. At the same time, a strand of damp and warm energy rippled toward the surroundings. Blood. In the area above the Dao dimension, countless strands of blood had suddenly appeared, and they were ceaselessly dripping down toward the Dao dimension. Chapter 22:10. So it's you. Blood covered the Dao dimension. Endless blood had converged at the Dao dimension. Yang Yi's eyes were closed tight, and the sword spirit was in his grasp. The Buddhist progenitor glanced at Yang Yi and was about to attack when Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, a golden pagoda appeared above him, and then a pitch-black face flashed out from his forehead. A face that was filled with endless resentment and hatred. It was the resentment and hatred which Yang Yi had absorbed earlier. How terrifying was a mass of endless hatred and resentment. The Buddhist progenitor frowned when he saw it. A solemn expression. The Buddhist's progenitor's eyes were filled with a solemn expression. He didn't dare act carelessly against it and pressed his palms together. In an instant, rays of golden light swept out incessantly from within him and then slammed down in waves against the face. However, as soon as they came into contact with the face, they were instantly obliterated like snow dropping into hot oil. Bang! A rumbling explosion resounded, and then a figure was blasted away. It was the Buddhist progenitor. However, the face didn't vanish. It shot through the air and shot toward the Buddhist progenitor. After he stopped himself around 30 kilometers away, he overlapped his palms and slammed them forward. Bang! A golden palm tore through the air and slammed against the face. Boom! The experts of the Tao path watched as the golden palm exploded apart. Boom! A moment later, the Buddhist progenitor was blasted extremely far away. As soon as he stopped himself, a ray of blood-red sword energy tore through space. Right when it was about to stab the Buddhist progenitor's chest, he shot a glance at Yang Yi, and then transformed into a ray of golden light that vanished on the spot. Head fled. Yang Yi was about to pursue him when the face transformed into a ray of black light that entered Yang Yi's forehead. Yang Yi's figure stiffened on the spot. Yang Yi frowned and touched his forehead. "You refuse to leave me?" Yang Yi was right. It really didn't want to leave him. A host. In the beginning, it had no intelligence or consciousness, but when Yang Yi converged all of the hatred and resentment together, it had undergone a transformation. Now, it had some intelligence. It yearned to slaughter, it yearned for revenge, and it yearned to grow. So, it chose to stay with Yang Yi. Because as far as it was concerned, Yang Yi was the best host. Yang Yi shook his head, ignored it, and looked up at the sky. It was the direction that the Buddhist progenitor had fled toward. Yang Yi was about to give chase when the Tao progenitor appeared in front of him. Yang Yi frowned. "Are you going to stop me?" The Tao progenitor shook his head slightly. "I just want to tell you that you'll have to pay a huge price to kill a progenitor right now. But don't forget that besides the Buddhist progenitor, there is the weapon progenitor, the Nether Pavilion's master, the devil progenitor, and the evil progenitor. Do you think they'll wait for you to come seek them out for revenge?" The Tao progenitor shook his head slightly. "They want. When you pay that price to annihilate the Buddhist progenitor, they would attack and annihilate you and everyone close to you. Besides their severe injuries, there's another reason why they aren't showing themselves right now, and it's because they don't want to die while trying to bring you down. After all, even they can't kill you with ease now. Even they will have to pay a terrible price to kill you, and even if they are willing to pay that price, they still may even fail in the end." Yang Yi remained silent. The Tao progenitor continued. "Scan the surroundings for yourself." Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and he sensed 4 faint auras. The auras of progenitors. The Tao progenitor continued. "Actually, they wanted to pay a price and kill you from the very beginning. While they are injured, if they join forces, then they can kill you if they are willing to pay a certain price. However, the God race and undying race showed themselves, causing them to dare not act rashly. If the God race and undying race showed themselves earlier, your father wouldn't have been attacked by 5 progenitors that day." Regret. Regardless of whether it was the weapon progenitor, Buddhist progenitor, or the others, all of them regretted attacking young Wudi that day. It wasn't that they regretted killing him. It was that they'd paid such a painful price for doing so. All of them were severely injured. Especially the weapon progenitor and Buddhist progenitor, their injuries had almost resulted in the destruction of the paths they represented. Now, they were in an absolutely passive position. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, the slaughter intent and red light he emanated gradually vanished. A long time passed before Yang Yi looked once more in the direction that the Buddhist progenitor had fled toward. If the Buddhist progenitor was willing to fight him, he was 60% or even 70% confident that he could kill the Buddhist progenitor. However, the latter chose to flee. If a progenitor was intent on fleeing, then he couldn't do anything to stop that progenitor. His current speed and every other aspect was quite inferior when compared to a true progenitor. Just as the Buddhist progenitor had said, he lacked experience. Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he gazed at the other 4 auras. He didn't say anything and just walked away. Meanwhile, the Tao progenitor suddenly said, "What do you think about the undying race and God race?" Yang Yi stopped, "Senior. What are you trying to say?" The Tao progenitor replied solemnly, "Both the God race and undying race will be difficult to deal with." As far as he was concerned, he naturally hoped to bring Yang Yi over to the World Alliance's side. Yang Yi's current strength wasn't any weaker to a progenitor. Most importantly, Yang Yi was still young, and his future was limitless. His room to grow was huge. Moreover, Yang Yi had a group of experts by his side, like a Nanjing and the others, and they were all monstrous geniuses amongst monstrous geniuses. If Yang Yi joined them, the World Alliance's strength would definitely rise tremendously. How could Yang Yi not understand what the old man meant? He shook his head. "Senior, I have no ill intent towards you or the Tao path, because you've only been helping me from the beginning, and you owe me nothing. You didn't lend a hand to my father when they attacked him, but you did that because of the Tao path that relies on you. So, I don't blame you for that, because you don't owe me anything. If you or the Tao path needs help, then I will definitely do my best." However, Yang Yi turned around and looked at the Tao progenitor. "I won't join forces with the Tao path or anyone else, especially not the Buddhist path and weapon path. They killed my brothers that day, so I'm afraid my brothers won't be able to die in peace if I join forces with them now." The Tao progenitor spoke softly. "The large universe will be doomed. What does that have to do with me?" Yang Yi continued, "Senior, am not a savior. All I know is that my father, my brothers, and my third sister have to be avenged, and I plan to avenge them myself. I'll kill those 5 progenitors and all those sages, sooner or later." Yang Yi turned around and left once he finished speaking. The Tao progenitor sighed softly on the spot. Meanwhile, the weapon progenitor appeared near him. The weapon progenitor watched Yang Yi leave while the desire to kill flickered in his eyes. However, he felt quite helpless in his heart. Yang Yi could disregard everything, but he couldn't. He didn't want to die with Yang Yi, and neither did the Buddhist progenitor. So, the Buddhist progenitor had ignored the humiliation it would cause him and chose to flee. This proved the old saying, "The weak fear the strong, and the strong fear the fearless." Yang Yi was fearless right now. The Tao progenitor shook his head slightly. "I told you not to do it, but you refused to listen." The weapon progenitor shook his head. "We underestimated him, and we underestimated Yang Woody's strength. At that time, they felt that their joint forces could kill Yang Woody in an instant, and then they would be free to annihilate Yang Yi in an instant too. However, it didn't go as planned. Yang Woody was so strong that he was worthy of what his name represented, matchlessness. Just that had caused them to fall into the situation they were in now. Most importantly, if they had been able to attack Yang Yi that day, they could have annihilated him without giving him a chance. Yet now, they couldn't do anything to him anymore. The Tao progenitor looked up at the sky and spoke softly. "I've contacted all those other old fellows who are halfway into their graves. I wonder if they are willing to get mixed up in all of this." The weapon progenitor glanced at the Tao progenitor. "What about the martial emperor?" The Tao progenitor shook his head slightly. "I can't see through his intentions. Even if he's willing to join us, it's best not to have him with us." The weapon progenitor was puzzled. "Why?" The Tao progenitor spoke softly. "If a person was once invincible throughout his lifetime, yet he's defeated one day, what do you think will happen to him?" The weapon progenitor frowned. "What do you mean?" The Tao progenitor spoke softly. "Besides the setbacks he encountered in his youth, the martial emperor's adult life was practically completely smooth." He gazed at the direction Yang Yi had left toward and continued, "Wild grass, that's what wild grass is like. No matter what nature throws at it, it never falls. Tenacity. Perhaps his natural talent isn't the best, but his tenacity is superb. It's that spirit to never accept defeat that his father was most pleased about. Even if he loses, it isn't a problem for him, because he can just start over." The Tao progenitor left once he finished speaking. The weapon progenitor fell silent for a long time, and then he left. Yang Yi left the Tao dimension and entered the boundless reaches of space. But he hadn't gone far before he stopped. A woman was standing not too far away from him. She wore a mask and had 3 spears on her back. "Dugu Juet Yin. Dugu Jueyan had her hands behind her back as she shot a sideways glance at Yang Yi. So it's you. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.